Hello and welcome. If you're looking for a course that is going to take you from being someone with little to no knowledge of cybersecurity to someone who is an expert, has practical hands-on skills, and can clear interviews, then this course is for you. Hello, my name is Dr. Usman. I have a PhD in computer networks and I've been working in the cybersecurity industry for the past 10 years. I've also been teaching at a number of universities around the world. Some of my research contributions have been published in the top-tier cybersecurity journals. Some of the security solutions that I have designed have also been deployed at a number of places around the world. I am CISP certified and I also hold a number of AWS certifications. Cybersecurity is one of the fastest growing industries in the world and it is expected to hit $250 billion in the year 2027. There are a huge number of job opportunities and growth potential in this industry. Cybersecurity is a domain which people generally consider complex and difficult to follow. However, I have designed this course to be extremely simple and practical. Even if you have no prior experience in cybersecurity, we are going to build your foundations step by step so that by the end of the course, you'll be an expert in all areas of the cybersecurity and in a perfect position to launch your career or advance it. Even if you have some background knowledge about cybersecurity, you're still going to get a lot of value out of this course. Let's have a look at some of the components that we're going to cover in this course. First, we're going to build the foundations and we're going to discuss concepts such as identity and access management, identity federation, security governance, cryptography, hashing, and digital certificates. Now, network security is of paramount importance and we have dedicated a whole section to it. We're going to discuss things such as protocol stack, layers, DNS, security protocols, port scanning, NAT, firewalls, as well as wireless security. We also have a section on cyber attacks where we discuss different types of traditional as well as novel attacks such as distributed denial of service, DNS attacks, network attacks, as well as social engineering. Web application security is also covered in depth and we discuss concepts such as OWASP, SQL injections, blind SQL injections, cross-site scripting, and we also see how to design efficient and effective vulnerability management programs. We discuss different types of malwares including viruses, worms, trojans, spyware, adware, and we also discuss some of the techniques that are used by anti-malware software. The course covers 5 key domains of cybersecurity. It has 4 hands-on labs which allow you to develop practical skills in different areas of cybersecurity. The course also includes 5 quizzes, one at the end of each domain. We also discuss interview tips, key interview questions, and how to respond to them. And finally, you will get a certificate of completion. So once again, a very warm welcome to the course. Hello and welcome to the first lecture of the course. We are going to start with the CIA triad, which stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The CIA triad is used in every single domain of cybersecurity, and you must be perfectly clear about each of the components. Let's have a detailed look at the components of the CIA triad. So C stands for confidentiality. Now you need to be sure that your data is confidential when it is stored, when it is being transmitted, and when it is being processed. So you need to make sure that your data is hidden and it is only visible to authorized users. The classic way of enforcing confidentiality is through encryption. Encryption makes your data secure so that it is not visible to unauthorized users. Some violations of confidentiality include packet sniffing. So that happens when your data is being transmitted over a network and somebody captures your traffic. Confidentiality is also violated when somebody is able to successfully break the encryption that you use to protect your data. But it can also sometimes happen due to unintentional human error when a user inadvertently exposes data. The second component is integrity, which means that your data must be accurate and complete, and that it has not been modified. Typical violations of integrity happen when you transmit your data from one point to the other, and a man in the middle intercepts your traffic, and he modifies your data. Integrity is typically enforced through hashes. Hashes are a kind of summary or a message digest of your original data, so that if anything changes in your data, the hash would also change. So at the destination, the receiver can simply check the hash to make sure that the data has not been modified. Typical violations of integrity include modification of data, especially during transit. The last component is availability, which means that data is available as and when required. Violations of availability happen if someone, for example, damages your communication infrastructure or they damage your web server so that you're no longer able to service your clients. However, even if someone successfully slows down your database servers or your web servers so that they cannot service the clients in an appropriate amount of time, then this would also be considered a violation of the availability. Typically, availability is enforced through redundancy. What it means is that you install multiple communication links, or for example, you install multiple web servers so that even if some of the communication links or some of the web servers they're targeted, you still have some backups. Let's discuss confidentiality in more detail. So as we discussed, confidentiality refers to protecting or hiding your data so that it is available only to authorized users. Now, the internet is a public network which is very insecure. So if you're sending your data in plain text over the public internet or even any other public network, then it means that there's a good chance that people can eavesdrop on your data, which is in plain text, and this would constitute as a violation of the confidentiality of the data because now it is available to people who are not authorized. The classic way of enforcing confidentiality is by encrypting your data. So what encryption does is that you give it a secret key, and the encryption algorithm takes the data and uses the key to encode the data into a format which is not understandable by anyone. So even if somebody gets a hold of a copy of your data, they would not be able to decode this data easily. And this provides significant benefits in comparison to sending your data in plain text. So this is the main idea of confidentiality. You want to make sure that your data is encrypted. It is in a format that even if it is compromised, you still have a reasonable certainty that it would not be easily broken. Let's discuss integrity in more detail. As discussed previously, integrity means that your data is accurate, complete, and unmodified, especially when it is being transmitted over networks. A classic violation of integrity happens when you're sending your data from point A to B, but a man in the middle intercepts it, changes it, and then sends the modified copy to the destination. Now the problem is that the source and the destination don't have perfect visibility, and it is very easy for man in the middle to leverage this lack of visibility in order to replay packets after modification. Now in this case, the integrity of your data has been violated because the file that you have received is not exactly the same that was sent by the source. Traditionally, integrity is enforced by using hashes. So a hash is kind of a summary or a message digest of your main file, which means that you calculate sort of a summary of your main file or main data, and then you encrypt it using a secret key. Now you send the file along with the hash to the destination. And even if a man in the middle changes your file, when your file reaches the destination along with the hash, the destination is going to independently calculate the hash of this file. So the destination is going to do its own calculations, and then he's going to compare the two hashes. If there has been any modification in the file compared to the original file, the two hashes won't match. And this is how the destination would be able to detect that there has been a compromise of the integrity of the file. Let's discuss availability in more detail. As discussed previously, availability basically means that your data must be available as and when required. Malicious attackers can damage the availability of your infrastructure, data, or your applications in a number of ways. They may attack communication links between clients and your servers, making it difficult or impossible to reach your servers, or they may directly attack your web or application servers. Now please note that the attack can be partial. So the attacker doesn't need to completely break off the communication link. So the attacker can simply choke communication links enough so that the traffic is very slow, or they may send so much traffic to your servers that they're very slow at responding to legitimate clients. The classic way of enforcing availability is by using redundancy. So for example, if you have multiple web and database servers, even if some of your servers go down or the attacker sends excessive traffic to them, we can simply load balance and ensure availability. Similarly, we can also employ multiple communication links and so on. So that concludes our lecture on CIA. Please remember that the CIA triad is of paramount importance in cybersecurity, and we'll be using these terms throughout the course. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management. So we have divided IAM into two parts. We're going to start with the first part. Now, cybersecurity contains a lot of acronyms, and IAAA is one of them. So I stands for identification. Now this basically refers to just identifying an entity. So for example, if you enter a bank and if the cashier asks you for identity and you say I'm John, this just means that you have identified yourself. You have just provided your name, or if you're working on a system, you have just provided your username. Now it is important to understand that identification is different from authentication. Now authentication is when you actually verify your identity, but identification can be done independent of authentication. You could claim any identity you want. Doesn't mean that you can actually, validate it later on, but identification just means claiming an identity. So after identification, we have authentication, which basically means that you prove who you claim to be. And this can be done through several mechanisms. For example, you can provide a secret password, your secret PIN, or it could be some sort of biometric data, for example, your fingerprints or retina scans. Now, please keep in mind that authentication can only be done once you have identified yourself, because authentication is done against an identity, your claimed identity. So only after you have provided your identity can you authenticate. Now, authentication is important because it provides non-repudiation. It's an important term in cybersecurity. What it means is that you cannot claim that it was not you who performed some actions on a system. So non-repudiation basically means that you are bound by what you do. So for example, if you provide your identity and you authenticate it by providing a password and then you do certain tasks on a system, then you are responsible for that. You cannot later on claim that it was someone else. So this is the concept of non-repudiation. We know exactly who did this task. After authentication, we have authorization. Now, once you are authenticated, it means that you are a legitimate user. You are allowed access to different parts of the system. But not all users have equal privileges. There are some users who have higher or elevated privileges. For example, a CEO of a company would obviously have elevated privileges compared to a normal employee. Similarly, a network administrator may have more extensive or more extended access on different parts of the systems, databases for instance, compared to a normal user. Now this is done through authorization, which basically means that it specifies your level of clearance. What kind of data, what kind of systems, what kind of applications do you have access to? This is enforced through access control lists, which define which user has which type of access. Now this can be very broad-based. You can have big groups. For example, you have a group of admins, you have a group of normal employees, you have a group of accountants, and they have same privileges. Or you could also have a system in which you use more fine-tuned details and you drill down, and you can even go up to file level accesses. You can say, for example, this user can access this file in read-only mode and so on. Now always remember, authorization can only be done or consulted once a user has been authenticated, because authorization is always against an authenticated user. So the last step after authorization is accountability, which basically means holding users responsible for their action. So even though you are a legitimate user of a system and you already have predefined authorization, but still it is nice to double check if any user has performed an activity he was not allowed to. And this is not always malicious. Sometimes inadvertently users are assigned privileges that they were not meant to be. So for example, this often happens when you change roles within an organization, or when you acquire more privileges over time. And so basically we need some sort of an audit mechanism to ensure that privileges are appropriately assigned and updated, and that tool is accountability. Now accountability is done by doing account audits and log reviews. Let's discuss identification and authentication in more detail. So identification is when a subject claims an identity. So for example, claims such as I am John Cooper, or showing your ID badge, or facing a camera for retina or face scan, are all examples of identification. At this point, you're not authenticated, you're just claiming an identity. Authentication refers to proving the identity of the subject. And this proof is done by providing a password, a PIN number for example, or biometric data. Let's have a look at the different phases in an identity life cycle, which helps organizations streamline their identity and access management process. So the first step is provisioning. In this step, we create new accounts and we assign privileges to those accounts. But we also have a review process, which requires periodic account reviews. Now this helps highlight several serious problems sometimes. So for example, we may detect accounts which are no longer active, which should be disabled, but it also helps us identify privilege creep. So privilege creep happens when a person moves vertically up in an organization, and over time he or she may accumulate excessive privileges. So let's say a person joins the HR department and later on they join the network department and they become the network administrator, but they still retain the privileges from their HR account. Now this is referred to as privilege creep, and this can only be highlighted if you do periodic account reviews and audits. And the last step is revocation. This refers to disabling accounts of employees who leave, retire, or are terminated. Now this is different from disabling inactive accounts, and revocation is a very important step from a cybersecurity perspective, because especially if you have an employee who has been terminated and if he still has access to his account, he may leverage that access to launch attacks on the company, for example, or cause any other type of damage. So it is always a nice idea to quickly revoke access to accounts of users who leave, retire, or are terminated. We have different categories of authentication factors, and we are going to go from the weakest to the strongest ones. So the first type is type 1. This is something that you know. For example, you know your password or you know your secret PIN. It is an authentication factor. It's not a great one, because people sometimes do lose their passwords and PINs to other people. They may note it down somewhere, it may get hacked, and so on. So the next category, which is slightly stronger, is something that you have. So for example, if you possess a smart card or a mobile SIM and you receive a message on that SIM, for example, now this is something that you have. The strongest type of authentication factor is type 3, which is something that you are. So your retina pattern, fingerprints. So these are some things which cannot really be stolen. Nobody is going to steal your retina, for example. So as we move from type 1 to type 3, we move from the weakest authentication factors to strongest ones. Let's start with the type 1 authentication factor, which is something you know. And a typical example of this is the password. Now there are some safety tips which must be observed if you're using this type of an authentication factor. So let's have some tips on password, for example. So your password should at least be 8 characters long. If it's very short, it would be easily broken. It should always contain both uppercase and lowercase alphabets. It should also contain at least one numeric character. So the reason we're increasing the length of your password and including uppercase and lowercase alphabets and numerics is we want to increase the number of possibilities so that it becomes exponentially difficult to break it through brute force, for example. It should contain at least one special character. It's always better to have passphrases which are easier to remember but difficult to break. So for example, I like Superman. This is a phrase easier to remember and much harder to break because it has a longer length compared to a typical password. Even if you write a normal sentence, it is very hard to break that because the sheer length of that password makes it exponentially difficult to break it. You should never use common names, for example, cities, or use common patterns like 123, ABC, and so on. But always remember, you should never enforce an IT policy which forces users to select extremely complex passwords. So for example, if you ask your users to have passwords which are at least 12 characters and which contain uppercase, lowercase, numeric, and special characters and so on, then they are definitely going to have to create a password which is difficult and complex. And in order not to forget it, they are very likely to write it down on a post-it and stick it on their desk. So this is just common sense. We always need to balance security compared with complexity. We don't want to make a solution which is so complex to implement. Next is type 2. This is something that you have. So this refers to something which you physically possess. It could be your identity badge, a smart card, your mobile SIM on which you receive messages, or it could even be an application. So for example, you can install Google Authenticator. So the contrast from type 1 is that in type 1, it was something that you knew. something stored in your brain. Now this is something which you have physically possess. The last type is type 3, which is something that you are. Now this refers to biometrics. So basically we have different type of biometrics. So first is retina scan, which is top of the list. It is the most accurate and it can even successfully differentiate between identical twins. Next is iris scan, which seems similar but it's quite different from retina scan. So iris scan is slightly less accurate compared to retina scan. However, there is a cost associated with retina scans, because in retina scans you have to put your eye really close to the scanner and then a beam of light enters your eye. This makes the whole process quite uncomfortable for a lot of users. In contrast, iris scan can be done from a few feet away and it is not at all uncomfortable. So there is always this human trade-off between these two. Next are fingers. So if you're scanning 4 or more fingers, then your results would be pretty accurate, around 99.9% accurate. Next are palm scans. Now this previously referred to the geography of your palm, but modern palm vein scanners, they basically capture millions of data points of your palm veins and they can produce amazingly accurate results. The last one is your voice pattern. It is traditionally regarded not as accurate as other type of biometric scans such as retina scans. There's another factor which you need to consider. Some of these biometrics are constant throughout your life and some of them they change over age. So for example, your voice changes over age. Your fingerprints, if you get really old, they may start to fade. But your retina scan, for example, is something which never really changes throughout your life. Until and unless, if you have any medical problem, which can obviously affect any of these biometrics. So next is multi-factor authentication, or MFA. It is an amazing technique and provides a lot of power to cybersecurity. It has seriously strengthened cybersecurity in a number of areas. Now what it does is that it basically combines more than one type of authentication. So for example, if you combine type 1 and type 2, then you get a lot more power. So type 1 is something that you know, your PIN number. So for example, if you're doing a bank transaction online and in order to approve the transaction, you enter your PIN number. So this is type 1, something that you know. But in order to complete the purchase, they also send an SMS on your SIM, for example. Now this is type 2. It is something that you have, your SIM. So only when you combine these two, you can get exponentially stronger security than if you were using any one of these separately. So multi-factor authentication comes in different flavors. So for example, the example that we just discussed was 2FA, two-factor authentication, in which, for example, you have your, let's say, bank card, and then you have to enter a PIN. So something that you have and something that you know. It could also be 3FA, or three-factor authentication. You need to possess your card, you need to enter your PIN, and then you need to put your fingerprints on. So when you combine multiple authentication factors, you get significantly more power. Now this concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. So let's start with part 2 of identity and access management. We'll discuss authorization and accountability first. So authorization decides who is allowed to perform what. For example, on a system, you can create different groups of users. You can have normal users who can only view their account. Then you can have administrators who can create, view, and delete user accounts. However, these are broad categories. So you have divided users into broad categories, and those categories have predefined privileges. You can even be more fine-grained with your authorization. You can go down to the file level and see that if a user accesses a file, whether he has appropriate permissions or not. So if a user tries to write on a file on which he has only read-only access, then that won't work. Accountability refers to logging user activities for accountability. Please remember, accountability can only be done once a user has been identified and authenticated, because only then will you have non-repudiation. Now this is done through audits of logs and accounts to identify any violations. Need to know is an important concept in authorization. The basic idea is that you should always give a subject the minimum amount of data or information that he or she needs to complete their job. Now this ensures that every subject has got the least privileges that he or she need to complete their job duties. It's a fundamental idea in cybersecurity to provide least privileges. As an example, let's say you have an administrator who has an almost universal access to different parts of your system. He can even create, modify, delete user accounts, and he can manage a lot of different databases. Does he really need to be able to view employee salary information? So that's the question. You only give privileges which are actually required by that person to fulfill his job. You should limit the privileges to a minimum. Similarly, if you have a user who needs to read a file in order to perform their job duties, so you should only give read-only access. You should not give read and write access, because these type of privileges, if they're left unchecked, they can cause serious cybersecurity repercussions later on. They can be abused. Another important concept in authorization is privilege creep. This happens when someone accumulates privileges over time as their role changes or as they move vertically up the organization. However, ideally, whenever someone gets new responsibilities, they get new privileges, but their old privileges should be reviewed and revoked accordingly. But this doesn't happen often. So an example could be you have a sales assistant who moves on to become network administrator and then a security administrator. But he still retains privileges to access sales systems despite his lack of need to do so. Now, this usually happens because organizations don't have accountability processes in place. Now, accountability basically refers to holding people responsible for their actions. This is enforced through log audits, account audits, and an interesting concept which is job rotation. So the basic idea of job rotation is that once in a while you rotate people among jobs. The problem stems from the fact that if there is someone who's been performing a role for a very long time, it is difficult to obtain visibility into what exactly is he doing, or if he's, violating any rules. But when you rotate people once in a while, this allows for the new employee or a different employee to gain visibility into the actions of his predecessor, and this can sometimes expose problems. Now, please remember, accountability can only be enforced if we have non-repudiation, that the subject must have done identification and authentication. Only then we can be sure that it was specifically the subject which was performing this task. There are a number of sources of information which can help with the accountability process. For example, we have network logs which contain routers, switches logs. They can be firewall logs. Now they can show if a user has, for example, visited a particular website, what are the sessions created by that user, and so on. We also have database logs, which basically log and monitor queries recorded, files accessed, and any modifications. So for example, if a part of your sensitive database has been modified or deleted, you can simply refer to database logs and see which user executed those queries. Similarly, we have application logs, which basically record exceptions, crashes, and anomalies. So if you have an inside user who's trying to crash your web server, he's definitely going to leave a footprint in application logs. Similarly, you have system logs, which refer to recorded information at end stations. This refers to any resources used, any applications executed. This can even expose if a user has installed applications which were otherwise prohibited according to organization's policy. This concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. This lecture is an extension of the identity and access management concepts that we discussed in the previous two lectures. In this lecture, we are going to discuss identity federation, an interesting concept. So when you go to a new website and you want to sign up, you are sometimes given two options. You can either create a new account, or you can use your existing Gmail or Facebook account to log in. Now that's powered by Identity Federation. Identity Federation provides the framework under which two different entities can establish trust relationships so that you don't have to create multiple redundant accounts. Before we delve into details of how Identity Federation works, let's first see how traditional token-based authentication works. So let's say you are a user, you want to log into a server, so you send your credentials, and if your login credentials are approved, the server creates an authentication success reply message and includes a token along with that message. So once the user has this token, he does not need to provide his credentials again and again. He'll simply include this token in subsequent requests, and based on this token, the server can authenticate whether it is the legitimate user or not. So this is how, by using a token, we avoid exchanging credentials again and again. An important concept which we must understand is that tokens are short-lived. We cannot have a token which stays there for weeks and months. From a security point of view, this can create some serious problems. So in order to avoid these problems, tokens are short-lived and they are regenerated by the server within the same session. So every few minutes or every few hours, depending on the context, the server would simply generate a new token, send it to the client again, and the client would subsequently use that token. Now this is how traditional token-based authentication works. So as you see in the figure, sometimes when you visit a web application or a website, you can either provide their own customized account information or you can log in using your existing Facebook, Gmail, or LinkedIn account. So this is all powered by Identity Federation, whose main idea is to use credentials from one account to log on to multiple systems. The key motivation is that, if we have systems which trust each other, why should we create multiple redundant accounts? So this creates unnecessary burden on the user because he accumulates a lot of different credentials for different accounts. And this creates a higher possibility of leakage. So if those systems, they trust each other, we can simply leverage one account to spin off onto other systems. This makes it easy for the user to simply remember the credentials for one single account. Gmail is a popular example. A lot of different web applications around the world, they allow you to log into their systems if you have an existing Gmail account because they have a trust relationship with Gmail. The key motivation is again that we want to avoid creating multiple accounts and in order to avoid managing multiple identity and access management systems. Let's see how the Identity Federation flow works. So let's say you have an existing Gmail account and you want to log into a new website. So that new website is the service provider. So you want to access a new service and you have an account on Gmail, and since you will be using that account, so Gmail would be the identity provider in this example. And the service provider and the identity provider, Gmail in this case, they have a trust relationship. So what happens is that a user sends a login request. But since the service provider is allowing you to use Identity Federation, so it is simply going to forward your authentication request to the identity provider, which is Gmail. Now Gmail is going to redirect you to the login page of Gmail so that you can log in. So once you log in and your login credentials are approved by Gmail, Gmail is going to create a token, which is the SAML token, Security Assertion Markup Language. We're going to discuss that later, but the basic idea is still the same. Instead of token generation by the service provider, as we discussed in traditional token-based authentication mechanisms, this time your identity provider, Gmail, is creating this token and sending it to the service provider. So once this step is complete, the service provider now knows that you are a legitimate Gmail user, and since it trusts Gmail, that's why you're in. So the login is considered successful on the service provider. So single sign-on is a subset of Identity Federation, but the difference is that we are now talking about a single organization. So within your organization, if you have multiple applications or systems running, you can use one set of credentials or one login to access all those different applications or systems. An example could be you can log in once and then access your email system, your enterprise management system, and so on. The basic idea is still the same, to leverage one account to access multiple services. Now this warrants a discussion on the difference between Identity Federation and single sign-on. To start with, both are similar concepts. In fact, single sign-on is a subset of Identity Federation. Now, Identity Federation is more general in nature and it is usually between organizations. In contrast, when we discuss single sign-on, we are talking about one organization. So we're discussing access to multiple applications or systems within the same organization. Another point to note is that single sign-on focuses exclusively on just signing in, whereas Identity Federation is more generic. Let's have a look at some of the protocols used in Identity Federation. So the first is SAML, Security Assertion Markup Language. It's a standard for single sign-on implementation, and the basic service that it provides is authentication between two parties. Next is OAuth, which is a standard for authorization between two parties. It authorizes servers, devices, and APIs to run applications on behalf of others. Finally, we have OIDC, which is again a standard for single sign-on implementations. The interesting point about it is that it is built on top of OAuth. Let's have a look at some of the commercial products used for single sign-on. So the two giants in this category are Okta and AWS Cognito. Both provide similar services. So both provide single sign-on, both support multi-factor authentication. They also support implementation and enforcing of organizational policies on IAM. The main difference is between how they structure their prices. So for example, for Okta, we have the first 7,000 users who are free, and then the single sign-on service costs $2 per user per month. With Cognito, we get up to 50,000 free users, so that's substantially more than Okta. And then the single sign-on cost is $275 for every 50,000 additional users per month. So both are well-known and stable solutions, and which one to prefer actually depends on the context of your organization and business products. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. We are now going to discuss some key components of security governance. These components are important in order to ensure a decent and secure security posture of organizations. Mainly, we'll be discussing policies, standards, and procedures. We're going to have a look at what do these entail and what are the differences between them. If we look at the security governance pyramid, we have policies at the top. Now, policies are organization-wide, they're high-level and broad-natured in scope. Usually, policies are defined for long-term and they span several years typically. Policies define responsibilities both for management and the users. Now, policies are few in number, they're high-level and broad-natured. But then we have standards which highlight the rules which are needed to achieve the intent of the policy. So standards would be more in number compared to policies. And just below standards, we have procedures, which are basically specific steps needed to realize the rules specified by the standard. Now, the basic aim of procedures is to train employees and ensure consistency in security-related business processes. What it means is that if you have a standard operating procedure and you have documents which list the specific steps needed to be taken in a particular situation, then it doesn't matter which employee is implementing those steps. You'll have a consistency of results and a consistency of process. This is very important because if you don't have standard operating procedures, then different employees are going to take different routes. They may take different steps, which may lead to different results. So consider, for example, there is a phishing attack on your organization that has been detected. If you have proper procedures how to address that phishing attack, starting from step 1 till the last step, then you will be in a better position to ensure the sanctity of your security posture. We also have guidelines which basically reside at the same level of the pyramid as procedures. Guidelines are optional recommendations, which means that they are suggested best practices but not mandatory. In order to have a clear understanding about what do policies, standards, and procedures entail, what are the differences between them, and how to structure them, we can take the example of passwords, and we'll design the policy, the standard, and procedures. So the password policy states that passwords must be strong, they should be regularly rotated, and users are responsible for safeguarding their passwords. If you notice, the policy is quite broad and generic in nature, and specific things are not mentioned. So for example, they have said passwords must be strong. Now this is a general statement. They have not specified how strong or how to select strong passwords. It is also not mentioned that how regularly should they be rotated and so on. So it's broad and general in nature. Let's have a look at password standard. Now the password standard can specify things like password should be greater than 8 characters in length and should have 2 special characters. Now this standard basically explains more details about passwords must be strong. So in order to make them strong, we need to make sure that they are greater than a specific length and then they have special characters, for instance. The second point is that passwords must be changed every 90 days. So our policy stated that the passwords should be regularly rotated, but it is now the standard which is specifying that the rotation should be done every 90 days. So it's providing more details. Thirdly, users are responsible for their passwords, and in case they believe it has been compromised, they must immediately contact IT security. Now, this part of the standard explains and provides more details about how users are responsible for safeguarding their passwords and what are their responsibilities in case they believe their password has been compromised. Now, let's have a look at procedures and guidelines which provide specific steps that must be taken. So, for example, let's consider password change procedure. So it lists the specific steps that you need to do. For example, you need to log into your account. You need to go to option settings and select change password. Then you have to enter the new password along with confirmation and click submit. Now it does seem that these are very simple steps and people can actually do them on their own. But it is always nice to provide a standard set of steps in order to avoid confusions. Now this is a simple example, but in some instances, for example addressing a security breach, things can get out of hand if we don't have a streamlined set of procedures. Now password guidelines could be something along the lines of select a phrase as password as it is easy to remember and strong. And this is true because if you select a sentence or a phrase as your password, the sheer length of that is going to make the password very strong and almost impossible to attack through brute force. So as we saw, policies, they provide overall direction, and then we have standards which basically allow us to explain policies in more detail, and then we have procedures which list specific steps that you need to take. Designing effective information security policies is a difficult task, and there are a number of challenges which must be addressed. Let's have a look at some of the key things that you must take into consideration if you want to design an effective information security policy. So the first one is risks. You should always clearly identify risks, their possibility of occurrence, and prioritize them. So the key danger here is that if you miss a risk, especially one that is likely to materialize, then your information security policy would have a serious flaw. So next are legal and regulatory requirements. So every industry has its own set of legal and regulatory compliance requirements, and when designing your information security policies, those requirements must be properly addressed. Any information security policy without teeth is pretty much useless. So your policy should clearly identify instances which are considered as violations and the penalties associated with those. And then you should also make sure that those penalties are enforced. You should always take people on board, especially the staff which would be abiding by your security policy day in and day out. They can even help streamline the policy, and they can sometimes identify areas or issues that might have been overlooked. You can have the best information security policy in the world, but if your employees are not properly trained on how to implement it, then it's pretty much useless. So you should always make sure that you conduct periodic training workshops in which you share the information security policy rules and make your employees aware of them. Finally, you should always have management support, and the support should not be verbal, it needs to be written and it needs to be visible. So if the employees, they see senior management owning a security policy and recommending it, then they are more likely to follow it. So this concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we're going to discuss some popular compliance laws and regulations. The compliance landscape has evolved significantly during the recent years, and now companies are obligated to protect the integrity and confidentiality of information that they gather. We are also going to have a look at some intellectual property instruments. Before we delve into details of compliance, there are some key terms which we must understand. The first of these is PII, or Personally Identifiable Information. Now this is information that can be used to identify, contact or locate someone, and this includes things like full name, driver's license number, social security number, home address and contact numbers. Any organization that collects, stores and processes this information must protect it, and they are also obligated to announce breaches that pass a certain threshold. There are also some penalties that are applied for organizations that do not comply. The next important term that we need to understand is PHI, which is Protected Health Information. Now, this refers to health information including healthcare plans, payment, and history that can be linked to an individual. This includes things like names and addresses, health records such as medical or dental, full face scans and biometric data, and health insurance numbers. The primary difference between PII and PHI is that PHI caters specifically to health-related information. Similar to PII, every organization that collects, stores, and processes this kind of information must protect it. There are laws and regulations in place which we are going to discuss shortly, and there are penalties applied if organizations do not comply with these regulations. Let's have a look at some of the popular compliance regulations. So the first one is GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. This was introduced by the European Union in order to protect the personal data of EU citizens worldwide. An important point to note here is that an organization can be located anywhere in the world, even outside EU. But if they collect, process, and store the data of EU citizens, then GDPR applies to them as well. The next one is HIPAA, which stands for Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Now, this is aimed at protecting healthcare information. And the third one is PCI DSS, which is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard Protection Regulation. And it is aimed at protecting credit card data. We are now going to have a more detailed look at each of these regulations. Let's start with GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. And here are the salient features. So the first is purpose limitation. Data should be collected and used only for the stated purposes. So an organization cannot use data for purposes it has not explicitly declared. Data breaches must be reported within 72 hours. Failure to do so may incur penalties, and penalties are huge in GDPR. So fines can go up to 4 million euros or 4% of annual turnover. GDPR also mandates ensuring the integrity of the data. So data must be safeguarded, encryption should be employed, and privacy should be enforced. Storage limitation states that only data that is needed should be stored and other data should be deleted. So if a company has collected data about an individual and they're only using part of that data, so the rest of the data should be deleted. They cannot just store it indefinitely in the hopes of using it in the future. GDPR also provides the right to be forgotten, which basically means that organizations need to provide individuals the option of selecting whether they want their data to remain indefinitely with the company or whether they want to be deleted. And if they choose so, the company must delete that data. Now this gives tremendous powers to individuals because they can opt whether their data lives indefinitely with the company or whether they want it to be deleted. So next is HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And here are the salient features of HIPAA. So the first one is physical protection. Companies must control and monitor access to systems and track electronic personal health information devices. Second one is admin protection. Companies must manage risk. They must block unauthorized access and train staff in order to do so. Companies must immediately notify patients, health authorities, and possibly media about breaches. It should be noted that breaches need to pass a certain threshold. So if the breach passes 500 or more records, then the company is obligated to make these announcements. If the breach is very small, then they do not need to actually notify media, for example. The privacy rule states that a company must respond to patients' requests for information. So basically, a patient can request a company to share all of the information that they have collected about him. HIPAA has different tiers of penalties which range from $100 per violation of up to $1.5 million per year if the company is shown to willfully neglect HIPAA regulation. HIPAA also enforces technical protection, which means they need to protect the confidentiality and integrity of data. So companies must encrypt electronic personal health information, and they must control and log any access to ePHI. The third one is PCI DSS, which is aimed at protecting credit card data. Companies which want to be compliant with PCI DSS must do the following. The first one is vulnerability management, which means that companies should have an appropriate vulnerability management program in place, which basically scans for any possible vulnerabilities and addresses them. The second one is secure network and communication. Companies must employ appropriate tools in order to encrypt and secure their end-to-end communication. The third one is network monitoring and testing. So companies must have mechanisms which ensure that the network is properly monitored and any breaches or malware infections are detected. The fourth one is authentication and access security. So companies must have appropriate mechanisms which ensure that end users are properly authenticated. A simple example could be that a client wants to make a credit card payment, and if it is doing so on HTTP, then it means the company has breached PCI DSS because the end-to-end connection is not encrypted. It is being done in plain text, which can lead to possible compromise of the credit card data. So they should always use HTTPS, for instance, in order to ensure that the end-to-end payment channel is encrypted. Here are some tips on being compliant with these regulations. As the old saying goes, prevention is better than cure. If your company can conduct business without extensively collecting personally identifiable information and protected health information, you should do that. And even if you have to collect it, then it should be the minimal set that is required. An example could be if you want to enable online payments on your website. So one option could be that you collect all of the information, including client's name, address, credit card information, phone numbers, and so on. And then you also store payment information. Another option could be you could use third-party things like PayPal, and you just redirect the client to them, and from there you just get a confirmation of the payment. So if payment confirmation is the only thing required for conducting your business, you should definitely do that. There is no point in collecting extensive information which is only going to increase your exposure factor. You should always use encryption both at rest. So for example, your database should be encrypted. In transit, when you're sending your data over the public internet, for example, so you should use, for example, IPsec or TLS. You should also implement a security framework for controlling access to data. So your data should be properly classified. For example, it is private, is it confidential, is it public? And then you should assign access to different users based on that. Let's discuss intellectual property, a concept that is increasingly becoming important in the world. So today, the focus of wealth creation is increasingly moving away from tangible assets such as real estate to intangible assets such as intellectual capital. The problem is that we have extensive tools and laws in order to protect tangible assets, but we also need similar tools to protect these intangible assets. So intellectual property is an intangible type of property that has been created using the human intellect. Some of the popular tools that are used to protect intellectual property include trademark, so which gives the owner exclusive right to the use of phrase, symbol, or design. And this prevents companies from selling products using similar logos. So for example, these trademarks are used by McDonald's and Nestle, and other companies are not allowed to use them. The next is copyright, which basically protects the creative or intellectual work such as images, music, and other works of art. Now, copyright is valid for the life of the author and then an additional 70 years after that. An important point to note is that for copyright, it is nice to get it registered, but even if it is not registered and you can show the date of publication, whether it's online or in the form of a book or anything, if you can prove the date of publication, then you already own the copyright to that. So whatever you publish, if it is original and you can prove the date of publication, then it means that it is automatically copyrighted. The third one is patent, which prevents anyone from making, using, or selling the patented invention. This is extensively used by commercial enterprises to launch specific products. Now, patent is valid for 20 years and it is also only applicable in the country it was filed. So if you want an international patent, you have to apply in different countries. This concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to our lecture on cryptography. If you want to be a good cybersecurity specialist, you must have a good understanding of the fundamental concepts involved in cryptography. Cryptography is the study and application of methods and techniques to protect information by using codes for secure communication. So the bottom line in cryptography is to ensure secure communication between two parties. Cryptography is broadly categorized into two main categories, symmetric and asymmetric. We are going to start with symmetric encryption concepts. Symmetric encryption is also called private key encryption, and it uses the same key for encryption as well as decryption, and that is why it is called symmetric, because the same key is used both at the source and at the destination. It also uses the same cipher. Now cipher is a word which is an alternate for algorithms, is used for encryption and decryption. So the same algorithm is used at the source for encrypting data, and the same algorithm is used at the destination for decrypting the data. Now key lengths determine the strength of encryption, and usually the longer the better. Some popular private key ciphers include AES, RC5 and 2FISH. Let's have a look at how symmetric encryption actually works. So we have a source which wants to send data to a destination, and it wants to encrypt that data before sending it. So at the source we have a plain text file, which means it is unencrypted text and anybody can read it. So basically we use a key which is kind of a secret code which helps us encode this plain text. In addition to the key, we need an algorithm which is basically going to take the key and the plain text data, and it's going to do some steps, some operations in order to provide us with the ciphertext, which is basically the encrypted text. So using the key and the algorithm with plain text as the input, we get a ciphertext as output, and this completes the encryption part. Now the basic aim of encryption was so that we could transmit data over the public internet without compromising its confidentiality. So that's exactly what we did. We converted plain text into ciphertext, and then the ciphertext, which is basically encrypted data, and even if somebody gets a copy of it while it is flowing over the internet, they would still not be able to easily break it because it's encrypted. Now at the destination has received the ciphertext, which is the encrypted text, and the process now needs to be reversed. So at the destination, it needs to use exactly the same key which was used to encrypt the data. Consider it exactly like a numbered lock. So you really need to line up exactly those same numbers if you want to unlock it. So using the exact same key and using the exact same algorithm, we can decrypt this data. So we convert the ciphertext back into plain text, and this is called the decryption. And this is how the source is able to encrypt plain text data into ciphertext, transmit it over the internet, and then the destination is able to get back the plain text from the ciphertext. Perhaps the single most important factor which can determine the strength of encryption is the key length. The longer the key, the better. So let's say you have a password with X number of characters. For every character, you can select either from A to Z, which are basically 26 different alphabets, or digits 0 to 9, which are 10. So 26 plus 10, 36 possibilities for each of these cells or each of these characters. But computers, they need digital numbers, they understand binary numbers. So we always talk about bits. So we talk about key lengths in terms of bits. Since we're talking about binary, so every cell or every bit can either be 0 or it can be 1. So if you have a key which spans n bits, then it means you have 2 raised to the power n different combinations possible. Let's have a look at a comparison table which shows us how increasing key lengths make breaking encryption difficult. So let's say if you are selecting a key length of 56 bits, which means that you have 2 raised to the power 56 different combinations, and using a good state-of-the-art computer, you can break it in 20 hours. But if you increase the key length to 128, The possible combinations now jump to 2 raised to the power 128. And it would take 5 into 10 raised to the power 17 years to break it using the same computer. And say if you increase the key length to 256 bits, then you have 2 raised to the power 256 different combinations, which would take 7 into 10 raised to the power 56 years. So nearly impossible to break. So the bottom line that we need to understand is that it is always advisable and in fact recommended to use long key lengths. A very popular and state-of-the-art symmetric encryption scheme is AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. It is so strong that it is even acceptable for military purposes. AES offers various key lengths starting from 128, 192 up to 256 bits. The key length determines the strength of the encryption. So obviously AES 256 would be considered stronger compared to AES 192 for instance. AES has several implementations and it's widely adopted in the industry and it is used in a large number of applications. The second category of encryption is called asymmetric encryption. Asymmetric encryption is also known as public key cryptography. Let us see how this works in real life. So again, we have the source which has a plain text document which is unencrypted text and anybody can eavesdrop it. We use a private key, the secret code for encoding the data. In addition, we also use the algorithm. So we have the plain text data, we apply the private key using the cipher or the algorithm, and we obtain the ciphertext, which is the encrypted text. This completes the encryption part of public key cryptography. Now the ciphertext is transmitted over the public internet and it reaches the destination. So now at the destination, we use a different type of key, which is the public key. Now it should be noted that the key difference in public and private key cryptography is the difference between these keys. So in symmetric encryption or private key cryptography, we used the same key for encryption as well as for decryption. But now we used a private key for encryption and we used a public key for decryption. So the two keys are completely different. And when we apply the public key, we get the plain text. And this completes the decryption process. So the first question that naturally comes to mind is that how can you decrypt data that has been encrypted with a different key? And the answer is that we have some special mathematical operations which allow different keys to be used for encryption and decryption. The second question is that why do we need it in the first place? Why can't we just use symmetric encryption? And the answer is this. Say you want to connect to a remote server on the public internet and you want your end-to-end connection to be secure and encrypted. So for that, you obviously need the same key at your end and at the server end. The problem is that how are you going to exchange this key with the server, or how the server is going to send its key to you? Because if you send your key in plain text to the server or vice versa, anybody in the middle can eavesdrop on it. And there is no other way to encrypt it, because for encryption, you both really need those keys. So that is exactly the problem solved by asymmetric encryption. So you don't need the same key at the two ends. So the way this works is that the server, it publishes its public key using digital certificates. So then you can use that public key to decrypt data sent by the server to you. And you can also use that public key to encrypt data that you want to send to the server. And since only the server has its own private key, that's why you are assured that nobody is going to decrypt it. So this is how asymmetric cryptography helps us resolve this problem of exchanging keys. So private key is used for encryption, whereas public key is used for decryption, and private key is completely different from the public key. You should also note that data encrypted with the private key cannot be decrypted with the private key. It needs the public key and vice versa. So the magic is in special mathematical operations which allow us to use two different types of keys, and this gives tremendous power for asymmetric encryption. So one of the reasons why we needed asymmetric encryption was because private keys cannot always be safely exchanged on public networks like the internet. So asymmetric encryption is required to create that initial trust the initial encrypted end-to-end communication channel, over which you can even exchange symmetric keys and then use them later on for encryption or decryption. But for the initial secure and encrypted channel, you definitely need asymmetric encryption. Another reason why you may want to consider asymmetric encryption is because symmetric keys are not really scalable. So imagine if you are a user and you want to communicate with n different entities, so you'll be requiring n different symmetric keys if you're using asymmetric encryption. Because you need a different key for A to 1 communication, for A to 2 you need a different key, and so on up to n. So if you're talking to n people, you need n different symmetric keys. So imagine if you want to communicate with thousands of different servers, you'll need thousands of different keys. So it is obviously not a scalable solution. Now contrast that with asymmetric encryption. So if you're using asymmetric keys, you just need 2 keys and that's it. So one is the private key, which would be used by A, and the second is the public key, which is published to all the users and it is public. So whenever A wants to send some data to any of these destinations 1 to n, A is simply going to encrypt it using its private key. And any of these destinations would be able to decrypt that data using the public key of A. So this is a very scalable solution. And the converse is also true. If one wants to send some data to A, it is simply going to encrypt it using the public key of A. And this data cannot be decrypted except for A because he has the corresponding private key. So this is how asymmetric encryption offers tremendous flexibility and scalability. Some popular asymmetric solutions include Diffie-Hellman, which is used for key exchange between 2 entities. We also have RSA, which is used for actual encryption or decryption, and we have ECC, which is again used for actual encryption and decryption, and there are several others available as well. A quick recap on the differences between symmetric and asymmetric encryption. So in symmetric encryption, we always use the same key for encryption as well as for decryption. But in asymmetric encryption, we use different keys, private and public. In symmetric encryption, encryption and decryption algorithms or ciphers are exactly the same. But in asymmetric encryption, we have different encryption and decryption algorithms because we are using different keys for encryption and for decryption. A major problem with symmetric encryption is that it is not always possible to exchange keys safely, because to start the encryption process, the 2 ends need to have the same key, and there is no way to exchange these keys without incurring some sort of a risk. In contrast, asymmetric encryption can be done on public networks. In fact, it is designed for communication over public networks. One advantage of symmetric encryption is that it's very fast, whereas asymmetric encryption is a bit slow. And one of the reasons is because it's using different encryption and decryption techniques. Now, since symmetric encryption is very fast, so what we normally do is that we create the initial secure channel using asymmetric encryption, but once that is in place, we exchange symmetric keys or session keys, and then we use symmetric encryption for quick and efficient encryption and decryption of data at the 2 ends. But for the initial establishment of the trust of the secure channel, we use asymmetric encryption, and then within that tunnel or within that channel, we can exchange symmetric keys as well. Another difference between the 2 encryption schemes is that for offering the same strength, symmetric key encryption requires smaller key lengths compared to asymmetric encryption. And this stems from the fact that asymmetric encryption is designed to allow for 2 different keys to encrypt and decrypt. So that's why we generally need longer keys in asymmetric encryption in order to provide the same level of safety as symmetric encryption. So that concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on hashing and digital signatures, 2 widely used techniques in cybersecurity. Let's start with hashing. So what happens in hashing is that you provide an input or a document to a one-way hashing function, which basically generates a fixed sized message digest or a summary as the output. Now the key point to understand here is that you can provide a document of any size. It can be small, it can be big, but the output size or the message digest size would remain fixed. Another important point to understand about hashing functions is that they're one-way. So if I give you the message digest, it is impossible for you to reverse the hash function and obtain the original document. In fact, this property of hash functions is of critical importance. It should be impossible to recover the original data or the original file by reversing the hash function. Another important point to understand about hashing is that if you provide two different input documents, it should lead to different hashes, which means that different inputs should lead to different outputs. And if this does not happen, for example, if you provide two different types of documents or input data and they lead to the same message digest, then we say that we have a collision. And hashing functions which cause collisions are considered poor. A major application of hashing is in ensuring file integrity. Let's see how this works. So let's say you have a source with a file. So what the source does is that it passes the file through a one-way hash function and calculates the hash and stores it along with the file. Now a user goes ahead and downloads the file and its corresponding hash. And now the user recalculates the hash of the downloaded file independently. In the next step, the user compares the downloaded hash with the hash that it has calculated independently. The two hashes must match. If the two don't match, then it means that the file has been compromised and the integrity can no longer be trusted. Another major use of hashing is in digital signatures. So just like their counterparts, digital signatures provide authenticity of a message, which means that if someone has digitally signed a document or data, then they're giving the assurance that that data or file is in fact coming from them. Let's see how digital signatures actually work and how they leverage hashing. So there is a source with a file. What the source does is that it calculates the hash of that file, and then the source signs that hash using his private key. And then this signed hash is stored along with the file. Now please note that this hash is not visible as plain text. It has been encrypted or signed with the private key of the user. And we call it a digital signature because only the source has access to the private key and nobody else in the world can encrypt the data using source's private key. So now the user downloads the file as well as the signed hash, and the user recalculates the hash of the downloaded file independently. Now the user also has access to the public key of the source, and he decrypts the signed hash using the public key. So the only way this hash could be decrypted was if this was signed by the private key of the source, and that's why we used the public key to decrypt it and it worked. So this is the basic principle of public key cryptography. Anything which is encrypted with private key can only be decrypted with the public key, and vice versa. So now the user has obtained the unencrypted or the plain text hash, and he has also recalculated the hash on his own. So as a last step, the user compares the two hashes, and if the two match, then it means the digital signature is valid and this file actually came from the sender. However, if there is any difference, then this means either the file has changed or somebody has tried to modify the contents of the signed hash. In either case, the authenticity is violated. And we can be sure that this was encrypted by the source because only private key can be used to encrypt data which is subsequently decrypted by the public key. So just like their counterparts, digital signatures provide authenticity. What it means is that if someone digitally signs a document or data, then they're giving assurance that this data or this file is in fact coming from them. A digital signature is always done using the private key, and the corresponding public key is distributed to thousands of users. So we are again leveraging the concepts of public key cryptography, in which you sign using your private key or you encrypt using your private key, and then you distribute your public key to the public at large, and they can decrypt your message using your public key. Confidentiality can additionally be added by encrypting the entire file using the private key in addition to the hash. Some popular hashing solutions include MD5, the message digest algorithm, which always creates 128-bit fixed-sized output hashes regardless of the input. However, in some instances, MD5 has been shown to suffer from collisions. What this means is that for two different inputs, it generates the same message digest or the hash. We also have SHA-2, the secure hash algorithm. Now SHA-1 is known to be weak as is no longer used. However, for SHA-2, we have different outputs available. We have SHA-224, 256, 384 and 5112. So these numbers represent the size of the hashed output. This concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. So in this domain, we're going to discuss different protocol stacks. We're going to see what do we mean by a stack. In fact, we have layers on top of each other, and this is called a stack. We're going to see why do we have multiple layers, what are the different functions of each layer. We're going to start at the top from the application layer and go all the way down to link layer. We're going to see different protocols at each of this layer and how these protocols are interrelated. So we're going to start with the protocol stacks, OSI and TCP/IP. Then we're going to discuss different protocols such as HTTP, TCP, UDP, IP, ICMP, and how do they work. Then we are also going to have a look at key network protocols which are used for providing security. So we are going to discuss, for example, IPsec. We are going to see what is TLS, SSL, and how do they provide security collectively. This is an important domain because cybersecurity relies heavily on good concepts of computer networks. So let's start with OSI and TCP/IP. So basically the concept of a stack is that we have multiple layers, such as you see here, for example, in TCP/IP, we have physical link, network, transport, and application. And these layers are stacked on top of each other. The basic idea or the basic motivation is that we want to have layers which perform specialized functions. We don't want one piece of code or one layer to do everything. So that's why we specialize layers, and then we can design each layer independently. So for instance, if I want to introduce a new protocol at the transport layer, I should be able to do that without affecting other layers. So that's the basic idea of layers. They offer abstraction. I can update the transport layer or the network layer or add new protocols or modify existing protocols. And I don't even have to worry about, breaking the stack or, affecting the performance of other protocols. So this is the basic idea of layers in computer networks. Now, layers, they offer two major advantages. First of all, you can make changes in any layer. And secondly, you can add new protocols at any layer without affecting other layers. Now, coming to the main point, we have two big protocol stacks or two popular protocol stacks, OSI and the TCP/IP. Now, OSI is a 7-layer protocol stack. The key point to understand here is that OSI was basically a theoretical model. It never got materialized, and we don't actually have implementations of OSI. However, you're going to hear the word OSI and its layer a lot as you progress in computer networks, or if you're doing courses in cybersecurity or working in the industry. And there's a reason for that. Even though OSI does not actually exist in real implementations, but it did provide the theoretical foundations on which the TCP/IP protocol stack, which is actually implemented these days, it works. So basically TCP/IP was basically built onto the foundations provided by OSI, and that's why we still refer to different layers of OSI from a conceptual perspective. Now, so the fundamental difference between the two is that OSI is a theoretical model, whereas TCP/IP is a practical model. It's actually implemented. An interesting thing to note is that TCP/IP is a de facto standard. By de facto, we means that it never really got ratified as a standard. However, it got adopted so widely that it became a standard. People started using it, companies started fabricating network devices based on TCP/IP, and the usage became so widespread that TCP/IP became the de facto standard, and hence now we have the TCP/IP protocol as perhaps the single largest protocol stack in the world. So let's start with the TCP/IP protocol stack. Now, TCP/IP is a 5-layer protocol stack. It has the application layer, transport layer, network layer, link layer, and the physical layer. So starting with the application layer, now this is the layer which runs user applications. So for example, if you have Skype running on your system or Internet Explorer, it will be this layer which is running that application. Now this layer interacts with users and allows users to, input data or, see the data. Next, the application layer relies on the transport layer for actual application to application delivery. So what this means is that, let's say you have Skype running at the application layer and you type hi on Skype and you press enter. You want to send your message to your friend who's sitting in another part of the world and he's also using Skype. Now the application layer is going to ask the transport layer to take your hi message and deliver it from your application to application running on his system. So the transport layer provides application to application delivery. In turn, the transport layer needs the help of the network layer because, first, before your message gets delivered to the destination application, to the destination Skype, it first needs to reach the destination, right? So your message first needs to be sent by the network layer using routing to the destination computer. And the network layer uses IP addresses and does routing, all that stuff, so that your message gets delivered to the destination computer. Once it's there, it's once again the job of the transport layer to deliver your data from that computer to the Skype application. Now, in turn, the network layer needs the help of the link layer because you see, network layer does the end-to-end routing. It sends your data from your source computer to the destination computer all across the internet over multiple routers. It calculates the routes. But for each individual jump or each individual link, the network layer actually needs the help of the link layer to, take your packet from one link to the other, or one device to the other device over a single link. Next, we have the physical layer, which basically converts your bits from zeros and ones to electromagnetic signals, which are then transmitted over the wires or the wireless medium. Now let's have a look at the concept of layering. Why do we have layers in the first place? So basically what happens is that, let's say you type a message hi on Skype. Now your message will be sent to the transport layer because the application layer cannot directly deliver this data to the destination. So it asks the help of the transport layer to do that. Now what the transport layer does is that it adds its own header, which you can see here, transport header TH, and encapsulates this packet. So basically hi becomes the data and transport layer adds its own header, which includes information which helps it, deliver the data to the correct application on the destination. Now this whole packet is then sent to the network layer. A network layer basically considers all of this as data and adds its own header, which is the network header. In the network header, the network layer adds things like, routing information, IP addresses, source and destination IP addresses, stuff like that, so that, it is able to route your packet over the internet. Now, this whole thing is sent to the link layer, which basically considers the hi message, the transport header, and the network header as data and adds its own header. Now the link layer header contains information which helps the link layer, deliver your packet over each individual link. Finally, we have the physical layer, which converts basically your data from 0 ones to electromagnetic signals, which then get transmitted over wires or wireless medium, depending on, which technology you're using. And now when your packet reaches the destination, so what happens is that the process is reversed. So basically the link layer is going to check the link header, extract the information, do the necessary processing, and then pass on the remainder of the packet to the network layer. The network layer is going to, extract its information from the network header and pass the remainder of the packet to the transport layer. And finally, the transport layer, processes its information, removes its header, and passes the message hi to the application layer. So this is how it's done. The message gets, passed to different layers through the protocol stack and delivered to the destination. Now let's have a look at the concept of protocols in the stack. Now basically what happens is that we have lots of different protocols which reside at different layers of the protocol stack. And we have quite a lot of flexibility in any combination that we want to make. So for instance, in this example, we have HTTP, which uses TCP at the transport layer, which in turn uses IP at the network layer, and then they use, wired protocols at the link layer. So it is the stacking of protocols, for which we call it the protocol stack. Now we have several dozen protocols at each of these individual layers, and each protocol performs a certain specific task. So for instance, the HTTP protocol is used for web browsing. So this is the protocol which helps your web browser into fetching information and showing you web pages. Then we also have the SMTP protocol, which helps in sending and receiving emails. There's another protocol which is FTP, which helps in file transfer, and we have so many others. Similarly, at the transport layer, we have TCP, UDP, STCP, and several others. At the network layer, we have IP, ICMP, but a point to be noted here is that IP is the fundamental protocol at the network layer, and we are going to discuss later in the course that IP is one protocol which will always be used, almost always be used. There are a few exceptions when ICMP will be used, but generally speaking, all of the communication on the internet, it's done through IP protocol. And then on the link layer, we have both wireless protocols and wired protocols. If you see the destination, we have almost a corresponding stack. So again, we have IP, TCP, and HTTP. Obviously, at the link layer, we're free to use. For example, we may be sending data over wires here. We may have an optical connection to the internet, and here we may have a, let's say, Wi-Fi connection. That's fine. But for the other protocols, they need to be the same. So if you're using IP here, you'll be using IP at the destination. If you're using TCP here at the source, then you need to use TCP at the destination. And similarly, HTTP at the both ends. So the basic concept once again is that you have different protocols which reside at different layers, and then you stack a combination of these protocols, and this is what makes a protocol stack. This concludes the discussion on protocol stacks. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you. We are now going to discuss the application and transport layers, the two top layers of the TCP/IP protocol stack. So basically, the application layer is responsible for running applications, and it is the same layer which interacts with users. Now, the primary protocol which runs at the application layer is the HTTP protocol, which is used to access the World Wide Web, or the internet that we know. Now, every web page on the internet is made up of objects. Now, what is an object? An object is anything which is an image, a text field, a video file. So basically, anything that you see on a web page is an object. So a web page is basically an HTML page with different objects. So for example, if we have this page, which is the home page of Google. Now this is the URL, also called Universal Resource Locator, and this uniquely identifies each web page on the internet. And then everything you see on the page, for example, this Google logo, this search bar, or these buttons, all of these are objects. So every web page is basically built up of objects. Now the most popular protocol at the application layer is the HTTP protocol, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Now this is the protocol which is used for web browsing. This is the protocol which fetches web pages and renders them onto your browser so that you can see and browse web pages. So basically what it does is that it fetches the HTML file and all the objects within the HTML file, and together the HTML code and the objects on that page, they make up the web page. It uses the reliable TCP protocol on the transport layer. As we previously discussed, all of the protocols on the application layer, they need the help of the transport layer for actual delivery of data between applications. So in this case, HTTP uses the TCP protocol on the transport layer. Now, something special about the TCP protocol is that it is a reliable protocol, which means that if you ask it to fetch 100 objects, it is going to fetch each and every single object. And if there is a problem such as a packet loss or an object got lost, then TCP is going to make sure that that request is sent again and the object is retrieved. Take an example. Suppose you're sitting on your system and running Google Chrome browser, and you want to go to Google homepage. Now, the Google's homepage resides on a web server. So what you do is that you create an HTTP request and you send it to the web server. The web server is going to fetch the web page along with all the objects and send them back to you. And that's how the web page is rendered on your browser. So basically at the back end, every time you're browsing a new web page, you send an HTTP request, and in the HTTP response, the web server puts all the objects of that page along with the HTML code, and then this HTML code and the objects are rendered onto your browser and you see the web page. Next, we're going to have a look at the transport layer and how it helps the application layer in delivering data between end systems. Perhaps the most popular protocol at the transport layer is the TCP protocol. TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and this protocol is widely used for web browsing, file transfers, emails. So any application layer protocol such as the HTTP, which is used for web browsing, it basically asks the TCP protocol to do the heavy lifting. Some of the important properties of the TCP protocol is that, first of all, it's reliable, which means that each and every single packet that is sent using the TCP protocol is acknowledged. And if an acknowledgement is not received within a certain span of time, then the packet is resent. So this makes sure that every single packet is delivered. Another important aspect of TCP is that it ensures ordered delivery. As we are going to see briefly, sometimes when you send packets on the internet, say you send packet 1, 2, 3, due to the packets taking different routes on the internet, because the internet is not static, the traffic is changing all the time, and sometimes your packets can take different routes based on if there is less congestion in certain segments of the network. So what can happen is that you can receive packets which are out of order at the destination. So for example, if you sent 1 to 3, you may receive 3 to 1. Now it is the job of the TCP protocol at the destination to reorder these packets before delivering them to the upper layer, which is the application layer. The third point which we want to emphasize is that TCP is widely used for email, banking, downloads. So basically the key property of TCP is that it can tolerate delay, because if you send a packet and you don't receive an acknowledgement and you resend the packet, that introduces delay. But that's fine, because the primary motivation of TCP is to avoid loss. TCP cannot tolerate loss. It can tolerate delay but not loss. For example, if you send an email, you want your email to be delivered completely. You don't want some portions of your email or a file that you're downloading from the internet missing. So that's why TCP is very popular for any kind of delivery which needs 100% reliability. In this example, we have HTTP protocol at the application layer and TCP protocol at the transport layer, and we want to send a couple of packets from this system to the destination system over the public internet. Now what happens is that you send packet 1 and you receive an acknowledgement for packet 1. Then you send packet 2, but for some reason it doesn't get delivered and it gets lost on the internet. And this is something which happens a lot of the time due to several reasons. For example, the packet can get corrupted, or it can get dropped on one of the routers on the internet because the router's buffer was full, or a number of 100 different things which can go wrong. But in this case, we don't receive an acknowledgement. So after waiting for some time, the TCP is going to think something happened to my packet 2. So what it's going to do is that it's going to resend that packet and keep on resending it until it receives an acknowledgement. So now we have received acknowledgement for both packet 1 and packet 2, and this is how TCP ensures reliability. Let's discuss UDP, the second major protocol at the transport layer after TCP. So UDP stands for User Datagram Protocol. It's widely used in multimedia communication. And the fundamental difference between UDP and TCP is that while TCP offered reliable delivery, UDP is completely unreliable and unordered. So there is no acknowledgement, losses are acceptable, and if packets arrive out of order at the destination, that's fine with UDP. At a first glance, this may seem counterintuitive. However, UDP has a particular use case. It's ideal for multimedia communications. Because you see, in multimedia communications, say you're sending a video from system A to system B. And what's a video? It's a sequence of images or frames which are moved very quickly. So say 1 second of a video has 60 frames. So you need to send 60 frames in 60 packets, let's say. So now if you send 60 packets for that 1 second of video and one of the pictures or one of the frames gets lost, it wouldn't make any difference at the destination, because as for human eyes, it's almost impossible to detect any difference between a video which has all those 60 frames versus a video which has 59, 58, or let's say 50 frames. So that's why it doesn't really matter if you have a few losses in UDP. The key point is that data should be transmitted very quickly. That's the fundamental requirement. It's not that you shouldn't have any losses like TCP. Another important point is that, say, even if a packet is lost and you want to resend it in UDP, what would you do? Because you have to wait for that packet to be sent and then acknowledged, and then would you send the next video frames? That doesn't make any sense. So that's why for live streamings, for audio streamings, we always use UDP. It's also used for audio calls that you place over the internet, because again, in your audio stream or your voice communication, even if a few packets are lost here and there, it doesn't really matter. What matters is the speed with which your data is delivered to the destination. So likewise, if we take the same example and instead of TCP we take UDP, the thing that matters is that the speed. Even if there are few losses on the way to the destination, it doesn't matter. We do gain the advantage of a very high speed for UDP as compared to the TCP. Let's have a look at the header of the TCP and UDP protocols. So this is the transport layer header. If you see the two headers, you can note the difference that in UDP, we don't have the sequence number and the acknowledgement number, whereas we have these fields in the TCP header. And the reason is quite simple. TCP needs these fields to keep track of its packets. So when it sends a packet, say with sequence number 20, it expects an acknowledgement packet with the sequence number 20 for that particular packet. In UDP, we don't need any acknowledgements and packet losses are fine. That's why we don't have any sequence numbers or acknowledgement numbers. And that also tells us that the UDP header is slightly smaller than the TCP header because it does not have these additional fields. Apart from these, we have the source port and the destination ports. And this is something which is related to sockets. So globally speaking, the fundamental differences between TCP and UDP need to be explored in detail. It's very important that you understand the fundamental differences between TCP and UDP and where to use which protocol. So TCP offers reliable delivery using the mechanism of acknowledgements. On the other hand, UDP offers unreliable delivery and there is no acknowledgement. In TCP, if your packets arrive out of order at the destination, they are reordered before being delivered to the application layer. In contrast, UDP does not care about packets arriving out of order and delivers them as they are. Perhaps a very important difference between the two protocols is that TCP is slow and UDP is fast. That's why UDP is ideal for multimedia communication. It's not ideal for example, file transfers. On the other hand, TCP is ideal for things like bank applications, downloads, chat messages, forums, whereas UDP is ideal for live streams, audio chats, video chats. So as a rule of thumb, if you're talking about multimedia communication, normally you'll use UDP. There are exceptions. We can use TCP and we do use TCP sometimes for multimedia as well, but that's the exception, not the norm. So usually for reliable delivery in any application in which we need absolute reliability of the delivery of packets, you use TCP. If you need multimedia, you use UDP. Sockets and ports are important concepts that you need to understand at the transport layer. So basically, consider this example. We have two systems. The first system has an IP of 1.1.1.1 and you need to send some data to a destination system with an IP of 2.2.2.2. Now what happens is that on every system you can have multiple applications running, but every application on a system needs an anchoring point, a kind of a door through which it can send and receive data to the transport layer. So for example, if you have Skype running both on system A and the destination system B, then the Skype application is going to communicate with the transport layer at both ends through special doors or anchors called ports. Now what's a port? You can consider a port as kind of a door, and every application running on a system needs its own particular unique port two applications cannot share a single port. So for every application running on a system, you'll have a separate port. Now, if you want to communicate, what happens is that Skype is going to send its data through this port to the transport layer, which is going to deliver it to the destination transport layer, and then the transport layer is again going to use this port to deliver this data to the corresponding Skype application. Always remember that socket communication is bidirectional. So if you're sending data on socket in one direction, you can also receive it. If you have another application running on different ports, then you can obviously have multiple concurrent communications. But always remember, every application will have its own unique port. Now we come to the concept of socket. It's kind of the same concept as the port with just one additional caveat, and that's the IP address. So what's a socket? A socket is IP plus port. So for example, if you're sitting anywhere in the world and you want to send data to this Skype application running on this particular system, then you need to use the IP of this system so that your packet can be routed to this system, and then the port 2003 in this system, so that the transport layer knows where to deliver the data. So when you combine the IP and the port, this means that your application is addressable anywhere in the world. If you know the IP and the port, you can send your data to that destination application, be it anywhere in the world. Now, port numbers are always stored in 16 bits, which basically means that you can have 2 raised to the power 16, roughly 65,000 different ports. And since we just discussed that every application needs its own unique port, so theoretically, every system or every PC can support 65,000 different applications at one time. So another question is that, say, if we know the port of a application, is that enough? For example, if we say that we want to go to a Skype running on port 2000, is that enough? Certainly not. We absolutely need the IP address as well, because we don't know the computer where to go. So it's only when you combine the IP address and the port, which basically translates to a socket, only then you can deliver your data to the actual application running on a particular system. Ports have ranges. Ports are divided into two parts. The first 1000 ports are called reserved ports. So the first 1K ports are called reserved ports, and the remaining are called unreserved ports. So what are reserved ports? Reserved ports are ports on which we have well-known servers running. So for example, if there is a system and there's a web server running on it, then we absolutely know that it will always run on port 80. This is fixed. Similarly, if you have a file server running, it will be using port 21. If there's an SMTP server running for handling emails, it will always run on port 25. Consider it this way. So you're sitting on your browser and you want to access a web server, let's say Google web server, and you know the IP address of that machine, but you don't know which port on that is that service running. So you don't need to guess it. So the first 1000 ports are reserved and the rest are free. So for example, if you're writing your own socket application, you're more than welcome to use them. This concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. We are now going to discuss the domain name system, also known as DNS. It is used every time that you visit a website. So it is widely used all over the world. So the problem is that as humans, we can only remember human readable names such as google.com. We cannot remember the IP addresses. However, the network infrastructure needs IP addresses. So if you want to go to google.com, you need to specify a destination IP address. So there is this dichotomy. As humans, we can only remember human readable names, whereas the infrastructure, it needs IP addresses. So the DNS system comes to our rescue and helps us convert names to IP addresses. Now, DNS messages are always sent using the UDP protocol to avoid the TCP overhead. As you can imagine, there are millions of users around the world who are accessing websites all the time. And every time you access a website, the DNS translation needs to be done. So there are billions of DNS translations being done every minute. Now, we don't want to use TCP because it creates separate connections to the DNS server and then it resolves the name. We use the UDP protocol, which is very fast and which does not require connections and which does not require retransmissions. So in order to be more efficient, we use UDP for DNS resolution. However, there is a small catch. As you know, we already discussed that UDP is an unreliable protocol and it can result in lost messages. So what happens if you send a DNS request and it gets lost? Well, it's not a big issue because it is simply retransmitted. You can simply retransmit the request again and eventually get the name resolved. This is still far better than using TCP just for the reliability, because TCP creates enormous overhead, and with millions and billions of DNS translations done every minute, we don't want that extra overhead. Now let's see how the DNS actually operates. So let's say you are a user sitting on your system and you want to go to google.com. Now the IP address of this domain is 100.12.13.22, but you don't know that and your browser doesn't know that. You only know google.com. So what you do is that you send a request, a DNS request message asking for the IP address of google.com. Now the DNS servers, they have these tables in which they have the mapping between the human readable name and the corresponding IP address. So what the DNS server does is that it sends you back the IP address of the domain in the DNS reply. And once you have the IP address, you can start communicating with the domain by putting it as the destination IP address. So this is how the DNS operates. The problem with the DNS servers is that you cannot have one single DNS server which caters to DNS resolution requests all across the world, because it will be a single point of failure and the load would be tremendous. So what we do is that we create a hierarchy of DNS servers so that the job is distributed among multiple servers. And secondly, we distribute DNS servers geographically across the world. For example, if you're sitting in Australia and you want to resolve a domain name, it doesn't make sense to send your DNS request to a server in the US. So that's why we have DNS servers which are spread throughout the world to distribute the load. So the first level of the DNS servers is called the root DNS servers. There are just 13 of these in the world, and they contain a list of top level domain servers. So what are top level domain servers? A top level domain servers caters to a specific domain. So for example, a .com top level domain server which will handle all the DNS resolution requests which have .com at the end. We have hundreds of these and they are also spread throughout the world. For the root DNS servers, it should be noted that there are just 13 of these, and if somehow they come down, then the internet won't be functional anymore, because the websites would still be there, but the DNS translation would not be done. So there will be no way to get the IP addresses. At the third level, we have authoritative servers which have the specific IPs of the domains, for example abc.com. So in this way, we have a hierarchy of servers, and each of these servers, for example, the root DNS servers, top level domain servers, and authoritative servers are also distributed geographically around the world to spread the load around. Let's see how the DNS system actually operates. At the top level, we have the root DNS servers. Beneath them, we have the top level domain servers which cater to specific domains such as edu, net, or com. And at the bottom level, we have authoritative servers which cater to specific domain names such as yahoo.com. So now let's say you want to go to stanford.edu. So what you're going to do is that you're going to craft a DNS request message and send it to the root DNS server asking for the IP of stanford.edu. Now the root DNS server has the list of top level domain servers, and it is going to direct you towards the top level domain server for edu domains. So now you go to the top level domain server for the edu domain and ask the same question, that I need the IP address for stanford.edu. Now the top level domain server is going to refer you to the authoritative server which caters to stanford.edu. And then you go to this authoritative server which finally gives you the actual IP address of going to stanford.edu. So this is how the DNS servers are arranged in a hierarchy, and also they're spread geographically around the world in order to load balance. So this concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to discuss the network layer, a key layer in the protocol stack and one which is responsible for routing your packets from source to the destination. Let's see how layers relate to different types of devices, and let's see which devices implement which layers of the protocol stack. At one end, we have user and devices such as desktops, laptops, and mobile phones. And these devices, they implement all 5 layers of the protocol stack, starting from the application layer all the way down to the physical layer. Now, these devices are basically targeted towards application to application communication, and they use sockets for that purpose. Next, we have routers, which only implement the bottom 3 layers of the protocol stack. So the network layer is used, which contains IP addresses, and these IP addresses are used to route the packets over networks. Next, we have switches, which only implement the bottom 2 layers of the protocol stack, namely the link and the physical layer. So whereas the routers were targeted towards PC to PC communication, which basically meant that they were responsible for taking your packet from one system to another, switches work hop by hop. So a switch is responsible for delivering your data from one device to the next device over one single link, be it wired or wireless. Now links, at the link layer we have MAC addresses, and switches, they don't understand IP addresses. This is an important difference between switches and routers. Routers operate over IP addresses, whereas switches, they understand and use MAC addresses. So if you want to create different subnets, you want to send data from one subnet to another, which means from one network to another network, you need to use a router to connect these two networks. You cannot use a switch, because switches, they don't understand IP addresses, so they will not be able to send your packets from one network to another. Switches are used within one subnet or one segment of the network. Another important thing to understand is this hourglass figure. So basically, as we discussed previously, the TCP/IP protocol stack has multiple protocols at different layers. For instance, at the application layer, we have HTTP, FTP, SMTP, and many others. Similarly, at the transport layer, we have several protocols such as TCP, UDP, and there are others as well. For the bottom layers, they have the same scenario. At the link layer, we have wired and wireless protocols. And for the physical channel, we also have protocols which communicate over the wired medium or the wireless medium. However, at the network layer, the key protocol that is used is the IP protocol. We do have another protocol which is called ICMP protocol, Internet Control Message Protocol. However, that protocol is mainly used for error reporting. But for the core routing, it is the IP protocol. So basically, the IP protocol does all the heavy lifting of actually routing your packets on the internet. Now, this hourglass figure represents that no matter which protocol you use at the top layers and which protocols you use at the bottom layers, in the center, you'll always have the IP protocol if you want to communicate. IP protocol. So IP stands for the Internet Protocol. This is one of the key protocols in the TCP/IP protocol stack, and it does the heavy lifting job of transporting your packets from one computer to the other computer over a network. It uses IP addresses to route the packets, and the routers are basically running routing algorithms which create routes, and then the routers, they look at the IP addresses and they can easily route the packets. Now, IP address is of the format such as this one, 192.168.1.1, 4 bytes or 32-bit addresses. A couple of properties of the IP protocol. If you remember, we discussed TCP, and we discussed that TCP is reliable, it creates connections, and then if there is a packet which is lost, a missed acknowledgement, then the TCP retransmits that. IP is completely opposite to that. IP was designed to be very fast, efficient, so it does not create connections. It's a connectionless protocol. It just starts sending packets to the destination, regardless of whether the destination is up or not, or whether some of the packets are getting lost or packets are arriving out of order. So the IP was designed this way in order to be efficient. If you want reliability, you always have the TCP protocol sitting on top of IP, which can resend the packets. Secondly, there are no retransmissions in the IP protocol. If you miss a packet, that's fine. It's the job of the upper layer protocols, such as the TCP, to make sure that if a packet is lost, it gets retransmitted. Another important point to note here is that if you send a couple of packets, they may take different routes. For the simple reason, because when one packet is going over the network, The network may be experiencing different kind of congestion, and when your next packet comes, the routing protocols, they change the route for this packet. So always remember, IP provides best effort services. Whenever you send a packet on the network or on the internet, the IP protocol tries to deliver your packet over the best possible route. And since the routes change due to dynamic congestion, varying traffic conditions over the network, therefore your packets can arrive in a different order than what you sent. Let's see an example of this, how IP protocol works. Let's say I have a system 3.3.3.3 and I'm sending some packets to the destination 4.4.4.4. Now, if you see the routers in the middle, every router has a routing table. And in that routing table, they have entries which says that if you want to go to 4.4.4.4, you should take the next hop B, for instance. Similarly, at C, you can see that if you want to go to 4.4.4.4, you should go to B. In some instances, due to changing traffic conditions, this entry may be updated. So the next hop can change based on different. So for instance, A may send to C instead of B if this entry has been updated. Now what happens is that when packets arrive at routers, they look at the routing tables and based on that decision, they forward. But since we discussed that routing tables can get updated, and they do because of changing traffic conditions, so your packets can take different routes. So if you send packets 1, 2, they may take a route which results in packet 2 arriving earlier than packet 1. There are multiple types of IP addresses. First of all, we have public IP addresses. So when we say public, which basically means that they're reachable anywhere in the world. In contrast to public IP addresses, we have private IP addresses, which basically mean that they are not publicly routable. We usually use private IP addresses within an organization when we don't want to communicate with outside systems. Because within a network, within an organization, you can have private IP addresses and configure your routing tables and routing protocols. But remember, a private IP address cannot be used for public communication. So private IP addresses have the range of 10.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, as well as 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255 and 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255. So example, if you configure a wireless access point or a wireless router or a wireless gateway at your home, you often see the IP address 192.168.1.1, for instance, right? So that's a private IP address. This IP address is just used for communication between, let's say, your mobile phones and your laptops to that router or to that wireless access point. That device, that access point, will also have a public IP address which is facing the internet, which will be different from this one. And that IP address is the public IP address, and that will be used for actual routing. We also have a couple of special IP addresses. We have an address which we call the loopback address, which is 127.0.0.1. This is basically your own address. So basically, if I'm sitting on a laptop, this is my own IP address. So why do we have that? We use it sometimes to test and debug. We also have another category of special IP addresses, which is called the IP multicast addresses. So you remember when you're seeing live football matches or a live video stream, so they use IP multicasting. The concept of multicasting is that there is a source which is transmitting, let's say, a video or an audio, and then they send this packets, this stream of video or audio to multiple users spread around the world. In order to do that, they use special IP addresses, which are in the range 224.0.0.0 to 239.255.255.255. Now let's have a more detailed look at the format of IP addresses. So every IP address is basically consists of 32 bits. It has two parts. The leftmost part is called the network part, and the rightmost part is called the host part. Now the network part always remains fixed, and it determines which network you want to go. So basically every network in the world has a fixed network part, and that identifies that network. But once you've reached that network, you need the host part to actually, go to that particular system inside that network. So always remember the network part, the leftmost part always remains fixed, whereas the rightmost part, which is the host part, it can change. So for instance, if you have, in our example, we have, let's say 24 bits for the network part and we have 8 bits for the host part. This basically means that you can have 2 raised to the power 8, 256 different IP addresses. And in all those IP addresses, this leftmost part will remain static or fixed, but you will be changing this host part. So for example, the first computer could be 00000, the next computer could be 00001, and so on. Now we have something which we call classes of IP addresses. By classes, we mean that we segregate the network and host part on fixed boundaries. So we have class A IP addresses in which the leftmost 8 bits are fixed and you use the rightmost 24 bits. So always remember 8 plus 24, 32 bits in total. So the network and host part should always add up to 32 bits. In class A networks, we have a large number of hosts possible, 2 raised to the power 24, which is a very big number. In class B, we have 16 bits for the network part and 16 bits for the host part. So once again, 32 bits in total. But compared to class A, we have slightly less number of hosts. And then we have class C, which has 24 bits of the network part, just like we've shown in this example, and 8 bits are for the host part. Let's have a look at the IP header. Now it has different fields which are used by the IP protocol to assist in routing, error reporting, and so on. So the first is the version. We have 2 versions of IP running currently. We have IP version 4 and IP version 6. So IP version 4 is the original one that we just discussed. IP version 6 is the new one. So the need for IP6 came because, IP version 4 were using 32 bits, which basically is a big, number eventually if you look at it. But, we have so many people using IP addresses in the world that basically we're running out of space of that. So for that purpose, IP version 6 was proposed, which has a 128-bit, IP address. So if you have 128 bits, which basically means that you have 2 raised to the power 128 combinations. So basically you can assign a unique IP to every single grain of sand in this world. We have so many IP addresses and we won't be running out of them. The next field is identification. So every packet, it has a unique ID at the network layer, and this ID is called identification. We also have another interesting field, time to live. What happens is that when you send your packets over the internet or any network for that purpose, there are routing protocols which guide the packet. If you want to go to that destination, you should take this route. But sometimes what happens is that since, internet is a big network and there are so many different routers and the routing protocols, they are always trying to synchronize. We sometimes have loops. And if your packets get stuck into the loops and there are billions of packets traversing the internet, these packets are going to just circulate in the loop due to that synchronization issue and create a lot of burden. So in order to counter that, as a safety check, we have this field time to live. So every packet, when it is created, it gets a number. The maximum value is say 255. And every time that this packet does a hop, which basically means it's sent to the next router, this value gets decremented. So even if your packet gets stuck in a loop, eventually they're going to decrement the TTL. Every router is going to decrement the time to live. And when the packet reaches the value of 0, the packet will be discarded. So ideally, your packet should reach your destination within say 10 to 15 hops. But if something goes wrong and there is a loop or a problem, you still have this, safety mechanism to counter this. Now this field is the protocol field. This tells the IP protocol which upper layer protocol should it deliver to. Should it send this packet to TCP or UDP? So this is the source IP address and this is the destination IP address. Obviously we need both. You need to put your source IP address when you send a packet and you need to specify the destination where you want your packet to go. Now let's have a look at some of interesting protocols at the network layer. We have the ICMP protocol. It stands for the Internet Control Message Protocol. It resides at the same layer as the IP protocol, but the fundamental difference between IP and ICMP is that IP is used for actual routing of packets, whereas ICMP is mainly used for error reporting. ICMP is used in two widely known utilities called ping and traceroute. Very amazing utilities, and they assist us a lot in troubleshooting networks, finding connectivity problems, and so on. So for example, if I send packets over the internet and one of my packets gets lost, there will be an ICMP message sent to the source informing that your packet got lost. So this is the main purpose of the ICMP protocol. Whenever your packet gets dropped, that router is going to inform the source that your packet got dropped using the ICMP protocol. One of the most popular uses of the ICMP protocol is in the ping utility. It's a widely used tool to discover network connectivity issues and for troubleshooting. So the basic idea is that the ping utility sends number of packets to the destination that you specify, and then these packets get bounced back. So once you receive these packets back, you can infer the number of packets lost, the delay between your system and the destination that you specified, and lots of other useful stuff. So the way it works is that you send a series of echo requests to the destination, and once they are received, the destination replies back with echo replies. So if you send say 10 packets and you receive 9 packets back, it means that you have a 10% loss. And you can also observe the delay and other information. So for instance, you can go to your console in Mac or Windows and then simply use the ping utility. So you basically have to specify the destination. You have to say ping and then the destination IP address or the name of the destination. And then ping sends a series of packets and provides you with a collected result which shows the number of packets lost, received, and the round trip delay, including minimum, average, maximum, as well as the standard deviation. Now you can also specify any server on the internet as well. So you can, for example, ping www.google.com and you'll get the same statistics which inform you about the quality of connection between your system and the destination. Now ping is a powerful tool for network testing, and it helps you to detect network problems, troubleshoot them, and basically identify any connectivity issues between any two devices, right? So but it also can be abused. So basically what we do is that we can launch a denial of service attack using the ping utility. So what you do is that you create loops which send thousands of ping packets to a server. And imagine if you have multiple systems doing this, and with each system generating thousands of ping requests, and the server has allowed servicing ping requests, then the server is going to be overwhelmed. You can also choke the network bandwidth also through these frivolous ping messages. So ping is widely used in denial of service attacks as well, and that's probably one of the reasons why a lot of the firewalls, they block ping traffic. Another useful utility based on the ICMP protocol is the traceroute utility. Now this utility allows you to find out the route between your system and the destination. Say I'm sitting here and I want to find out if I want to reach google.com, what are the intermediate routers that my packet goes through. It's a very interesting tool. It leverages the time to live field in the IP header. If you remember, we discussed the time to live field, which was basically there in order to, counter against if your packet gets stuck in loop, they don't keep on looping forever. So every time your packet gets to the next hop, the next router, that router decrements it. So eventually, if your packet is stuck in loop, TTL becomes 0 and your packet gets dropped. Now see how traceroute very intelligently leverages the same technique to find out the route. So what traceroute does is that it creates a packet with a TTL1 and then it sends the packet. Now when this packet is received at the next hop at the router, it decrements it, sees TTL is 0, drops it, and then sends an ICMP reply message. But when that router sends that ICMP reply message, it has to include its source IP address, right? Its own IP address. So that's how you get the first IP address on your route to the destination. For the next step, what you do is that you create a packet with TTL2 and you send it on the same route. Now what happens is when your packet reaches the first hop, it will be decremented, but that's fine. But when it reaches the second hop, TTL becomes 0, and the router has to drop the packet and send you an ICMP report message that your packet was dropped because TTL reached 0. So once again, it includes its IP address in that message, and that's how you learn about the IP address of the second router. And you repeat this process until you reach the destination. So that's a very interesting way of how traceroute leverages time to live field in order to find out the route between any two systems. We are now going to have a look at the link layer. The link layer sits just beneath the network layer. And while the network layer is responsible for routing your data end to end between source to the destination over the networks, it is the link layer which actually performs hop-to-hop delivery. So it takes your packet from one system and it takes it over one link to the next system. So basically the network layer eventually depends upon the link layer on each individual hop of the end-to-end route. So once again, let's revisit the diagram which we discussed before. So user devices have all the 5 layers, routers they have 3 layers, but the switches they have 2 layers, the bottom 2 layers, and of prime importance is the link layer. So basically link layer uses MAC addresses and link layer is used by switches. You should also note that routers they also have the link layer, but they have the network layer on top and their main focus is on using IP addresses to perform end-to-end routing. Whereas switches have MAC addresses at the link layer and they perform link-to-link delivery. So basically the difference is end-to-end and link-to-link. As we discussed, the link layer is responsible for delivering packets over a single link. Now the fundamental difference between IP addresses and MAC, also known as physical addresses, is that IP addresses are dynamic or flexible, which means that they can be changed, right? But MAC addresses are burned onto the actual network interface card. They are 12-digit numbers or 48 bits, and they are burned onto the device itself. So basically they cannot be changed. Well, they can be changed in certain exceptional circumstances and there are tools to do that, but generally speaking, they're fixed. Every MAC address has 2 parts. The leftmost part identifies the manufacturer, the company which fabricated this card, and the rightmost part identifies this particular device or this particular card. Now let's see how the transport, network, and link layers, they all gel together. We studied that transport layer offers application to application delivery, and then the network layer offered system to system delivery or end-to-end routing, and then the link layer performs link to link delivery. So how do they all fuse together? So say you're sitting on a system and you're running Skype and you want to send a message from this Skype to another Skype running on a different system. So what happens is that you create a message, hi, and then you send it to the transport layer. Now the transport layer considers this as the message and adds its own header, which is the transport header, TCP header in this instance, which basically contains the source port number. So you see you have the 2000 source port number and the destination port number 2300, which is the port number to be used at the destination. The Skype at the destination would be running on this port. Now this packet is passed to the network layer, which basically considers all of this as the data and adds its own header, which is the IP header, and which basically contains its source IP address and the destination IP address. Now this whole thing is sent to the link layer, which basically considers all of this part as the data, and then it adds its own header, which basically contains its MAC address. So the link header is changed on every hop. So for example, if I send a packet from my system to the next router, now for the first hop, the source MAC would be my MAC address and the destination MAC would be the MAC address of the next router. And then when that router sends to the next router, it's going to switch the source MAC and the destination MAC and so on. The IP addresses remain static, however. So when the packet is received at the destination, the link layer processes the header. It first of all, for example, checks whether am I the correct destination? Is it my MAC address which was specified? and then it does also some error checking, stuff like that. And if everything is okay, it passes the rest of the packet to the network layer, which basically performs its own processing, such as checking if am I the correct destination and so on. And then it passes the remainder of the packet to the transport layer, which basically checks that, which is the port number on which we have to deliver, which in this case is 2300. So it is going to deliver this packet to Skype over port 2300. And that's how all of these layers, they gel together, they work together to perform end-to-end delivery of messages or packets over networks. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to discuss some of the key security protocols used in networks. This is an interesting figure because it tells you where each of these protocols reside in the protocol stack. So for example, we have HTTPS and SSH, which reside at the application layer. Then we have SSL and TLS, which reside at the transport layer. And we have IPsec, which resides at the network layer. From a conceptual perspective, it is very important to be aware of where each of these security solutions reside in the protocol stack. Let's start with the HTTPS protocol. So HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, one of the most widely used protocols on the internet, because this is the protocol which is used for web browsing. So the problem with the HTTP protocol is that it transmits data in plain text, which means that if you send your credentials over HTTP, so basically if you're sending your login details, passwords, or your banking information, anybody who eavesdrops on this traffic will be able to extract this information. Hence, using HTTP is not a good idea. You should always strive to use HTTPS, which basically encrypts your data as it traverses the public internet. So let's say if you're using the traditional HTTP protocol and you're sending your username and password, then it will be transmitted in plain text, and anybody who eavesdrops on it will be going to access your information. In contrast, when you use the HTTPS protocol, what it does is that it encrypts your data so that even if somebody eavesdrops on it and they get a copy of your traffic or your packets, they will not be able to break it easily, because HTTP uses some state-of-the-art encryption algorithms which are very hard to break. So as a cybersecurity professional, you should always strive to use HTTPS in your organization and when you're designing cybersecurity solutions. So if you visit a website and you see this small lock icon, then it means that this website is using HTTPS. So let's discuss SSL and TLS. So SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer. It resides at the transport layer of the protocol stack and it protects communication by encrypting it. So remember when we discussed HTTPS? So HTTPS is basically the good old HTTP, which just uses the encryption mechanism of SSL or TLS at the transport layer, and hence the name HTTPS. So basically, you should remember that SSL is basically deprecated now. It was shown to be vulnerable to certain types of attacks. So that's why we now only use the TLS, which is Transport Layer Security. TLS always uses port 443. Now, basically what this means is that a client is going to connect on the server on the port 443. So which basically means HTTPS is using 443 because HTTPS uses TLS. Now this is in contrast to the HTTP protocol, which basically used port 80. So you should always be using port 443 and HTTPS/TLS whenever you want to communicate. What happens is that when a client wants to communicate with the server or using HTTPS, then it connects on port 443 and the server, it responds with its digital certificate. And what is a digital certificate? It basically contains the public key of the server so that the client and the server, they can both encrypt and decrypt. Also, the client and the server, they need to agree on the encryption scheme. So basically, a server can handle some type of encryption schemes and the client has its own stack of encryption schemes that it can handle, and they need to negotiate and decide on a mutually agreeable encryption scheme that they can use. Let's discuss IPsec. IPsec stands for IP security, but before we delve into the details of IPsec, let's first contrast it with HTTPS and TLS. So basically, as we discussed, HTTP resides on the application layer, but HTTP uses TLS to offer the HTTPS flavor. And since TLS resides at the transport layer, so that's why we call it as a transport layer solution. So what happens is that because initially when the client and server they start communicating, they don't have a common shared private key. So what they do is that they use public key cryptography to create this encrypted tunnel. But once this tunnel is created, they use this secure tunnel for exchanging session keys or private keys. Now there's a reason why private keys are used. You see, public key cryptography is slow. However, private key cryptography are quite fast. So when you want to do the actual encryption of data, you want to do it quickly and efficiently. So for that, you need to use session keys or private keys. It should also be noted, in order to enhance the security, these private or session keys are periodically rotated. So every few seconds, new keys would be generated and exchanged between the client and server securely within this tunnel, which was created using public keys. In contrast to this, the IPsec protocol works at the network layer. So it encrypts at the network layer, and it can also use both public and private keys. As we discussed, IPsec is a network layer solution, which basically means that it encrypts at the network layer, and it encrypts regardless of the upper layers. So basically what happens is that even if you're encrypting data using HTTPS/TLS, but you're using IPsec, it's going to encrypt that whole thing once again. So basically it works independently of the upper layers, and it operates at the network layer. IPsec is very popular for creating tunnels, and one of the biggest uses for IPsec is in VPNs or virtual private networks. Now IPsec provides CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Let's have a look at virtual private networks, a very important concept in cybersecurity. So the basic idea of VPNs is that they extend a private network over public networks. So what this means is that, let's say you work in a company and they have a very secure corporate network, and now one of the users wants to access this network from his home. He's working remotely perhaps. You cannot add exceptions to your firewalls and other security tools because this is going to make your network vulnerable. So what you do is that you use a VPN to create a secure and encrypted tunnel from that user's system to your corporate network. And that user is going to access your corporate network through that secure tunnel. Now this makes communication secure and overall your network secure. Now basically, so what happens is that, let's say you are a user here and you want to communicate with your corporate network. What you're going to do is that you're going to create a tunnel to the gateway node of your corporate network. And this tunnel would be created using IPsec. And so basically any communication which happens within this tunnel would be very secure, and you'll be able to access services of your corporate network securely. Now IPsec offers two modes of operation: transport mode, in which we encapsulate only the data or the payload, and this is used for device to device communication. We also have the tunnel mode, in which the entire packet is encrypted, which means that not only you encrypt the data, but the headers as well. And this is mostly used for gateway to gateway communication. IPsec uses two different types of protocols. The first is authentication header, which focuses on authentication. And then we have the encapsulating security payload, which focuses on authentication as well as confidentiality. Let's contrast the transport and tunnel modes of IPsec. In the transport mode, we usually have host-to-host communication or app-to-app communication, and we encrypt only the data or the payload, not the header. Now, one advantage of not encrypting the IP header is that when routers on the internet, they need to route your packet, they can do so very easily because the IP header is not encrypted. So they can have a look at it and route your packet accordingly. In contrast to this, in the tunnel mode, when we encrypt the complete packet, it also encrypts the IP. So basically this means that the routers on the internet will not be able to route your packet. So how do we solve this problem? We add a new IP header, which basically contains the destination IP of the gateway of your corporate network. So basically this will be put, so your original packet will be enveloped with this IP header, And anybody looking at this packet or the routers on the internet, when they look at this packet, they think it's going for the gateway. However, what really happens is that when this packet reaches the gateway is going to extract the internal packet and send it to the appropriate destination inside the corporate network. Now let's see both of these modes in operation. In the tunnel mode, we have a gateway to gateway secure tunnel. What we do is that so basically this is your data, and then you have the other headers such as the application header, transport header, and IP header. Remember, we discussed that your data is enveloped by different layers. They add their own headers and they kind of envelop the packet. So in the tunnel mode, we encrypt the entire packet, including the data as well as all the headers, and especially the IP header. Now, after doing this, we add a protocol header such as AH or ESP, but we also add a new header. Now, this new header would contain the IP address of this gateway. And we're doing this because the original IP header of the packet is encrypted now. So the routers on the internet, they cannot see the actual IP address. So you need to kind of, envelop this whole packet with a new IP header. So when you send this packet, when this packet arrives at this gateway, it's going to extract the internal packet and then route appropriately. In contrast, in the transport mode, we have host to host or app to app communication, and we encrypt only the data and the upper layer headers. We don't encrypt the actual IP header. So the actual IP header remains open and unencrypted, and this enables easy routing on the internet. Of course, there's a downside as well. So basically, when you're using tunnel mode, since the IP header is also encrypted, so there's no way for anyone, even if they eavesdrop on this packet, to even know, what is the actual destination, because all they're going to see is the gateway IP address. In the transport mode, you see the actual IP address of the destination, so you can infer some sort of traffic patterns. However, generally speaking, both modes are very secure and they have their own specific use cases. Now let's have a look at secure shell. So the concept of secure shell is to enable remote command execution on remote systems. Now SSH resides at the application layer of the protocol stack, and the basic idea is to allow a command prompt or shell, usually for a remote machine. So basically, let's say you're sitting on your system, but you want to run some commands on a server in your corporate network. So for doing that, SSH provides a perfect solution. It's a very nice solution because it uses encryption to secure the communication. Otherwise, if your communication is in plain text, then anybody who can eavesdrop on your traffic can access your credentials. It runs on port 22. One thing you should always remember is never to use telnet. This is a counterpart to SSH and provides all the functionalities similar to SSH, but the problem with telnet is that it allows plain text communication. It does not encrypt your data. So basically, any communication that you do on telnet can easily be eavesdropped on. And telnet works on port 23. Running SSH is pretty simple. You just go to your terminal and type SSH, and then you can specify your username and the destination, or you can also be prompted. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the port scanning lab. Now, port scanning is an activity that is performed both by the defensive side, that is cybersecurity professionals, as well as the offensive side, the hackers. Now, this activity allows you to discover ports which are open on your system, and it also allows the cybersecurity professionals to consequently block services which are no longer required in order to harden the security. Nothing beats security more than a vulnerable port open on your system. We are going to conduct our lab using the Nmap tool. It is a simple yet powerful tool which allows port scanning in a wide range of scenarios. Now, port scanners are an important tool in any pen tester's armor, and it helps identify open ports as well as the services running on those ports. So for example, if the port 23 is open and the telnet service is running, so the port scanner is going to inform the pen tester that both the port is open and the service is running. Here is a list of some common services and their ports. So FTP runs on port 21, SSH, the secure shell, always uses port 22, Telnet, which is a very weak protocol and transmits data in plain text, transmits on port 23. SMTP runs port 25. The domain name system runs on port 53. HTTP, the protocol used for web browsing and an insecure protocol because it transmits data in plain text, runs on port 80. The secure version, that is HTTPS, runs on port 443, and SQL runs on port 1433, and so on. So all of these are standardized ports. Now we have multiple types of port scans, but generally speaking, we either employ TCP or UDP port scans, or we also employ stealth scans. So the basic difference between these scans and stealth scans is that stealth scans try to launch scans which are not easily detectable. Because, for example, if you do a lot of port scanning, so basically you're obviously sending messages and receiving messages, right? You're probing different ports. So any of the security tools at the destination server, it can trigger an alert on those tools and you could be discovered or blocked. So let's have a look at some of the commands used for port scanning. First of all, we'll see how we can scan 1000 common TCP ports. So the command used is Nmap, and then either you can specify the range of IP addresses using the mask. So for example, this says that 192.168.1.1 and then the mask 24. So all of this range of IP addresses would be scanned, or alternately, you can specify a single IP address, in which case the 1000 ports would be scanned for this system only, whereas in this case, the common 1000 ports would be scanned for this range of IP addresses. Let's have a look at the results. So we have launched Nmap scan on a single IP address, and here are the results. So basically 3 ports are open. One is for HTTP, one is for IPP, another one for MySQL. So all are TCP ports because we have launched a TCP scan. And we also see the port numbers here. And we also see that there are 997 closed ports. So not only we found out open ports, we also found out which services are running on those ports. So next is how to scan all the ports on a destination IP or a range of IP addresses. And it's really simple. We just use a special flag which says that scan all the ports. So as the results show, we find 3 ports open as previously, but this also shows the remaining ports which are closed, which is 65532. So basically this scan probes all the ports on a destination and informs us about all the open ports as well as the closed ports. So sometimes we are just interested in scanning a single port, in which case we simply specify the flag -p and then we specify the port followed by the IP address which we want to scan. Now why would we want to scan a single port? The answer is actually quite simple. Sometimes attackers, they don't want to leave a big footprint. If they are scanning a lot of ports, this leaves a footprint and it can trigger alert by the intrusion detection systems or the firewalls at the destination. So basically, in order to hide their tracks, in order to operate in a stealth mode, sometimes they just probe ports which are known to host weak services. For example, port 80. HTTP now transmits data in plain text. So if you just want to see whether the web server supports HTTP or not, you can simply scan port 80. Similarly, you can also scan port 23 to see if the vulnerable service telnet is working or not at the destination. So the results for this scan just simply reveal whether port 80 is open or not. So next is fingerprinting the operating system. It is very important for the attacker to find out what he is up against. So a lot of information can be gathered and he can, customize his attack if he knows the exact operating system which is running on the destination server. So for this, Nmap can again be used using this flag -O. So for the output, we see which operating system is running. In this instance, we see that it's a Linux kernel running on the destination. Now this gives a lot of firepower to the attacker because once he knows the exact operating system and the version, he can do some research offline and find out vulnerabilities or known weaknesses of that operating system and then target the attack. So next is discovering IP addresses. Sometimes the attacker is just interested in find out the identities or the IP addresses of all the systems within a subnet. So for this purpose, a ping scan or a ping sweep could be done. So this is done by specifying the flag -S P, which tells Nmap to launch a ping scan or a ping sweep for a range of IP addresses, which in this case is 10.0.2.0/24. So as the results show, we are going to find out all of the IP addresses which are up. So for example, we see that 10.0.2.2 is up, 10.0.2.3 is up, and so on. So this basically tells us all of the IP addresses which are available. So basically, since we used a mask of 24, therefore Nmap is going to scan 256 different IP addresses or different hosts, and it's going to tell you how many of those hosts are up. So now we are going to move to the virtual machine and do a practical demo. After that, some tasks would be assigned to you to complete on your own. Most of the labs in this course would be conducted using Kali Linux virtual machine. Instructions on how to download and configure it on your system are already shared. Now, Kali Linux is a popular VM which is extensively used by offensive security professionals in order to carry out penetration testing. It contains a lot of tools which make the job easier. So for each individual lab, we have shared separate lab documents which detail the steps that need to be undertaken and some of the additional tasks that you need to perform. So let's start our lab. The username and password are Kali. You need to go to information gathering and then network and port scanners, and we launch Nmap. So anytime that you need help with the syntax of any command, just type Nmap and you can see the list of commands, some examples including the syntax, as well as the manual page. So our first task is to use Nmap to do TCP scan of the 1000 most common ports on a system. Please keep in mind that we are only allowed to do port scanning on systems that we are authorized. So we are going to do the port scan on our local system. So our first task is to do a TCP port scan of the 1000 most common ports. So we do this using Nmap and then we specify the destination, which is our local host. So the results show that we have 998 closed ports, only 2 ports are open, port 80 corresponding to the HTTP service and 3306 corresponding to the MySQL service. So our next task is to scan all the possible ports on our destination. So we do Nmap and then we use a special flag and then we specify the destination, which is our local host. As you can see, this takes slightly longer than our previous scan, which just scanned 1000 ports. So in this example, we see that we have 65533 closed ports. So basically it scanned all the ports, and once again port 80 and 3306 are open. Our next task is to scan one particular port. As discussed, sometimes the attackers, they don't want to leave a big footprint, so that's why they only probe specific ports in order not to trigger any alerts by the intrusion detection systems or the firewalls. This is done by using Nmap -p for the port, then we specify the port, which is 80 for example, and then we specify the destination. Now this is going to just probe port 80. Our next task is to fingerprint the operating system, but for this we need elevated privileges, so we're going to use sudo, then nmap, capital O, and then our local host. Kali is the password. Now as the results show, we are running Linux kernel 2.6.x. Now this gives a lot of firepower to any attacker. So once he knows the operating system and the kernel version, he can customize his attack based on known vulnerabilities of that kernel. Our next task is to discover all the IP addresses in our subnet. But before doing this, we need to find out the IP address of the Ethernet card that our virtual machine is using. So for this we do sudo, once again we need elevated privileges, and then we do ifconfig. Now if you see the results, we see that the Ethernet card is using IP address 10.0.2.15 and it's using a 24-bit mask. So what we do is that we do nmap -sp. So this is basically a ping sweep or a ping scan to discover all the IP addresses within the subnet, and then we specify the IP address, which is 10.0.2.15, and then we specify the mask. This is going to list all the hosts which are running in our local subnet. So as you can see, we have 10.0.2.2, 10.0.2.3 and so on. So this lists all the systems or IP addresses which are active within this subnet. But we can do UDP scans as well. For this you need elevated privileges, so do sudo, then nmap minus su, u is for UDP, and then the destination, which is the local host. So as you can see, we have done a UDP scan using the Nmap tool. So Nmap can be used in a wide variety of contexts for different types of TCP and UDP scans. We are now going to discuss the tasks that you need to perform. So the first task that you need to perform is to do a port scan of a particular range of ports starting from 60 to port 120 for your local machine. Instructions on how to do this are shared in the lab document. Your second task is to investigate if Telnet is running on your local machine. The only catch is that you are allowed to scan only a single port. This concludes our lab. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to discuss NAT, Network Address Translation. It's a very interesting technology which allows you to use public IP addresses without actually owning them. NAT stands for Network Address Translation. It is used on network gateways and offers the following. The biggest advantage is that it allows the use of a single public IP address to handle thousands of internal systems. So let's say you have a company and you have thousands of internal systems and you want all of those systems to be publicly routable, which basically means that they are able of communicating over the internet. So then ideally you should be able to purchase thousands of public IP addresses, but IP addresses are expensive. So NAT is a perfect solution which allows you to use a single public IP address and still support thousands of internal systems. It also allows to hide the IP addresses of internal systems. So this is an added security advantage, that whatever IP addresses you're using internally, they will be hidden to the outside world. Another advantage of NAT in terms of security is that it does not allow external systems to initiate communications to internal systems. So basically, if you have a system which is inside your corporate network, it can initiate a connection to an outside system, but the converse is not true. NAT hides the internal details so that any outside or public system is unable to find out the exact IP addresses of internal systems, and hence they cannot initiate a communication. Let's see how NAT actually operates. So let's say this is your corporate network, and if you note, you're using private IP addresses. So for example, 192.168.1.2 or 192.168.1.3, they're all private addresses, which basically means they're not publicly routable. Now let's say you want to send data to this system, which is on the internet, and it has a public IP address of 202.12.13.4, and it has an application running on port 3000. So what you do is that you create a packet, you put your own IP address as the source IP address 192.168.1.2 and your own port number, source port number 2000. And obviously in the destination, you put the destination IP address and the destination port number. And then you send this packet to the NAT router. So an interesting thing happens when it arrives at the NAT router. So the NAT router has a public IP address 96.9.9.3. This is a publicly routable IP address. What the NAT router does is that it maintains a table. It simply copies your source IP and port number, and it notes down that it's going to replace this with its own IP and a randomly generated port number. Let's say 6000. So what it does is that the NAT router is going to craft a new packet. And if you note, it has changed the source IP and the port. It has replaced the original private IP address and port number with its own publicly routable IP address and port number. And then it sends this packet to the destination. So from the perspective of this destination, it thinks that this packet is coming from this NAT router because you see, it only sees its IP address and port number. So naturally, when this destination is going to respond, it's going to put its own IP address and port as the source, and it is going to put the IP address of the NAT router, which it saw previously in the header, and the port number, and then send this to the NAT router. So when the packet arrives at the NAT router is simply going to check, what was the private IP address which I replaced with my public IP address and port 6000. And then it sees that it's 192.168.1.2 and port 2000. Simply replaces this, creates a new packet and sends it to the internal system. So you see, NAT did this translation service seamlessly and transparently. The two end stations, they are not even aware of what's actually happening in between. And in this way, if you have multiple internal systems, the NAT can simply replace the internal private IP address with its own public IP address and do this translation. So this way it can support thousands of internal private IP addresses, and you don't even need to buy public IP addresses. So NAT basically supports multiple private IP addresses. It hides the internal network structure, because if an outsider cannot even know the IP addresses of internal systems, then obviously the internal network infrastructure is secure and hidden. And it also does not allow connection initiation from the outside. So based on these three key properties, NAT offers tremendous advantages in terms of reusability of a single public IP address, in terms of hiding internal network structure, and preventing connection initiation from the outside. A related concept with NAT is that of a PAT, or port address translation. Traditionally, what happened was that what NAT did was that it had a pool of public IP addresses, and every time it received a packet from an internal IP, it replaced that with the public IP. So basically you needed one-to-one mapping. So as many public IP addresses as internal IP addresses. But that defeated the purpose. You see, you'll still require thousands of public IP addresses. So the technique you just observed was technically port address translation, because if you recall, we used port numbers along with the IP addresses. So the NAT generated random port numbers. Now this is also very useful because let's say if one system creates multiple connections to different destinations, then the NAT router can use different port numbers along with the same IP address to differentiate between these multiple connections. NAT and PAT, they do provide some degree of security. Because they hide the internal IP addresses, they hide the internal network infrastructure, and they prevent connection initiation from the outside. But they do bend a few rules. So there's a trade-off. You see, NAT is a network layer solution. And as you observed, it was accessing and changing transport layer ports. So basically a lower layer is accessing a higher layer header and changing the ports. So this is theoretically not a good solution, but seeing the tremendous advantages that NAT offers, we do kind of, overlook this small problem. And so NAT is a very popular solution. It's widely used across the world. So that concludes our lecture on NAT. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to discuss firewalls, an important concept in cybersecurity. So firewalls are the first line of defense against attacks. Whenever there is an attack on your corporate network, firewall will be the first thing to intercept that attack. So designing good rules for the firewalls and selecting appropriate firewalls is very important to ensure a strong cybersecurity posture. Now firewalls can be composed of software, hardware, or both. We can have firewalls which are just built on software. They're cheaper, more flexible. Then we have firewalls which are built on hardware. So they have their own dedicated hardware. So for example, for software-based firewall, you could perhaps install the software on your gateway node. But for hardware-based firewalls, they have their own dedicated hardware, and both have pros and cons. So for instance, hardware-based firewalls have a big advantage in the sense that they are very quick and fast because they have dedicated hardware. And if you have a big corporate network with lots of traffic outgoing and incoming, then it makes sense to invest into a hardware-based firewall because it is very fast, more efficient. Every firewall is basically governed by rules, and these rules decide whether particular traffic would be allowed or blocked. We have different types of firewalls. A major categorization could be host-based or network-based firewalls. So host-based firewalls are more focused towards providing security for the end systems, whereas network-based firewalls are more general and they cover the whole network. Some of the popular flavors of firewalls are Palo Alto, Juniper, Cisco, and there are many others. Let's see how firewalls operate. So basically every firewall has a set of rules called access control list, which specifies which type of traffic and which type of IP addresses are allowed and which of those should be blocked. So in this example, we have an outside source with the source IP address of 202.240.2.1, which wants to send some data to our corporate network. But if you notice the firewall, it says that IP address 202.240.2.1 should be blocked. So the decision is to deny traffic which is coming from this IP address. So when this packet is sent, it will be blocked by the firewall and it would not be able to enter the corporate network. In contrast, in this example, the firewall states that IP address 202.240.2.1 should be allowed to enter the corporate network. So the default decision is to allow it. So this time when the packet passes through the firewall, it would be allowed. So that's why it is often said that a firewall is only as good as the rules that it specifies. So the strength of your access control list specifies the strength of your firewall. Now let's have a look at firewall operations. The list of firewall rules is called an access control list. Rules can allow or block traffic based on several factors such as source IP address. So basically you should make sure that known malicious IP addresses should be blocked. There are lists available on the internet which lists known malicious IP addresses and you should add those. A firewall can also block based on the destination IP address. So for example, you need to make sure that nobody from the outside should be able to access your internal database servers, for example, right? Or you have a sensitive servers or sensitive PCs, then you can add the list of those IP addresses to your access control list in the firewall. And if there is any request which is destined towards these sensitive servers, then it can be blocked by the firewall. You can also block based on the source port, or you could block based on the destination port. So for example, as we discussed previously as well, HTTP, which operates on port 80, the web server, it is vulnerable to attacks because it transmits all of the data in plain text. It's a very bad idea. So you may add a rule that if there is a traffic destined to port 80, block it. So even if you have HTTP server running by mistake, shouldn't run in the first place, you should have HTTPS running on port 443. But even then, you'll still can block the traffic. Similarly, you can add telnet port 23. Telnet is just like SSH for remote shells, but the problem is that it also transmits data in plain text. So that's again a bad idea. So you could, block based on specific destination ports as well. You can also block vulnerable protocols. So for example, the ping utility, which uses the ICMP protocol, it's widely used throughout the world to launch denial of service attacks. Because it's really simple. You just write a script which generates thousands and thousands of packets repeatedly and sends it to a particular server. And imagine if you have a couple of these systems which are sending traffic, then you can overwhelm the network or the server. So a lot of the firewalls by default, they block ICMP traffic for this specific reason. Let's compare stateless and stateful firewalls, another important categorization of firewalls. Consider this scenario. You're inside the corporate network and this is your IP address. And you want to send some traffic to this public server with this IP address. So naturally you create a packet, you put your own IP address and you put the IP address of the destination server. And now if you see the access control list of the firewall, it says that if there is any IP for outbound connections, if there is any traffic coming from any IP address, any internal IP address, and going to this IP address, you should allow it. So in this case, the traffic would be allowed. The problem, however, is that there is no corresponding inbound rule. So the problem comes when this server tries to send a response packet with the source IP of its own, 188.122.13.2. And with the destination 202.240.2.1, this unfortunately would be blocked at the firewall because there is no corresponding inbound rule. Now this is the problem with stateless firewalls. You need to separately configure both outbound and inbound connections. So this problem is solved by stateful firewalls, which work more intelligently. So considering the same scenario, this time when your packet passes the firewall, it intelligently adds a corresponding inbound rule. It knows that this connection was initiated by a trusted system from inside the corporate network. So it adds a rule that when I see traffic coming from this IP address 188.122.13.2 and it is going to this destination, and this is an added security feature, this is for this particular destination, not to any internal system. So allow it. So this time when the response packet comes, it will be allowed by the firewall to pass. Now stateful firewalls intelligently add corresponding rules, and they make the job very easy of managing the security of your network. Let's discuss another important concept, which is next generation firewalls. So next generation firewalls operate at the application layer, also layer 7 of the OSI protocol stack or layer 5 of the TCP IP protocol stack. They're also called deep packet inspection firewalls because they inspect the contents of the packet, not just the headers as we discussed previously. So normal firewalls, previously they just inspected, for example, the source IP, destination IP, port number, stuff like that, header information. But next generation firewalls, they delve deep inside the packet and they perform a deep packet inspection. They're also called application level gateway firewalls because they also understand applications and they can detect patterns. They can identify it's a Skype traffic or let's say it's a video traffic. So the key point to understand is that they inspect applications, not just the network headers. So they can detect if the traffic is from YouTube, torrent, Skype, and based on that, they can intelligently adopt rules. Another major advantage is that since they know the app, so they have, based on the traffic pattern and the headers, they can detect which app is being used. So they can then use specific attack signatures. For example, let's say Skype has certain vulnerabilities. So once based on the headers and the packet data, once the next generation firewall has detected that it's a Skype connection, then it can apply specific attack signatures which are targeted towards Skype attacks. They can also intelligently detect patterns and payloads and block domain names, malware, spam. So next generation firewalls provide a lot of firepower. They can even block or allow specific applications. So for example, as a network administrator, you may specify that block Skype. Now, the next generation firewall is going to check the contents of packets, the payloads, and it's going to detect that this is Skype traffic. And based on that, it can block it. But sometimes you need to block parts of an application. For example, you may want to allow Skype because it's a good tool for video conferencing and people use it in your corporate network. But you want to disallow uploading and downloading of files because somebody can send malware through Skype, and if somebody downloads that and installs that, it can infect your whole network. So you can even allow or block specific parts of applications using next generation firewalls. But perhaps the most important capability of the next generation firewall is that it allows application of specific signatures, and this provides for better intrusion prevention. Now this concludes our lecture on firewalls. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the domain of cyber attacks. In this domain, we're going to explore a range of attacks, starting from password attacks, brute force attacks, dictionary attacks. We're also going to have a look at denial of service and distributed denial of service attacks. We're going to see how DNS attacks can cause problems. And then we're also going to focus on attacks that are targeted towards networks. And finally, attacks which target people, such as social engineering and phishing. So let's start with password attacks. Let's start with brute force attacks. As the name suggests, brute force refers to trying all possible combinations to guess the password. Now, one thing is certain about brute force attacks, and it is that given enough time, it can break any password in the world. However, the problem is the time. So for example, if your password takes 1000 years to break, then for all practical purposes, you can consider that password to be secure. Now, there are two criteria which determine how hard it is to break the password using brute force. So the first and perhaps the most important is the password length. The longer the password, the harder it is to break. So for example, if your password consists of just numbers and you're using, let's say, 3 digits, so then it's very easy to, just cycle through all the combinations right from 000 to 999. So always select longer passwords to make them harder to break. The second important criteria is the type of characters used. So for example, if you're using just numbers, then you have just 10 possible combinations at every digit of your password from 0 to 9, right? So for example, if you have, let's say, a password with n digits, and at every digit you can select alphabets from A to Z. So then you have 26 possible combinations for every digit, right? Because here you can have A, B, C, D, and so on up to Z. So 26 possible combinations, and then again 26 possible combinations. So now let's say if you have a password length of 1, then you have 26 possibilities. If you have a password length of 2, then you have 26 raised to the power 2, and so on and so forth. So as you can imagine, the longer the password you use, the harder it is to break. Now let's say you add numbers as well. You say that you can have A to Z, but you can also have numbers from 0 to 9, right? So then your possible combinations for every digit becomes 36. So which makes it stronger. So you should always use longer passwords, to increase this power of n. And you should also use more combinations. For example, you can add uppercase and lowercase alphabets. So then you'll have 26 plus 26, 52, and then 10, numbers. So you'll have 62 possible combinations. So it's always nice to select a password which includes uppercase alphabets, lowercase alphabets, numbers, and ideally, as we're going to discuss later, you should always add random characters as well, such as hash symbols, @ and so on, to make so many combinations that they're hard to break using brute force. Now this is just a look at the number of combinations that you can have. Let's say if you have a 1-digit password and you have 26 possible combinations, then you have 26 possibilities. If you increase the number of digits to 2, then you have 676 and so on. But if you see here, when you jump from 5 to 6, you immediately expand exponentially. So you go 300 million combinations. For 7 digits, it becomes 8 billion. And for 8 digits, it's 208 billion. So you can imagine, just by increasing even one more digit in your password, you make it much harder to break. Now we're going to discuss some of the challenges of storing passwords. So always remember that passwords are never stored in plain text, for the simple reason that even if you consider your database to be 100% secure, you may still have a compromise of the database. And if you have all the passwords stored in plain text, then you have made the job easy for the hacker. Another problem is that sometimes users use the same password for multiple accounts. So if somebody gets your password for one account, they may be able to access other accounts as well. So that's exactly the reason if you forget your password on a website or a web application, you can never actually get or see your real password because they're never really stored. You can reset your password, but nobody, not even the administrator, can see your actual password. Why? Because they're stored after processing. They're stored after hashing, we're going to see. So the passwords are always hashed, and the hash is stored for security. It is impossible to recover password from hash since it's a one-way function. So hashing is a very interesting concept. The basic idea is that you give it an input and it creates a hash of that input, but there's no way to reverse the process and get the input if you have the hash. So it's a one-way function. So whenever a user enters the password is hashed and it's stored. The next time when the user enters this password, the password is hashed again and compared with the hash stored in the database. So it's basically, authentication is actually a comparison of the hashes, not the actual passwords. Now let's see how this actually works. Let's say you type your password. Now this password would be passed through a one-way hash function, and this one-way hash function is going to create a hash which will be stored in the database. So for example, whatever password you entered, let's say you are user John, you entered a password. Now the password hash has been calculated, which would be something random like this, and this hash would be stored. So the next time when you enter your password, again a hash would be calculated, and that hash would be compared with this hash. If the two hashes match, then great. So you see, you didn't even need to store your password in plain text, and you still are able to authenticate. Now let's see two different variations of brute force attacks, online versus offline. As you can imagine, brute force attacks don't work very well online because they can only make a certain number of tries. After that, the account gets locked out. Because even when you enter your password incorrectly on web applications, you see after a certain number of tries, your account gets locked out. So that's a built-in safety mechanism to counter against brute force attacks. And also brute force attacks are very slow online because they need to access the web page, enter the credentials, and then wait for the feedback. So it doesn't really work. However, it would be ideal for attackers if they can get their hands on an offline copy of the database. Now, once again, even if they have a copy of your database and that database has passwords stored, doesn't mean that the hacker has actual access to the plain text passwords, because as we discussed previously, almost always the passwords would be hashed and stored. So even if they get their hands on the database, doesn't mean that your system is 100% compromised. Now, the problem for the hacker is that he has the hash, but he doesn't know the password. So one possible way is that they try different combinations of passwords, they pass it through the hash function, and they try to check if the generated hash matches the hash stored in the database. Now this is a very slow process, makes it very hard. Now to speed things up, attackers often use something which we call rainbow tables. So what is this? In a rainbow table, what it does is that they have all the possible password combinations. Let's say you're talking about 5-digit passwords, right? So they have all the possible combinations for 5-digit passwords, and they have pre-computed all the hashes for that. So now their only job is to compare those hashes with the hashes stored in the database. So they don't have to actually compute hash again. So that saves up a lot of the time of the hacker. They don't need to compute hashes. The hashes are pre-computed and stored in the rainbow tables. Now this makes their attack more effective and more dangerous. Let's have a look at dictionary attacks, another interesting variation of password attacks. The problem with brute force attacks was that they were not really feasible because you have to try so many different combinations. So in the dictionary attack, you do something more intelligent. You try to play on human psychology and you try the words in a dictionary, because often people tend to use these words. Another interesting thing is that people often select common patterns of passwords. So a dictionary attack includes both trying words in a dictionary as well as these common words. Now based on research, these are the top 10 most common passwords. So as you can see, they are very simple and there are a lot of people who still use these passwords. So there's a very high probability of discovering a password in a shorter amount of time. With the brute force, the problem is that you have such a big search space that you have to try billions of combinations sometimes. But in a dictionary eventually is still limited with the number of words, right? And the common password patterns are also limited. So the hacker has a good chance of stumbling upon a weak password using a dictionary attack compared to the brute force attack. Let's have a look at some of the best practices for protection against password attacks. So when we talk about brute force attacks, one thing which your web application should definitely have is account lockout. So after X unsuccessful attempts, your account should automatically log out. We should never allow for brute force attacks to carry on without any sort of locking out. Another important concept is that after a certain number of incorrect tries, you should force the users to pass through CAPTCHA. So for instance, Google offers reCAPTCHA. It's a very interesting combination. The basic idea is to put a challenge on the screen which the user has to solve and only the humans can solve. Previously this used to be a bit more difficult. There used to be, characters which you had to type and, or maybe identify pictures. We still have that. But Google has, introduced a new version of CAPTCHA in which you just have to click once. And how do they check whether it's a human or a machine or a robot doing a brute force? Is the way you move your mouse within that screen. So they capture the movement of the mouse, and based on how humans move the mouse and the pattern, they can detect whether it's a human or it's a robot. Another interesting, or perhaps the most important thing, is to enforce good password policies. So you should make an IT policy and enforce it in our organization, which makes sure that your password should be relatively long. So 8 characters is the gold standard. This should be the least length of your passwords, because with 8 characters you have a huge number of possibilities, not really easy to break. Another important thing is that you should always include both uppercase and lowercase characters as well as special characters. Now this increases the search space because at every digit you now have 26 plus 26 plus the special character, so a bigger space. You can always add numbers, of course. Another important thing to make sure is that you should always encrypt your databases. So the password is already hashed and stored in the database, but you still need to encrypt the database itself as well. Because even if your database gets compromised and you have used a state-of-the-art encryption scheme to encrypt it, it would be really hard for attackers to break that database. Let's discuss salting, a very interesting technique to counter brute force attacks. So if you recall, one of the most effective ways that hackers cracked passwords was that they get their hands on an offline copy of the database, and then they use these rainbow tables because the database doesn't have actual plain text passwords, it just has the hashes of the passwords. So what the hackers do is that they have these rainbow tables which have pre-computed hashes of all the passwords. So now their job is very simple, to compare these pre-computed hashes with the hashes stored in the database. They don't have to compute the hash again and again. Now to counter this strategy, we can always use salts. Now what's a salt? A salt is a random number added to the hash before storing it in the database, which basically makes rainbow tables ineffective. Here's how it works. So let's say you give your password, then you pass it to a one-way hash function, which generates a hash. But before this hash is stored in the database, you add a random number to it, right? So now your hash has, it's a one-way hash function. Your password is a one-way hash, but it also has a random number added to it. So this makes it very difficult for the attacker to get the original plain text passwords. So for example, even if he correctly guesses the original plain text password, he won't be able to check whether it's the correct one or not, because he wouldn't have access to the random salt which was added when hash was created. So this adds significant security to the passwords. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next one. In this lecture, we are going to discuss two important cyber attacks: denial of service and distributed denial of service. So we'll start with the denial of service attack. So a denial of service attack is any attack which causes services to be either slow or unavailable to legitimate users. Now this includes examples such as crashing web or database servers so that users are no longer able to access them. You can also cause overloading of the web or database servers through bogus requests, or you could choke the network bandwidth through bogus traffic, such as we saw, ping traffic. You can send thousands of frivolous ping messages to choke the network bandwidth. But the basic aim is the same, either to deny legitimate service to users or make it so slow so that it becomes infeasible or impractical to use. Now, denial of service attacks usually originate from one single source or IP address, and that is why they're easier to detect and block. You could simply add rules in your firewalls which block that malicious IP address. However, there is another variation of the denial of service attack which is called DDoS, or distributed denial of service, in which case you have attacks from multiple IP addresses simultaneously, and this type of attack is much more complex and harder to stop. So in the denial of service attack, the attackers send a flood of packets such as pings or bogus TCP requests in order to overwhelm the network. So if we see the diagram, what happens is that we have legitimate users accessing a web server, but this malicious attacker is sending fake messages in bulk in order to overwhelm the web server. Now, denial of service attacks are easier to detect and block because they originate from a single IP address. So you could just detect it and blacklist that IP address and add it in your security tools to block it. In contrast, in a distributed denial of service attack, you have multiple IPs which are used simultaneously to launch the attack, and they are much harder to block. So for example, if you have attacks coming from different IP addresses, it would be very difficult to detect and block all those IP addresses. Perhaps the biggest challenge is how to differentiate your legitimate users from fake users, because you'll always have legitimate users who are also accessing your web server, and it is very hard to differentiate between the two, whether it's a genuine IP address or is it part of a big network which is attacking your web server. So this is an ongoing area of research. So we have, advancement in both sides, from the attacker side and from the defense side as well. But generally speaking, this type of attack is not very easy, because not only the IP addresses are different, they are also usually dispersed around the world. Another related concept is bots and botnets. Now, hackers are usually secretive people. They don't want their original IP addresses or sources to be revealed. So what they do is that they hack a number of systems on the internet, and then they create a network of these bots, and then they exploit these bots to launch attacks on the destination or the victim. So in this way, not only they hide their identities, but they also have a very scalable attack. So they can have thousands of bots in their network and launch attacks. So the basic idea is that malicious software is installed on PCs and servers, and then these systems become bots or robots. And so basically this network of bots is controlled by the hacker. And so basically he sits behind the scenes, he hides his identity and still uses an army of bots to launch the attacks. The way it works is this. So the hacker, he basically hacks different systems. This is usually done through installing malware, which is delivered through emails, or users visit malicious websites which have links which install malware. But the point being that once the malware is there, these systems are converted into bots. Often the users are not even aware of it. And the malware opens backdoors, and whenever the remote commander or the hacker sends instructions, these systems launch attacks on the destination. Now, this type of attacks is dangerous because, first of all, the identity of the hacker is unknown. So even if you're able to trace your attack to a bot, the identity of the hacker would still be hidden. And secondly, these type of attacks are very scalable. It's not uncommon to have thousands of bots in your bot network. So this attack is very scalable, and it can bring down even powerful web servers. Now, the results of denial of service caused by bots or botnets are severe. The first could obviously be loss of service to your legitimate clients, and this is bad for your business. It may result in a loss of service to employees. So if your server is down, your employees may not be able to log in and carry on their regular activities. Obviously, all of this results in a financial loss. Kaspersky did some research, and they said that an average denial of service attack causes a damage of around 1.6 million to companies. Perhaps an important factor is reputational damage. I mean, even if there isn't a significant financial damage, or if you are a big corporation which can, absorb financial losses, even then you'll have reputational damage, and people may no longer trust your, the security of your systems. So how do you protect against distributed denial of service attacks? One way is to use load balancing. In a distributed denial of service attack, you have malicious traffic coming from so many different IPs and sources. So what you can do is that you can increase the capacity of your backend. You can increase the number of servers so that your backend is also scalable and can handle additional load. So now, instead of all of the attacks focusing on one server, multiple servers are going to take off the load, and they're going to distribute the load, and this provides some sort of a cushion for the organization to react. Now, eventually your backend has still a limited scalability, right? So if it's a very big attack, it will still eventually overwhelm your network. But you do get a cushion of time in which you can devise a counter strategy. And still, it is much better than having a single point of failure, one server which fails and brings down your corporate network. Another way to detect distributed denial of service attacks is through their patterns. So basically, we can observe any abnormal behavior using different techniques such as machine learning. But before you detect abnormal behavior, you first have to define what is normal behavior. So basically, normal behavior is determined by observing the traffic patterns in your network. For example, a very simple normal behavior could be that on average in a given day, your corporate network receives, say, 5 gigabytes of incoming traffic and 10 gigabytes of outgoing traffic, right? So if you see someday that you are observing 100 gigabytes of traffic which is outbound, then obviously this represents a deviation from the normal. And similarly, you can have many other statistics. For example, you usually receive your traffic from certain regions of the world, but if you see a lot of traffic from a new region of the world, then this can also be a trigger. So that's how you define normal behavior, and based on that you can detect abnormal behavior. So usually abnormal behavior is detected from logs, for example. This could be a sequence of web pages accessed. So for example, you know that normal users, they access, they go to the home page, then they go to a certain page, and so on. But you detect a pattern which is totally unintelligent or weird or strange, and you see lots of users or IPs accessing your web application through that particular pattern, then this could also be abnormal behavior. Another example is time spent on web pages. So for example, you know that an average user spends say 15 seconds to 20 seconds on your login screen, but then you detect that there are users who are spending, let's say, 1 hour or 2 hours on your login page, then that is also a deviation from the normal behavior. Another could be request rate, obviously, the number of requests you receive per minute or per day. Another telltale sign could be if remote users are trying to access certain ports. So for example, we know that telnet port 23 is insecure. Similarly, HTTP port 80 is insecure. So normally all of your remote shells should be through port 22 on SSH, and for web applications you should be using 443. So if anybody is trying to access these vulnerable ports, then this could also be a sign that someone is trying to attack your network. Another important fact is that the correlation of traffic from different geographical regions. Say you receive 90% of your traffic from Asia, for example, right? And now you detect that you're receiving 90% of your traffic from Europe suddenly. Then this is also deviation from the normal. So the key point being that you have to define normal, and then based on that you can detect abnormal behavior. Another characteristic which could be used to make this differentiation is the packet types. So for example, you should only receive a limited number of, let's say, TCP sync messages, which are always sent when a client is initiating connection with your web servers. So say in a day you receive 1000 TCP sync messages. Even if you receive say 1500 or 2000, that's okay. But if you receive 20,000 TCP sync messages suddenly, then this means that there may be some sort of a distributed denial of service attack going on. Now please keep in mind, you can have legitimate situations in which you have these deviations, but it doesn't mean that it's always genuine. So you have to be on high alert, and you have to employ your security tools to dig further in and detect if it's a distributed denial of service. And that's one of the challenges, to differentiate legitimate users, legitimate traffic patterns from illegitimate traffic which is trying to destroy your network. Another interesting technique is to use IP blacklisting. So you can check the reputation of suspicious IPs and add them to your firewall rules in order to block them. Now there are several sources from where you can get this list of IP addresses. First of all would be your list that you build up yourself for your own corporate network based on the traffic patterns that you have observed. But there are also other sources. So for example, there are threat intelligence IP blacklists for known botnets and reflectors, and you should definitely consider adding them to your own blacklists, because the point being that you don't need to be attacked by each of these rogue elements, and only after that you add them to your firewall rules. Sometimes it pays off to be a bit proactive and keep on contact with latest threat intelligence IP blacklists and add them to your security tools. Some of the challenges in blacklisting particular IPs is that obviously IPs are dynamic. They change all the time. So it's not like there are IPs which will be fixed for several years. So it's always a fluid kind of a list. IPs are being added, IPs are changed. If an attacker suspects that his botnet has been detected, he may move on to different IP addresses and so on. IP spoofing is another problem. They may spoof legitimate IP addresses which belong to legitimate clients or servers, and you may think they're coming from legitimate users, whereas they are not. Another problem is obviously false positive. You may erroneously blacklist genuine IP addresses, so you have to be a bit careful in how you blacklist IP addresses. So this is an ongoing activity. It's not a one-time task. It has to be reviewed periodically and updated. Another powerful technique to prevent distributed denial of service attacks, and a technique which is widely being used today because A lot of the companies, they don't have the time, resources to invest into, developing their own in-house security teams, is to use content distribution networks such as Cloudflare. So what they do is that they offer protection against distributed denial of services by using several techniques such as load balancing, detecting attacks, and blocking them. So the traffic doesn't directly go to your network. So consider this example. This is your corporate network, and this is the public internet, and these are your users, or they may include, attackers. So now, instead of the end user traffic going directly to your corporate network, it first goes to the third-party solution, where it is checked for any problems such as any patterns of distributed denial of service attacks. And Cloudflare and similar solutions, they also provide some sort of load balancing. So they provide some sort of elasticity into your solution to absorb some sort of, peak loads. And once the traffic is cleared, it is passed on to your corporate network. Now, these type of third-party solutions, they make your job easier because, you kind of outsource a lot of your security features. So you don't have to worry about denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks and so on and so forth. Now, that concludes our lecture on denial of service and distributed denial of service attacks. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to have a look at another class of attacks called DNS attacks. If you recall, DNS was the translation service which converted human readable domain names to IP addresses. Now, these attacks specifically target this particular service. We're going to start with DNS poisoning or spoofing. So normally, how DNS works is that, let's say this is your corporate network and you want to go to google.com. So you need the IP address of google.com, which you don't know. Now your local DNS server, which is part of your corporate network, it can request these DNS translations on behalf of all the systems within the corporate network. So the way this works is that it sends a DNS request, to the DNS server asking for the IP of google.com. Now DNS servers have already this information. They have mapped this information in the tables. So they send you this IP address. So now your local DNS server caches the IP address of google.com, and you can start communicating with google.com. Now this local DNS server is interesting because it performs translation once, and then all the systems within your corporate network, they don't need to perform separate translations. Now this provides efficiency and reduces the load. Now this is how DNS is supposed to work. But what happens in DNS poisoning or spoofing is the following. So once again, you send a request to the DNS server asking for the IP of google.com. So a malicious user who perhaps has eavesdropped on your communication, and he knows that you are expecting a translation for google.com. So what he does is that he sends a message masquerading as the DNS server. So instead of the actual IP address of google.com, which was 100.12.13.22, you get a fake IP address from the malicious user, which you then, store in your mapping table. So now your local DNS server has stored an inaccurate mapping of google.com, and this is the basically IP address of the malicious domain. So now whenever any computer in your corporate network wants to go to google.com, they'll obviously be visiting the malicious website, which may have malware and all sorts of problems. So this is how DNS poisoning works. So basically the basic idea is that they poison your DNS table on your local DNS server by sending fake messages. So how do you prevent DNS poisoning or spoofing attacks? So the first step is that you should always ignore DNS responses that were never asked for. So until and unless you've recently sent a particular request, don't accept replies. The second tip is that you should always ignore DNS responses from suspicious DNS servers, which means that until and unless it is a DNS server which you trust, you shouldn't accept replies from there. A related concept is the use of DNSSEC, also called secure DNS. It basically leverages the main technique of using public key cryptography in order to authenticate the messages. So basically the idea of public key cryptography is that the server, the DNS server, it publishes its public key in a digital certificate which you can download, so that whenever you receive a message, you can use that public key to decrypt the message. So until and unless it was that exact particular server which used its private key to encrypt it, you won't be able to decrypt it with this public key. So this makes sure that nobody else is injecting, fake DNS messages. Another attack related to the DNS is the DNS reflection attack. In this attack, the attacker basically uses a server to bounce off his attacks. So the way it works is that an attacker sends a flood of DNS requests to a server using a spoofed IP address. So he says that I am this IP address, which is not his actual IP address, and he sends a flood of messages. Now when the server responds to those DNS requests, he's obviously going to send a lot of reply messages, but those reply messages wouldn't come to the attacker, since the server is going to use the spoofed IP address, and he'll imagine that this is the IP address which requested me, so all of the replies will go to the victim. This is how it works. So basically, using multiple systems, perhaps the attacker sends requests to the DNS server and pretends that he is your victim. So basically, he puts the IP address of the victim as the source IP in all the packets. So when the server responds, he'll be sending a flood of DNS reply messages to the victim, and this can overwhelm the victim or cause it to crash or choke the bandwidth. So this is how DNS reflection attacks work. Preventing DNS reflection attacks could be done by blocking requests on particular DNS servers, or if you're receiving a flood of DNS reply messages from a particular server, you could add rules to your firewalls and so on. So this concludes our lecture on DNS attacks. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to have a look at a class of attacks which can be categorized as network attacks because they try to overwhelm the network. We'll start with the Smurf attack. So a Smurf attack is very similar to the DNS reflection attack that we discussed previously. In the DNS reflection attack, an attacker basically spoofed the IP address of a victim and sent a flood of DNS request messages to a server. So when the server replied with the DNS reply messages, they were sent to the victim, and so the victim was overwhelmed. In a Smurf attack, the attacker basically sends a flood of ICMP ping requests using the victim's spoofed IP address. So when the server receives these messages, it replies with the ICMP reply messages, which are obviously sent to the victim because the victim's IP address was used. Now this causes the victim to get overwhelmed or crashes the victim. The way it works is this. So using a botnet perhaps, an attacker sends a flood of ICMP request messages to the server. Now the ICMP echo request message will have the victim's IP address as the source address. So this is a spoofed IP address. So naturally, when the server responds with its own flood of ping reply messages, it will send all of these to the victim. Now this causes the victim to get overwhelmed, or it can crash the victim. So this is a Smurf attack. So a Smurf attack can be considered as a variation of the reflected DNS attack, but at the network layer. So the DNS protocol worked at the application layer, so the reflected DNS attack could be classified as an application layer attack, whereas the ICMP ping messages, they work at the network layer. So that's why the Smurf attack is called a network layer attack. It can cause a crash to the victim machine, and it is also sometimes difficult to detect because the IP address has been spoofed. So it's almost impossible to trace back which was the original IP which basically sent these messages, because all the source IPs in the packets, in the ICMP packets, are spoofed. Now, this is the exact reason why many of the firewalls and routers, they block ICMP traffic by default. Because ICMP pings are perhaps the easiest way to launch a denial of service attack on any server or a network. So that is the precise reason why a number of routers or domains on the internet, they block the ICMP traffic. So for internal networks, you can perhaps use anomaly detection techniques for detecting and blocking Smurf attacks. So for instance, if you know the baseline of your network, that for example, in a day you have X number of ICMP request messages, but on a particular day you see a flood of these, then maybe it can trigger a checking mechanism and you can verify, whether it's an attack or not. The next attack is the teardrop attack. The IP protocol has an interesting feature. So basically what happens is that every communication link in a network, it has a metric called the maximum transmission unit. Now this specifies the maximum size of the packet that this link can handle. Now please note, we are not talking about the number of packets, we are talking about one particular packet. So basically every link has an MTU or a maximum transmission unit, which specifies that what is the largest size of packet that this link can handle. So sometimes what happens is that when you send a packet from source to destination, your packet may arrive at a link which has an MTU which does not accept your packet size. Now please also remember that different links in a communication network can have different MTUs, and these are sometimes imposed by the technology used for the link and so on. So what IP does is that if your packet arrives at a router and it knows that the next link does not support your packet size, what IP does is that it fragments the packet into multiple packets, and it includes the information for reassembling them at the destination. So now these two packets independently travel to the destination, where they are combined back again based on the information that is inserted into these fragments. So in the teardrop attack, the attacker tries to exploit this fragmentation mechanism of the IP protocol. And basically what it does is that it basically fragments the packets incorrectly and inserts incorrect information for offsets and fragment sizes, with the hope that when the victim tries to reassemble these fragments based on the wrong information, it may cause the victim to crash. Should be noted that teardrop is a relatively old attack. It used to affect old operating systems such as Windows 95 and NT. And if you have those operating systems in your organization, which you shouldn't have in the first place, at least keep them patched. With the modern operating systems, the modern implementations of the protocol stacks, they've already solved this problem, and IP protocol simply discards such packets. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we're going to have a look at man-in-the-middle attack. This is perhaps one of the oldest and the most effective attacks in cybersecurity. So the concept is really simple. Between two legitimate end systems, there's a man in the middle, and who's exploiting the relationship between the two end systems. And all of the traffic, it passes through this man in the middle, and then he can copy or modify this information without the end systems being even aware of it. So let's discuss man in the middle attack in more detail. It's a broad class of attacks with lots of different possibilities. So for example, the man in the middle could just replay traffic and simply copy sensitive information such as browser session information, passwords, or credit card information. So in this mode is a passive attacker. He's not actually modifying any of the traffic, and it is almost impossible to detect these kind of attacks because the attacker is not leaving any footprint. He's not modifying packets or IP addresses or anything. He's just simply copying information. Now these type of passive attacks are much harder to detect and block. Another possibility is that the man in the middle is replaying traffic after modifying the traffic in order to achieve anything. For example, he could inject malware in the packets, he could send spoofed IP addresses, or many other things. But in this case, the attack becomes active, and the attacker is leaving a footprint, making it slightly easier to detect and then block it. Next, we're going to have a look at some of the techniques used by man in the middle attack. So the first and the most popular is IP spoofing. IP spoofing refers to masquerading as someone else using their IP address. So basically in your packet, if you change your source IP address, you can insert whatever you want. And now that address will appear as coming from that actual IP address. So this is IP spoofing. Another is DNS spoofing. In this, the attacker tricks users into visiting malicious websites thinking they are legitimate. So the basic idea, as we discussed previously, was that an attacker sends DNS reply messages with fake IP addresses or IP addresses which point to their domains. So basically the user thinks this is the legitimate domains, and when they visit that website, they're actually visiting a malicious domain. The third technique is SSL hijacking. So when you're visiting an insecure website on port 80, as we discussed previously, the HTTP protocol, it runs on port 80 and it's considered insecure because it transmits data in plain text. So all of the communication between the client and the server will be in plain text, which can, make it very easy to eavesdrop, steal information, and masquerade. So now what happens is that if you visit an insecure version of the website is going to automatically redirect you to port 443, which is HTTPS, which uses the TLS encryption in order to make the end-to-end connection secure. Now the problem in SSL hijacking is that the attacker intercepts this precise point when the website is redirecting you, or the server is redirecting you to a secure version, and they basically trick users into being redirected to their own malicious domains. The last one is email hijacking. A malicious user somehow gets access to an email account and then silently monitors it, and at an appropriate time he crafts a fake email to, for example, they can send an email to the bank posing as the customer. So in this type of attack, the attacker is observing the email account and communication in order to learn more information to launch a more sophisticated attack. So these were some of the techniques used by man-in-the-middle attack. Let's explore some of the mechanisms which we can leverage to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. So for wireless access points, you could always use strong encryptions, such as using WPA2, which makes sure that the communication between the client and the wireless access point is encrypted. Similarly, for wired networks, you should always use secure mechanisms such as VPNs for remotely accessing your backbone corporate network. Now, VPNs or other similar mechanisms, they create a secure encrypted tunnel which makes your end-to-end communication secure, making it very hard for people to insert themselves in between the communication and acting as man in the middle. And you should always use HTTPS instead of HTTP because, as we discussed several times, HTTP communicates using plain text. So always use HTTPS to encrypt the end-to-end communication so that the communication between client and web servers or the websites is secure. You should always use authentication mechanisms, and you should leverage public key cryptography because oftentimes the client and the server, they don't have a mutually shared private key. So that's why you can leverage public key cryptography to initiate the communication, and then once the communication is done, you have a secure tunnel. You can obviously move on to using private key in order to have a more efficient communication. That concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. This is the last lecture of this domain. We are now going to explore social engineering and phishing, two key attacks faced by organizations throughout the world. So we'll start with social engineering. So humans are the weakest link in the security chain. You can have the best security systems and tools installed in your organization and state-of-the-art, security posture. But if the people who are using those tools, or if the people who work in your organization, they are not properly trained, then you'll definitely have a security breach. In fact, more than 80% of successful data breaches and hacks, they start with successful phishing scams, which target people. Now, social engineering basically exploits humans to get them to do some of the following. For example, it could be to share their passwords. So somebody could pose as an IT rep and call you, posing as a legitimate person, to get you to share your password. Or, you could find a USB just, sitting there on the street, dropped in the parking, and, you're tempted to plug it in your system. And so usually this is a very popular attack vector. So that USB sometimes has malware, which has been designed to autoplay as soon as you plug in your corporate network. So they have bypassed all the security boundaries and directly entered the core of your system. Or most famously, users could be, incentivized to click on malicious links and email attachments. You've won such and such prize, or there's a coupon, or there's a promotion. And these type of attacks often become more prominent when you have major events such as Christmas. So social engineering uses multiple attack vectors. It could be simple scam phone calls with someone posing as customer support or a banking agent, and they want you to divulge your sensitive credentials in order to reactivate your account and so on. So a nice safety tip is always to hang up and call on the official phone number. It could be a physical visit. So hackers, they sometimes masquerade as legitimate people. For example, a courier boy delivering mail in your organization. And they can obviously create fake badges, visiting cards, and tags. Perhaps the most popular attack vector for social engineering is through electronic means, which entails phishing emails or malicious websites. So phishing emails, they contain malicious links, and they try to trick users into clicking on them by using promises of prizes or some imminent problem which is occurring, and if they don't take an action, something bad is going to happen, and so on and so forth. Or it could simply be bait, like a USB dropped on purpose in a parking lot or somewhere where they know that people are going to pick it up and maybe plug it in their corporate network. This bypasses all the security boundaries and all the security protections that are in place. Now, social engineering basically exploits human psychology. So, for example, they may exploit the legitimacy. So basically, the hacker, they can pose as a person of authority. For example, a manager, your CEO, or you could receive an email from your IT manager. Or they could also pose as a financial institution. For example, they may send email which appear to come from your bank or from a hospital informing you of some important news. They often employ urgency and intimidation. So for example, they may say that the doctor needs this information very quickly, or this is an email from your CEO and I need it immediately. There's a presentation which I have to do in a few minutes and we definitely need this information. So time is of essence. They always try to push you to get the sensitive information very quickly. Or they can leverage social ties. So for example, you may receive an email from one of your friends that he's trapped overseas and he needs some help. So you should share, your credit card information or something like that. So social engineering is all about exploiting human psychology for malicious purposes. So now we are going to discuss phishing in detail. So phishing is a social engineering attack which is designed to infiltrate organizations in order to get sensitive user information at the least. And they can even lead to installation of malware and more sophisticated attacks such as ransomware later on. And be mindful that phishing is one of the most popular attack vector. More than 80% of successful attacks occur due to phishing. So the user receives a fake email that appears to come from a legitimate institution such as his bank or his organization, and it asks him to click on links. And then those links or the attachments, the files attached with it, they lead to malicious websites which download malware on your system, or they may capture sensitive information such as passwords, resulting in successful infiltration. Now, this is an example of a phishing email. As a cybersecurity specialist, you should be trained to detect phishing emails very quickly, or at least you should be able to detect suspicious emails, and then you can later on investigate to ensure whether it's a phishing email or not. So for example, in this case, we have an email address which is suspicious because we have never subscribed to this company, for instance. And then there are grammatical mistakes. So for instance, if you see here, they've said money and then full stop, and then they have brackets including balance. And then they have used your account's informations, not information. And then we requests. So these are telltale signs. Grammatical mistakes are often a telltale sign that this email could be phishing. And then you have a link. You don't have to actually click the link. Please never click links on which you're not sure about. If you right click them or you hover your mouse upon, you see that the URL shown is completely different to what this company claims to be. So this is also another telltale sign. And obviously then you have the attachment, which if it's an executable or something, or even if it's a Word file or a document, it may contain malicious macro codes. So these are some of the major red flags which should at the least make you suspicious. Another important point to note is that if you visit a domain, always remember to check the URL. So in this case, you may see a PayPal page, which is exactly like the official PayPal page. But if you see the URL closely, it's different. It's xyzpaypal.com. So you have to be careful. You have to be vigilant because these types of attacks are very common. A domain can masquerade as legitimate domain and then, obtain your sensitive information. Now let's see how you can prevent phishing attacks. It's an integral part of the responsibility of a cybersecurity specialist to make sure that appropriate policies are enforced. So you should always have an IT security policy which makes users aware that phishing is the largest threat vector. This could be done through presentations or seminars, for example. You should also inform users about the consequences of phishing. This may lead to malware installation on your network. This may lead to ransomware, which is even more dangerous, or it could lead to data exfiltration. You should also share sample phishing emails along with common indicators that we just discussed. So this makes users more aware and vigilant. You should also instruct users not to click on suspicious links on open attachments. So one of the best ways to enforce all of these different things is to have clear reporting guidelines. So for example, if you work in an organization, you can always ask your users to report or forward any suspicious emails to the security department, which can then vet those emails and inform the users whether it was actually phishing or not. So a nice way to enforce these kind of policies are to have regular seminars or workshops. You can even have third parties conduct phishing exercises, just to train your users. So they generate fake phishing emails, and you can learn, how many users in your organization they click on malicious links, and then you can conduct training sessions to make them aware. You can make reporting even more streamlined. Instead of just emailing, you can integrate the reporting mechanism right into your email tools. For example, you're using Office 365. You can use this report as phishing button, which allows users to simply click it and immediately the phishing email is reported to IT security. So this streamlines the whole process, and there's also a follow-up mechanism which is built in, which makes it easy for the user to track about the status of the reported email, and for the IT security department to respond to this. An interesting variation of the phishing attack is veiling. So veiling is a phishing variation in which the attackers masquerade as senior staff. So for instance, the HR manager may receive an email from the CEO telling him to urgently send employee HR information which he needs for a meeting. The fundamental difference between veiling and phishing is that phishing is more generic in nature, and the phishing emails are sent in mass. They're sent to a lot of people with the hope that even if a small subset of them click on the links, the attack would be successful. But the veiling emails are very specific and targeted, and they leverage specific information. So for example, it could be an upcoming meeting or a visit. So it's information which is known by that specific person, and they leverage this in order to craft a sophisticated attack. It's a growing threat. For example, Snapchat account department received an email apparently from the CEO asking for employee payroll information, which later on turned out to be incorrect, which was a veiling email. Similarly, the toy giant Mattel also suffered a veiling attack when the finance executive received an email from a new CEO, and so on. So it's a growing threat, and it's far more dangerous because people in position of power in organization, they have more privileges and more access to sensitive information. So phishing or veiling have very serious consequences. So sometimes they lead to malware infections. So basically you can have viruses, trojans, rootkits, spyware, or even worse, ransomware installed. So this happens in two ways. Sometimes the attachment which is included in the email that itself contains malware, or sometimes the phishing link leads you to a malicious domain, and when you visit that domain you have a drive-by download and malware is installed into your systems. Another important point is that sometimes they don't install the complete malware directly. They first install a very small portion of it, which is called the dropper, which just kind of gets a foothold. And once it's there, it opens up a back door, and then it initiates a remote connection to the malicious server and downloads the bigger, more sophisticated files. It can lead to compromises of confidentiality of your data. It can lead to a denial of service attack, whereby your systems and your servers are not available to your employees and your clients. And perhaps more important is the reputational damage. This concludes our lecture. In the next one, we're going to do a lab on phishing, and we're going to see how phishing incidents are investigated. Welcome to the lab. In this lab, we are going to explore whether a suspected email that we have received is really a phishing attack or not. There are three big goals in this lab. The first is to check whether the URL in the email is malicious or not. The second goal is to check whether the file attachment in the email is malicious or not. And finally, we are going to check the reputation of the sender domain. Now here is the email that you have received. Supposedly it comes from Wells Fargo, your bank, and it asks you to secure your Wells Fargo account. Now, as you can see, the actual email comes from the email address support@vansplunterin.net. Regardless of what it says here, the actual email address may be quite different. So this is something you need to be careful about. Supposedly, this is from your bank, Wells Fargo, and the email is specifying that there has been some suspicious activity on your account, as a result of which they have blocked your account and you need to unblock it by clicking on the login link. Now, if you look at the login button, it's always a smart idea to right click it and see the actual URL which it links to, which in this case is this one, russellvillia.buzz/1/2/3, and the sender email is support@vansplunterin.net. Your first task is to check if the URL in the email is malicious or not, and we are going to leverage two tools, Zulu Zscaler and VirusTotal, which are going to help us make this decision. Now, both of these tools have a backend database and they have an extensive listing of known malicious URLs. And they also have engines which can compare the content of the website against known malware. So let's fire up Zulu. For your safety, I have included the URL as an image so that you do not accidentally open it. So let's type the URL. A little word about Zscaler. So Zscaler is basically software as a service platform which basically creates a secure HTTP tunnel and forces all of your corporate traffic to go through its centralized platform where all of your traffic is checked for the presence of malware or other types of attacks. Zulu itself is one of the tools offered by Zscaler. It is an online system where you can submit URLs to get a dynamic risk scoring based on the content of the website. So let's submit this URL for analysis. So as you can see, Zscaler considers this URL and this website associated with this URL to be benign, and it has a risk score of 0 out of 100. Now let's see what VirusTotal says. Let's fire up VirusTotal. And let's go to URL. So VirusTotal offers a number of services. You can submit a file directly for analysis. You can even submit a URL, or you can even search for malicious IP addresses or malicious hashes of files. So let's submit our URL. And let's submit it. Now, in contrast to the results shared by Zulu Zscaler, this is definitely a website which hosts phishing content, and it hosts a number of different types of malware. So what VirusTotal does is that it submits the contents of the website to a number of engines, for example, that's developed by Fortinet, Google Safe Browsing, CleanMX, and a number of others. And it provides a comprehensive listing. So even though this URL escaped detection through Zscaler, but we were able to successfully detect the possibility of it being malicious using VirusTotal. So it is always a good idea to perform multiple checks before making a decision. So in conclusion, we can safely assume that this is definitely a phishing attack, because when you click the button, it is going to take you to a website which definitely hosts malicious content. So the second step in our lab is to check if the attachment in the email is malicious or not. Now we can do it in two different ways. The first way is to directly submit the file to VirusTotal and let it figure out if the file contains malware or not. So let's do that first. Let's fire up VirusTotal. And please remember, if you have a suspicious file, please do not open it directly. Always put it in a sandbox folder and then submit it by dragging it to VirusTotal. So now we want to submit a file, so we'll select file and then we can simply drop it here. So as the results show, no engines were detected in this file and the file is clean. But sometimes you don't even want to download a suspected file onto your system. It may even be against your IT security policy. But what you can do is to submit the hash of that file. Now usually if you're using Office 365, so sometimes you can get the hash of the email attachments. But even if you don't have it, you can submit it online. There are some websites which can help you calculate the hash. So let's do that. We have a website, mdfile.com, and if you submit your file to this website, it is going to calculate the hash for you. So let's select the MD5 hash here and then simply drag and drop the file. Now as you can see, we get MD5 hash as well as SHA1 as well as SHA256 and so on. But we just need the MD5 hash. So let's copy that. Let's go back to VirusTotal and submit this. So as you can see, VirusTotal allows you to submit the URL, IP address, domain or file hash as well. So let's submit the file hash. Now, why do we want to submit the file hash and not maybe the name of the file or something? Because you can rename a file. So a file can easily be renamed. So using file name is not such a great idea. A malware can simply masquerade as a different file. So a better and more sophisticated technique is to calculate the hash of that file so that even if the file is renamed, the hash remains the same. And then you can feed that hash to VirusTotal for checking if it is malware. And you can even feed, if you for example detect that it is actually a malicious file, you can feed those hashes into your security tools such as your antivirus and so on. So we can conclude that the email attachment is not malicious. Now let's go to the final step of the lab. We now need to check the reputation of the sending domain. Why this is important? If you're receiving a constant barrage of emails which contain phishing links from a particular email address or a particular domain, and when you check the reputation of that domain and it turns out to be a malicious domain or something which has a long history of sending malicious emails around the world, then you can maybe simply block that domain by adding it to a blacklist in your corporate network. Now a nice tool to check the reputation of domains is Telos Intelligence. It's a tool by Cisco. So let's fire that up. As you can see, the name of the domain where we received the email from is vansplunteren.net. So let's submit that to Telos Intelligence. So the results from Telos Intelligence indicate that the web reputation for this domain is unknown. However, we also note that this domain is not specifically blacklisted. It is not uncommon to receive these sorts of results because there are so many domains out there, and if they do not have a track record of sending phishing emails, then they may not actually be blacklisted. So this completes the step for this lab. Now we'll discuss the task that you need to perform. So here is the task that you need to complete. You have received an email supposedly from your water company informing you about your water bill, and they have also included a URL in case you need to contact them for further details. So I've included the URL and the sender email separately as well. There is also an attachment with this email which is basically your water bill, but instead of the actual file, I've shared a hash of the file. You need to complete 3 tasks. You need to investigate and find out if it is a phishing email or not. Secondly, is the file malicious or not, and you have to use the hash that is given. And finally, is the sending domain reputable or is it blacklisted? The solutions to these tasks are given on the next page. That concludes our lab. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. We are now going to start a new domain, which is Web Application Security. This domain forms the cornerstone of cybersecurity. A lot of organizations today are worried about securing their web applications because that directly impacts their business. Thus, understanding this domain, the fundamentals of how web applications are architected and how to defend them is very important from a cybersecurity perspective. Before we delve into details, you must first understand how web applications are architected, what are the different components, and how do attacks traverse these different layers. So at one end we have the clients who are either using mobile applications or using web browsers to access your website. Now for our web application, it has two major parts. The first part is the front end. This is the part with which the user interacts. So this is your website. It majorly comprises of HTML code, but it may also include JavaScript and other scripting languages. So this is the website or the GUI that the user sees. Now the clients access our front end by using HTTP or HTTPS. As discussed previously, HTTP transmits data in plain text, and that's why it is not highly recommended. So it is always recommended to use HTTPS. Behind the front end, we have the back end, which comprises of the business logic layer and the database layer. We're first going to discuss the business logic layer. The business logic layer is the brains of your application. So it is the part which actually runs your code, which gets the requests from the front end. So basically clients, they make the requests to the front end. For example, they want to fetch some data, they want to view some results, and the front end in turn makes calls to the business logic layer, which includes application programming interfaces and the real code. Now there are different frameworks available for the business logic layer, including Node.js, PHP, and Java. So in a nutshell, the business logic is the core of your application. Hidden deep behind the business logic layer is the database tier. Now the backend comprises of the business logic layer and the database layer, but the database layer has been purposely hidden deep inside because it contains sensitive information. So your database may contain credential information, credit card information, or any other kind of confidential information which you want to protect. So that is why we hide it deep behind. So this is the third layer. And we don't want the clients to directly access the database. So client requests have to pass through the front end, the business logic, and then they reach the database. And it is in fact the business logic layer which makes the calls to the database layer to fetch data or to update records. Now there are different technologies available for databases. You can use MySQL, MongoDB, and there are several others. The key point to remember here is that whenever you have a vulnerability in your front end or in your business logic layer, that is your application server, the hackers are going to exploit these vulnerabilities to basically access your database. So it is the database that they are interested in because your database hosts sensitive information. So for example, if you have a SQL injection attack, it is going to pierce through the front end and the business logic, and it is going to insert SQL queries which basically extract data from your backend. We are now going to discuss an important resource for web application security, which is OWASP. So basically, OWASP is a non-profit web application security community. You can go to their website at www.owasp.org. It basically advocates secure software development. They have come up with a list of secure software development practices and recommendations. And they also have highlighted some of the core web application securities that plague applications today. So they provide a lot of guidelines on how to address vulnerabilities in web applications. Now, OWASP primarily focuses on the back end of web applications. So basically, it's mostly how hackers can penetrate through your web application, can exploit your web application to access the back end. It contains a lot of free resources for practicing common vulnerabilities. And if you're going to work in the cybersecurity domain, it is absolutely mandatory that you're familiar with OWASP and especially their top 10 vulnerabilities. So the OWASP Top 10 is a popular term in cybersecurity. This is basically a document that identifies the top 10 most critical security risks faced by web applications. Now please keep in mind that this list is a dynamic list. It keeps on changing. So they do a lot of research, they collect a lot of statistics, which includes the damage impact of different vulnerabilities, and then they classify the top 10 vulnerabilities which are most important these days. And it is important to keep in mind these vulnerabilities when you're designing your web applications or securing them. We are now going to have an overview of OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. For some of the vulnerabilities which are very common, such as cross-site scripting attacks or SQL injection attacks, we are going to go into a lot of detail. We are also going to have some labs on them. But for the others, we still feel it is important as a cybersecurity professional that you should have an overview of how they work. Let's start with SQL injections. the basic idea of SQL injection is that you have some user input fields on your website, and instead of entering legitimate user input, the malicious attacker injects specially crafted SQL queries in those fields. So for example, if you have a username or password field, the malicious attacker enters a crafted SQL query in those fields, and then that query gets converted into a query which is executed at the back end on your database, and it extracts information from the database. This usually occurs due to bad programming, lack of user input sanitization. The next is cross-site scripting. The basic idea is that malicious scripts are inserted into websites. So say there is a discussion forum, a user creates a new thread, but instead of legitimate text, he enters a script. And now every time another user visits that website or that thread, that script gets executed, and it can cause all sorts of damage. It can steal session information or credentials and so on and so forth. Another one is broken authentication. The basic idea is that there are mechanisms or weaknesses that allow you to bypass authentication mechanisms of web applications. Now this could be, for example, default admin username or passwords. For example, you have a WordPress website and you haven't changed the default username or password. And basically it is a mechanism in which you can bypass the basic security authentication. Another one is sensitive data exposure. So usually your web application should protect sensitive data such as session information or passwords. But some websites do not encrypt this or protect this information appropriately, and the data is exposed. So basically malicious users, they can extract this information from websites. Another one is XML external entities. So the basic idea of XML is that it is not a programming or a scripting language. XML is just a way of formatting your data, in order to arrange it and put it in a file in a structure, so that if you send that file to any other web application on the internet, they know how to extract or parse that information. So it is basically structuring of your data. It's a very popular standard today, used by a lot of web applications, especially web applications which work on different platforms or different technology. So it allows a common medium of exchange. So say you have a lot of information about users and you want to send this information to another web application, you could perhaps structure this into XML files and then send them. And since the XML structure is standardized all over the world, so the destination would know exactly how to extract that information. Another common standard similar to XML is JSON. Now in XML external entities, the basic idea is to exploit weak XML parsers to disclose sensitive information. So the basic idea is that when an XML parser extracts information from an XML file, it should work in a secure way. However, in some instances, if your XML parser is not secure, it may accidentally reveal sensitive information. The next is broken access control. In this vulnerability, web applications basically fail to properly authorize the user after authentication. So the main difference between authentication and authorization is that authentication basically means that you provide your username and password and then you are authenticated, whether you're allowed to log in or access the system or not. Authorization comes after authentication, and it basically means that what actions can a user perform. So different users have different authorizations. For instance, an administrator may have a higher level of authorization, whereas a normal user may have lesser privileges. So in this vulnerability, the web application fails to properly authorize users, and the user performs things like URL modification, modifying the HTML code of the page, or changing the state of the application. Next is security misconfiguration, and this happens when you have improperly configured access to folders, files, or accounts. An example could be, your web application runs from web pages which are hosted inside folders, right? So normally any user who accesses your web page should not be able to traverse directories which are above or different than the public one. But in this example, you have vulnerability in which users are able to traverse different directories onto your system directly. The concept of serialization and deserialization is that whenever you have an object and you want to send that object to another system, for example, over sockets. So then you need to convert this object in your code into a byte stream. So consider it this way. So let's say you have an object which has different variables, it has different data structures and so on. But if you want to send this object over a network, over sockets, then you need to convert this object from that programming language into a byte stream, which basically means just bits. So we kind of flatten this object and we send it over the network. And at the other end, the destination kind of reverses the process and deserializes the object. Now in this type of attack, the user passes a malicious object which has been serialized over the network, and at the destination, when the destination tries to deserialize this malicious object, it gets compromised because the malicious object is structured so that whenever deserialization is done, it is able to access confidential information. So next is using components with known vulnerabilities. This vulnerability has recently made it to the top 10 list. It is a dangerous vulnerability because nobody wants to reinvent the wheel. So whenever we write web applications, we often tend to reuse existing components in order to streamline and speed up the process. And if any of those components have vulnerabilities, then those vulnerabilities will be inherited by your web application. A good example could be Docker images. So a Docker is a sort of a self-sufficient component which you can simply plug into your web application in order to speed up the process. Now recently, several Docker images, be it Linux or JDK based, they have been shown to have known vulnerabilities. So next is insufficient logging or monitoring. Ideally, web applications should have adequate mechanisms to appropriately log and monitor any types of accesses, errors, and problems. Now it should be noted that any of these debugging messages or error messages should never be displayed to the user because a hacker could then exploit this to find out more information about your system. However, this logging and monitoring should always be done at the back end, and appropriate mechanisms should exist to have adequate logging and monitoring so that you are able to detect attacks later on, carry out forensic investigations, and so on. So that concludes our lecture on OWASP. We are now going to have a look at SQL injection attacks. This is perhaps the single most dangerous vulnerability faced by web applications today. Even in 2020, a lot of the big companies are being hit by SQL injection attacks, and the consequences are devastating. So this leads to a compromise of the confidential information such as client usernames, passwords, their addresses, credit card information, which causes not only financial damage but also reputational damage. So sometimes the hackers, they even release this confidential information in public forums. There's another more serious aspect, which is the introduction of recent privacy laws. So for example, the European Union has introduced GDPR, the Global Data Protection Directive. Under this directive, any company in the world which stores the personal identifiable information of EU citizens is required to take appropriate steps to ensure the safety and integrity of the data. And not taking those steps can result in fines and regulatory problems. So another reason why SQL injections are still active today is because a lot of the web applications, they are built on SQL databases at the backend. Since it's a very popular technology, though we have hundreds of thousands of web applications which use the SQL database at the backend. And that's why SQL injections are still a serious concern today. So let's demystify SQL injections. We're going to see how SQL injections basically pierce through the web application and access the backend database to extract crucial information. So basically we have the web server, which basically hosts the website and runs the web application. So this is the client facing part. But it also communicates with the database at the backend. Now the database is hidden behind a lot of firewalls and a lot of security apparatus. But eventually your web application obviously needs to access this database in order to get information, update information, and so on. So the database contains confidential information such as usernames, passwords, and other company proprietary data. Now the users, they access the web server over the public internet. So let's say this is a website and this is a login page. So the user is supposed to enter his username and password, which he does. So let's say he enters Jack and 123 as the password. And here is the backend code for this website. So basically this is the website and this is the website code at the backend. So basically we have a variable called name, which basically stores whatever is input in the user field here. Similarly, we have a variable password, which gets whatever is entered in the password field here. And then based on this information which we get, we are going to construct an SQL query which says that select asterisk, which means everything, from the table users, where name is equal to something and password is equal to something. So the basic idea is that once the user has entered his username and password, these variables are passed on to here to construct the SQL query which is sent to the database. Now let's see how this works in action. So the username is sent here and then it's passed on to the SQL query. So it becomes select asterisk from users where name is equal to Jack. So similarly, the password is captured by this variable and then passed on to the SQL query. So now this query is executed. This is sent to the database and it extracts the correct information. So the username is Jack and password is 123. And this is how information is passed onto the web application or to the front end of the website. Now this is the normal flow of a web application. Now let's see how SQL injections exploit this. We are now going to explore how an SQL injection works. We consider the exact same scenario. We have the same web server which communicates with the backend database, and the database has confidential information stored in it. So a malicious user accesses the website over the public internet. So here's the website. But now instead of entering correct information in the username and password fields, the malicious attacker enters a crafted string which basically renders an SQL injection in order to extract confidential information from the backend. So if we see the backend code for the same website, we see the same name variable and the same password variable, but now the values of these variables would be different. So previously, our final query which was constructed was select asterisk from users where name is equal to Jack and password is equal to 123. But now we'll have a different query because the variable name and passwords are replaced with this string. So basically our final query becomes select asterisk from users where name is equal to blank or 1 is equal to 1 and password is equal to blank or 1 is equal to 1. Now please note that these quotes are inserted by the code itself. So the last quotes both at the left side and the right side are inserted by the code. So that's why when we craft our query, we always start it with a quote which basically terminates the leftmost quote. And when we end our structured SQL injection, we basically introduce a quote here which basically corresponds to this ending quote. We do this so that the SQL query is structured properly, because if there's an error in the syntax of the SQL query, the server is going to throw an error and the malicious user would not be able to extract the confidential information. Now if you notice this query, the result of this query is always true because we have used the OR operator. So basically if the name is blank, or 1 is equal to 1 and 1 is always equal to 1, so that's why the result is true. And then we use the AND operator and we say password is equal to blank or 1 is equal to 1. So once again, this statement is true. So as a consequence, when this statement is executed, the result is true and it matches each and every single entry of the database, and all of the fields in the database are extracted. So that's how the malicious hacker is able to extract all of the records in the database by structuring a query which exploits the structure of the SQL language. Let's take a closer look at the SQL injection. Now this was the correct format of the SQL query. Select asterisk from users where name is equal to Jack and password is equal to 123. Now here's the malicious query. Select asterisk from users where name is equal to blank or 1 is equal to 1 and password is equal to blank or 1 is equal to 1. Now if you notice, the leftmost quote and the rightmost quote are inserted by the code. So that's why when the malicious hacker introduces the SQL query, it always starts with an escape quote for the left quote and an opening quote for the terminating quote. So this is done so that the structure of the SQL query is intact. Similarly, for the password field, quotes are introduced so that the SQL query terminates correctly. We don't necessarily have to use 1 is equal to 1. Basically, we can use any condition which results in a true statement. So for instance, we could use blank is equal to blank as an alternate to 1 is equal to 1, because a blank is always equal to blank and blank is again always equal to blank. So basically, as long as you have the final result as true, then the query is going to extract all of the fields which correspond to this. Now, since every single record in your database corresponds to true, that's why the malicious hacker is able to extract all of the confidential information from the backend. We can also insert the malicious SQL injection directly into the URL. This is different from what we just did. So basically, what we just did was insert malicious SQL queries into the input fields. But now we are going to explore how we could enter this information directly into the URLs. So we have a website of songs, and if you notice the URL, there is a question mark. Now this indicates that next would be a variable and its corresponding value. So we have the variable song ID with the value of 12. So when the final SQL query is rendered, it basically contains where song ID is equal to 12, and that's why we see song 12 being selected. Now let's see how we can insert a malicious SQL query within this URL. So the original SQL query was select static from songs where song ID is equal to 12, and this song ID variable came from here. So now we insert song ID is equal to -1, and then we maliciously introduce union operator and say select static from users. So what the union operator does is that it executes this part of the query separately, and then it creates a separate query for this part. So the final query becomes select static from songs where song ID is equal to -1. So this is not going to return any song because we don't have any song with an ID of -1, but that's okay. We are more interested in getting this thing. So union select static from users. So when this subquery gets executed, it's going to fetch each and every record from the users table. As the final results indicate, we don't have any song in the songs table, but we get each and every single record from the users table because this statement is true for all of the users. So this is how you can insert SQL injection directly into the URL and fetch confidential information from the backend database. Now SQL injection is quite dangerous because a lot of the technologies around the world, they use SQL databases at the backend along with PHP as the programming language. Now we have discussed two variations of the SQL injection attack. The first was when we inserted the SQL injection into the input fields, and secondly when we inserted the SQL injection directly into the URL. There are a number of other variations of the SQL injection attack. However, the basic idea is still the same. The basic purpose is to craft a string. When inserted into the code, it renders an SQL query which basically fetches all of the confidential information hidden inside your database. Next, we're going to see another variation of the SQL injection attack, which is the blind SQL injection. Then we're also going to have a look at a couple of mitigation solutions on how to mitigate SQL injection attacks. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to the SQL injection lab. In this lab, we are going to try SQL injections on a vulnerable website. So we're first going to log into the virtual machine, which we have already shared with you. So the username and password are both Kali. Once we're logged in, we are now going to fire up the browser. So the web application that we have built for this lab is hosted locally. So you have to go to localhost/sqli-basic. So this is a custom vulnerable web application that we have developed. Couple of words about the web application. We have built this web application using the LAMP stack. LAMP. L is for the Linux, which is the operating system. A is for Apache, which is the web server. M is for MySQL, which is the database, and PHP is the programming language which is used to build this web application. Now LAMP stack is a very popular combination. It's a popular stack. It's used in hundreds of thousands of websites around the world. Now this is a login page in which you have to enter the usernames and passwords. Let's first try a legitimate username. So we have a user who is Jack and his password is 123. We know this is a legitimate user because this user exists in the backend. So if we log in, you can see that this was a successful login and we see the ID, username and password. Now let's see what happens if we enter wrong credentials. So you have an invalid login credentials message. Let's try an SQL injection now. We'll start with the leftmost code. Now this corresponds to the escape for the leftmost code inserted by the code. Then we're going to use the OR operator and insert a query which is always true, which is 1 is equal to 1. Now if you notice, we have not used the terminating quote because that will be inserted by the code. So the leftmost quote that we have inserted will escape the leftmost quote inserted by the code, and the rightmost quote that we have inserted here is going to escape or terminate properly the rightmost quote that will be inserted at the end of this string. Now this is done so that the SQL query is structured properly. We'll use the same structure for the password field. Now let's see what happens when we try to log in. As you can see, the SQL injection successfully retrieved all the records from the backend. Now this happened because we structured a query which is always true. So the leftmost part of the query was that if username is blank or 1 is equal to 1, which is always true, and password is blank or 1 is equal to 1, which is again always true. So overall, the query resulted in a positive or a truth condition which applies to each and every record in our database. So that's why we were able to successfully retrieve all the usernames. So this is how SQL injections work. We could use a simpler query as well. Let's see how. We could just use password is blank. So basically this is going to terminate the leftmost quote. So which basically means user is equal to blank or blank is equal to blank. Similarly for the password, blank or blank is equal to blank. Now when the code inserts the rightmost quote, now this is going to convert it into a blank string. So blank string is equal to blank string. Similarly for the password, we're again going to see the same results. So it doesn't matter, as long as the overall result is true, you're going to retrieve each and every record from the backend database. Now this was one way to structure your SQL injection attacks. We have another way. We can also directly insert the SQL injection in the URL here. So for this, we're going to go to a different website. So you're going to replace SQLi basic with SQLi union. Now this is a simple website in which you select a song based on its ID and you see the song. For your convenience, I've also included the SQL query which is finally formulated based on this URL. So in this example, we had select asterisk from songs where ID is equal to 1. So this is the ID is equal to 1 part. Now let's inject SQL injection directly into the URL. So once again, we're going to terminate the leftmost quote using a single quote, and then we're going to add or 1 is equal to 1. So there you have the SQL query, select asterisk from songs where ID is equal to 1. So if you notice this part, this much is what we inserted, and the leftmost and the rightmost quotes are inserted by the code in order to formulate the final SQL query. So we get all of the list of the songs because once again, the final result of this query is true for each and every record. So that's how we can retrieve each and every single record from the backend database. So let's see a third variation of the SQL injection attack. We're now going to replace this OR operator with the union operator. So the difference between union or OR is that union kind of executes two different queries. The leftmost part is executed separately and the rightmost part is executed separately. So union kind of joins two different queries, whereas the OR is an operator which provides Boolean truth or false for the same query. So let's see how this works. So we say union select asterisk from table users where 1 is equal to 1. So we see the same result, but since this time we've put ID is equal to 1, we're also going to retrieve song with ID 1, but we also see all of the usernames which are stored in the database. So this is a third variation of the SQL injection attack. So now we have discussed three different versions of the SQL injection attack. The first was when we inserted SQL queries directly into the user fields. In the second attack, we inserted the SQL query using the OR operator into the URL. In the third variation, we inserted again an SQL injection into the URL but using the union operator, which basically joins two different subqueries. Now this attack is very pertinent, it's quite dangerous, especially because a lot of the web applications around the world, they're using the LAMP stack, which makes them an ideal target for SQL injection attacks. There are several techniques to mitigate SQL injection attacks, which we're going to discuss later. Please refer to the document for this lab, which lists the detailed steps that you must take for this lab. It also includes the task that you're supposed to complete, along with the solution. In this lecture, we're going to explore blind SQL injections, which are a variation of the standard SQL injection. So in the standard SQL injection attack, when the attacker crafts the malicious SQL query and executes it, he is able to see the actual output on the website. In contrast, for blind SQL injection attacks, the attacker normally cannot see the output of the SQL query. Now either the database does not return the results or the database returns generic errors. So this makes the job of the attacker a little bit harder. So he has to use some inference techniques in order to infer the confidential information. So the basic idea is that the attacker tries to guess the passwords by passing true or false SQL statements and then seeing the output, whether the query executed successfully or was an error thrown. Now there are two major types of blind SQL injection attacks. The first one is called Boolean based. So the basic idea is that, say the attacker says, if the first character of the database name is this, then do this. Now if the query executes successfully, even if the results are not displayed on the page, at least the attacker knows that the first character of the database name is this. However, if an error is thrown, then the attacker can infer that it's not this character. So he'll move on to the next character and so on. The second type is called time-based. The basic idea is that the attacker crafts a malicious query and inserts a sleep function, which says that if the first letter of the password, for example, is A, then wait 5 seconds before returning the results. Otherwise, return the results immediately or just wait 1 second. So based on these differences in the time or the Boolean output, the attacker is able to infer information. So let's start with time-based blind SQL injection attacks. The basic idea is that instead of a standard query, we insert a query which exploits the sleep function, and then we observe that if the query executed successfully and we got the results after X seconds, then it means our query was successful. If, however, we saw the results or an error after Y seconds, then it means the query was unsuccessful. Let's see how this works. So this is the query that we had initially, ID is equal to 1. So now since the code is going to insert a quote here and a corresponding quote here, that's why we insert the first quote in order to escape this one. And then we add and if 1 is equal to 1. So basically this if statement, it checks if this condition is true, then sleep for 10 seconds before returning the result. However, if this condition is false, then just sleep for 1 second and return the result. And this part is just added in order to structure the query appropriately for the last escape code. Now when we execute this query, we see the successful results for the song. We don't actually see any output for this one. However, there would be a delay of 10 seconds because 1 is equal to 1 is always true. So based on this, the attacker can substitute this thing with any other thing. So for example, the first alphabet or the first character of the password is A or B or C and so on. So it is true that this may take a long time, but this is not done manually. So the attacker is usually going to employ scripts which automate this task and try a lot of different combinations. So the basic idea behind time-based blind SQL injections is to introduce a certain delay and then check whether the results were returned after that delay or not. Let's see how this works. So instead of inserting 1 is equal to 1, the attacker can use the ASCII function. So basically what the ASCII function does is that it gets a character or an alphabet here and then it checks the ASCII value and compares it to this. So for example, the ASCII value of capital A is 65. So what the substring function does is that it calls the database function, which gets the name of the database, and then it tells it start at the first index and get just one character. So the substring function is going to return the first character of the database name. And then the ASCII function would be applied on that. It's going to convert it into the ASCII equivalent and then check if the value of that is equal to capital A, because the ASCII value of capital A is 65, then it is going to sleep for 10 seconds. Otherwise, it's going to sleep for 1. So that's how, by varying this input, for example, the next time he may use 66, 67 and so on. So that's how the attacker can vary and enumerate all the possible combinations, probably through automated scripts. The second variation of the blind SQL injection is Boolean-based blind SQL injection attack. In this attack, we basically exploit true or false values. So for example, for the same function, we again escape using a single quote and then we add the ASCII function. So the basic idea is that once again the ASCII function is going to get the first string of first alphabet of the database, and it's going to get converted into an ASCII equivalent, which would be compared to this value. Now please note that we just used a single quote because the last quote would be inserted by the code. So if the result is not true, then we're going to get an error. However, if the result is true, if we used the correct value, so for example, our database name is information and capital I and the ASCII equivalent is 73. So in this case, we get a correct result. We don't actually see the name of the database still, but we know that this part of the query executed successfully, and since we use the AND operator, so this must mean that this part was also true. So this is how you can infer whether the SQL query executed successfully or not. And this is how you use Boolean-based blind SQL injections. Now, usually blind SQL injection requires systematic enumeration. So the attacker has to try all the possible alphabets, both in uppercase and lowercase, as well as the digits. Now, it's very slow, but it is definitive because it's kind of a brute force attack. You're trying all the different combinations. Now, in order to automate the process, there are a number of tools available. A popular tool is the SQL map, which basically supports successful attacks on several different types of databases, including MySQL, Oracle, and MS SQL Server. It also supports different types of SQL injections, such as Boolean-based blind SQL injection, time-based blind SQL injections, as well as union query-based. So there are a lot of different combinations which are supported. Now this concludes our lecture on blind SQL injection attacks. We saw that there are two main categories of blind SQL injection attacks. The first was time-based and the second was Boolean-based. So this concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to the Blind SQL Injection Lab. As we discussed previously, the primary difference between SQL injection and blind SQL injection is that in blind SQL injection, the attacker does not get to see the output of his query on the screen. He may see error messages sometimes, but the actual output is hidden. So what he does is that he uses inference techniques to infer confidential information about the database. So let's start our lab. Username and password are Kali. We are going to fire up the browser. And let's go to localhost/sqli-union. So this is the same website which we previously used for the standard SQL injection attacks. So let's select the song with ID 1. Now, in blind SQL injections, whatever query you execute, you don't get to see the actual results on the screen. You may sometimes see error messages, but the actual result is hidden. So what the attacker does is that he uses some inference techniques. So we're going to start with the time-based inference technique, in which the attacker basically exploits delays in order to infer information. Let's see how this works. So as always, we start with a single quote to escape, and then we say, and if 1 is equal to 1, then sleep for 10 seconds, otherwise sleep for 1 second, and then we terminate it with another true query, which is and 1 is equal to 1, and we omit the last quote, the ending quote, because this would be inserted by the code. Now what this if statement does is that it says that if the first condition is true, if 1 is equal to 1, then sleep for 10 seconds before returning the result, and if it is not true, then sleep for just 1 second. Since this is true, we're going to see that this is going to take some time. So as you can see here, the browser is still working. So at the back end, the database sleeps for 10 seconds before actually returning the result. Now, regardless of the result returned, we know that it took 10 seconds, which meant that the first condition which we put in if was true. Now this technique can be leveraged to find out more information. So for example, we can try the first character of the database name and so on. So let's see what happens if we have a false statement. So we do and if 1 is equal to 2, then sleep for 10 seconds, otherwise sleep for 1 second, and then we terminate with another true condition. Now if you see, the thread took just 1 second. So this time the database just waited for 1 second before returning the results. So the difference in the timing between the two queries allows the attacker to infer a lot of information. We're going to use the same technique in order to find out the database name now. So once again, we start with the escape character, and then we say an ASCII. So basically an ASCII function gets an alphabet or a character as input and returns its equivalent ASCII value. To this function we pass a substring which basically extracts the first character of the database name. Now the database function is going to return the name of the database, and we say that start from the first index and get us the first character. So how does this function work? ASCII basically expects a single character in order to return the equivalent ASCII value. So we use the substring function and then we apply it on this database function, whatever the database function returns, which is the name of the database, and we say that start at the first index and get us the first character. So this is going to get us the first character of the database name. And then we basically check, and if the ASCII value is equal to something. Now as we all know, all of the alphabets, they have different ASCII values. So for example, the ASCII value of capital C is 67. So we are first going to see if the first character of the database name is capital C. But remember, we need to terminate the quote as well. So we're going to insert a single quote here, so that when the code inserts the corresponding quote, the SQL query is structured properly. So let's see what happens. We see an invalid song ID. So we got an error because the first character of the database name does not start with a capital C. So that's how an attacker infers that incorrect information has been returned. So that's how he can infer that the first character is not a capital C. So the attacker basically keeps on repeating this process and enumerates all the possible values. Obviously, he's going to use automated scripts in order to automate the task. But just as a conceptual point of view, this is how it's actually done. Now we know that the actual name of our database is information, and which starts with a capital I with a corresponding ASCII code of 73. So let's plug that in and see the output. So now we got a correct response, which basically means that the first character of our database name starts with capital I. So this process is repeated by the attacker to try various combinations, obviously through the help of scripts, and this is how information is inferred from the database. This concludes our lecture on blind SQL injection attacks. So basically we performed two different types of attacks. The first one was time based and the second one was Boolean based. So the attacker cannot actually see the output, but he can infer a lot of information based on the delay in the response or based on true or false results. Please refer to the lab document, which lists the steps that need to be taken for this lab, and it also includes the task that you should complete. In this lecture, we are going to have a look at a couple of techniques which can help us prevent SQL injection attacks. So SQL injection attacks primarily work because the user input is not properly sanitized. So the user is inserting malicious characters such as escape characters, single quotes, double quotes, angle brackets, and this input is not sanitized and directly concatenated with the code. Which brings us to the second point. The fundamental problem or the root cause of the SQL injection attacks is that code and data are mixed, which is indicative of bad programming. So basically it is the code part which is creating the SQL query. So for example, it creates select asterisk from dash where dash is dash, and now these blanks are filled by the data. So the code is generating the SQL query and the data values are plugged in. But unfortunately, as we saw, a malicious attacker can insert again code in the data values, and since this is directly concatenated with the SQL query, so that's why the final result is a malicious query which gets executed. Now there are a couple of defenses which we can use against SQL injection attacks. The first is obviously input sanitization. If we can somehow sanitize the user input and check for the presence of and remove characters, special characters such as single quotes, double quotes, angle brackets, slashes and so on, then we can obviously mitigate against SQL injection attacks. The second defense is more sophisticated and even better, which is called prepared SQL statements or parameterized SQL statements. So the basic idea is that instead of mixing code and data, we separate the SQL query from the data and pass these two separately to the backend database. The third solution is WAFs, Web Application Firewalls. WAFs are pretty good at stopping several different types of attacks, including malware and SQL injection attacks. We are now going to discuss each of these solutions in more detail. So starting with user input sanitization. So either we can write our own custom code. We can have our own custom user input sanitization function, which checks for the presence of special characters such as single quotes, double quotes, slashes, angle brackets, and so on. All of these characters are almost always used by the malicious hacker to craft the malicious SQL query. Now user input should only have strings, integers, whatever is the official purpose of the input field. It should never have these special characters. So by passing the input through our sanitization function, we can be sure that our sanitization function either removes these malicious characters or replaces them with benign characters. So that's the basic idea. But instead of writing our own custom code, because there are just so many possibilities, we can also use pre-built user input sanitization functions. Now PHP, which is perhaps the most popular programming language for developing web applications, it provides several built-in functions such as magic quotes, and there's another one, MySQL real escape string. Now both of these input sanitization functions, they scrub your user input, they check for the presence of any malicious combinations and then removes them. Now at first glance, these user input sanitization functions and this approach seems like a good idea, but in reality or practically speaking, they're not really such a great idea. And that is the exact reason why they are now deprecated and considered unsafe. The problem stems from the fact that there are just so many malicious characters, and then the hacker can also use ASCII values for these characters, which later on gets converted into the actual character. And there are always creative hackers who are coming up with new combinations, so the possibilities are endless, and that is why these solutions are considered only a stopgap solution. They are not considered a final solution. A better solution is to use prepared SQL statements, also called parameterized SQL statements. So the basic idea is that you should always separate the SQL query from the data. In fact, most of the problems stem from the fact that we are mixing code and data. So it is the code part which was generating the SQL query, but we allowed our data to be plugged in directly within that SQL statement. So when the data was concatenated and the malicious hacker was able to insert crafted messages into that data, so that resulted in a malicious query. So to avoid this problem, a good approach is to separate the SQL query or the code from the data. So in prepared SQL statements, instead of sending the raw query to the database, we don't create the final query. What we do is that we pass the structure of the query to the database, and then we inform it that we're going to send you some data values, and then those data values are passed separately as a function call to the database. So it is at the back end that the database compiles this query. Now previously what we used to have is that we have a query select static from students where name is equal to name. Now this part was the code and it was directly mixed with the data part. So whatever the input variable name had, so whatever the user inputs here, it's passed to the name variable, which is plugged directly here. So a user can insert malicious SQL code in order to formulate the final query. So this is the mixing of code and data. But now what we do is that we pass the query separately. So first we inform the database that this is the query, this is the structure of the query that we're going to send you. So this is select static from students where name is equal to question mark. And we inform the database that we're going to pass you a variable. Now once the database has this part, it is already going to construct the query. So the query part or the code part is already done. So the database is now not going to add anything to this query once it has pre-compiled it. It is only waiting for a variable. So S means we are going to pass a string and then we pass the variable student name. Now even if a malicious hacker inserts again SQL query or malicious part of a SQL query here, it will not be added to the original SQL query by the database. And in fact, it is going to consider this literally as a string. Even if you put union select static from students, now the database is going to consider this as a string, not part of the SQL query. So this is how you separate the SQL query or the code from the data. It is a far more sophisticated approach and significantly better at protecting SQL injection attacks. So the final solution that we are going to discuss are web application firewalls. Now layer 7 web application firewalls can protect against a number of attacks such as SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, malware, and several other types of attacks. The reason that layer 7 web application firewalls work so efficiently and effectively is that they do not perform basic scanning. So for example, traditional firewalls, they just looked at the headers, for example, transport header, application layer header, IP headers, port information, IP addresses, and other things. But layer 7 web application firewall can perform deep packet inspection. It can actually check the contents of the packets, not just the headers. And then based on the contents of the packets, it can develop patterns. It can even identify which application is running. For example, is it Skype traffic? Is it video traffic? Is it simple browsing traffic? So it is very sophisticated. It can perform deep packet inspection, and then we can leverage techniques such as machine learning and other mechanisms in order to detect any kind of malicious pattern. Another thing that they do is that they have baselined the normal behavior of the system and the network, and if they see any deviation or abnormality compared to that baseline, this also triggers an alert. So web application firewalls are a brilliant idea and should almost always be used because they don't just only protect against vulnerabilities, they also protect against malware and several other types of attacks. Now web application firewalls come in two flavors. You can have an on-premise WAF or cloud-based. For on-premise WAF, you can use one, for example, by Cisco, and there are others as well, such as Juniper. For cloud-based WAF, Cloudflare, and there are some other third-party solutions in which you don't actually host your firewall within your premises, but your traffic is passed or scrubbed through these cloud-based WAFs. So WAFs are another technique, an efficient technique to protect against SQL injection attacks because they can detect the pattern of the traffic. They can detect whether somebody is trying to inject SQL injection code because they can inspect the contents of packets as well. So that includes our lecture on mitigating SQL injection attacks. So once again, I'd like to reiterate that SQL injection attacks are very pertinent, very true, and very applicable even today. And that's why it's always a good idea to use multiple techniques to mitigate them: user input sanitization, prepared SQL statements, and WAFs. In this lecture, we are going to discuss the cross-site scripting attack, an attack which affects a lot of web applications around the world. So the cross-site scripting attack happens because a lot of web applications, they allow invalid data input on their web pages, such as discussion forums. So what happens is that the attacker, he creates a new thread, And instead of just inserting text messages and images, he basically also injects malicious code such as JavaScript. So when a new user he visits that thread or that web page, in addition to the text that is there, the script is also loaded and executes. Now this script is malicious and it can basically steal users' session data and credentials. Cross-site scripting comes in two variations. The first variation is persistent or stored cross-site scripting. In this variation, the malicious code is stored permanently on the web page. So for example, the discussion forum that we just discussed, in this case, the malicious code is stored in a thread or a message permanently. So whenever another user visits that page, he's always going to get that script. In contrast, we have another variation of the cross-site scripting attack, which is called reflected cross-site scripting. In this case, the malicious script is included in the URL, and then this URL is disseminated to different users through emails, or they can also be posted on websites. And when the user clicks that link, basically the malicious script gets loaded, executes, and steals session data or passwords. So the two different variations are that the first one, the script is permanently stored, but in the second one, in the reflected one, the attacker has to actually send the malicious link to all the different users. So he has to keep on doing it. So let's start with the persistent cross-site scripting attack. In this attack, we have a normal discussion forum such as this, where users come and they post their comments, they create new threads. So every message in this discussion forum should normally be text message or images, right? So let's see what happens when an attacker creates a new thread. So basically he can put any topic and he can put any message, but inside that message he's going to insert malicious script. So normally, as we discussed previously, all of the web pages are basically HTML based, but you can use these tags, the script tags. So this tag starts the script and this tag indicates the end of the script. So within the HTML code, the malicious attacker can introduce this script and then he can write any commands based on JavaScript here. And then this malicious message is committed, it's submitted to the website, which basically stores it permanently at the backend. And that is why this is called a persistent cross-site scripting attack. So now what happens is that when a user visits this page or this particular thread, he views this thread, but the malicious script also gets loaded and gets executed on the browser of that client. And that malicious code, it can do a lot of stuff. For example, it can steal session data, it can steal credentials, so all sort of stuff. So the overall flow was that the malicious attacker created a new thread, inserted malicious script inside that text message, and when the HTML renders that page, in addition to the standard page, this script also gets executed on the client's browser, steals information such as session data and credentials, and sends it to the malicious hacker, for example. Let's discuss the second type of cross-site scripting, which is the reflected cross-site scripting attack. In this type of attack, the attacker payload is included in the link, which is sent to the server and then reflected back to the user. Now, the malicious link must be delivered to every individual, for example, through phishing emails. This is in contrast to the persistent cross-site scripting, which was basically stored permanently at the back end of the website, so that whenever a user comes to that thread or that page, that script gets loaded. In reflected cross-site scripting, the malicious attacker needs to actually deliver these links to different users. So he needs to be active as long as this attack has to work. So the consequences of a reflected cross-site scripting attack are similar to the persistent one. It can steal session cookies, it can steal passwords and any other information such as your bank information, any other sort of credentials. Let's see how this works. So there is a user and we have the perpetrator and here's the web server. So what happens is that the perpetrator, he crafts a URL which includes the malicious script. So if you notice here, he has included the malicious script right inside the URL. And then this URL is sent to the user. Now users are normally not very careful. They don't actually see the full URL and they assume that it will be legitimate and they click it. So when they click it, now the attack happens in two steps. It doesn't happen directly. So when the user clicks this links, he's sent to the web server and then this web server simply reflects back this string, and then this URL gets loaded into the browser of the user, and then it attacks the user, and which for example is stealing their credentials, stealing confidential information or session data. So this attack doesn't happen directly. The malicious link is sent including the malicious script. The user clicks it, and when it reaches the server simply reflects it back. And when this message reaches the user, the script gets loaded and basically executes on the browser of the client or the user and steals information and sends it to the perpetrator. So this is how the reflected cross-site scripting attack works. Now this is different to the persistent cross-site scripting attack, in which the malicious script is stored at the backend of the web application, and whenever a user visits that, it always gets loaded. In this case, the perpetrator has to actually deliver the malicious links, the malicious URLs to each individual user. Preventing the cross-site scripting attack uses a lot of similar approaches that we discussed for the SQL injections. So the first one is obviously user input sanitization. So we should have functions or methods which check for the presence of special characters, especially these angled brackets or keywords such as script. And our methods should ensure that these malicious strings are either removed or replaced with benign characters. Another approach which is different to input sanitization is user input validation. Now this basically ensures that any user content rendered to other users does not contain malicious code or scripts. User input sanitization is different from user input validation because the sanitization happens when the user is entering his information for the first time, whereas validation happens once the user data is stored at the backend and now it is being retrieved to be displayed to a different user. So before rendering that information, the web application should make sure that it does not contain malicious codes or scripts. Another nice technique is to use secure code reviews and using secure libraries. So basically, companies should always ensure that they have secure code review processes which check for entry points and test attack scenarios. So this is just like use case testing. So basically, we try different scenarios which can be exploited by possible attackers. We should also strive to use secure coding libraries such as OWASP. So by using a combination of user input sanitization, user input validation, secure code review, and by using secure libraries, cross-site scripting attacks can be mitigated to a significant extent. That concludes our lecture. So vulnerability management is the last topic of this domain. So the process of identifying, classifying, prioritizing, remediating, and mitigating vulnerabilities in systems and software is called vulnerability management. It is a fundamental requirement of computer security and network security. So in order to have a mature security posture, your organization must implement a vulnerability management program. So let's see the process of vulnerability management. So the first step in the vulnerability management process is asset discovery. So before you can protect anything, you first need to discover your network, your resources, where they are located, what are its importance, and so on. So the first step in that process is asset discovery. You first need to discover your assets before protecting them. Now this includes discovering IP addresses, network topology, servers, mobile devices, and databases. So once we are familiar with our assets, the next step is to scan them. So in this step, we do port and vulnerability scans in order to identify open ports and any vulnerable services which are running. So for example, after a vulnerability scan, you may realize or discover that one of your servers has port 23 open and it is running a telnet service which is insecure. So the next step is vulnerability assessment. Whenever you do a vulnerability scan, practically what you're going to receive are maybe hundreds and thousands of vulnerabilities. Not all of those are serious and not all of those are pertinent or applicable to your particular situation. Moreover, not all the assets are equal in importance. Some of the assets contain highly sensitive information, or the asset itself may be very important. So basically, you need to prioritize your assets, you need to prioritize your data. So for example, a database hosting confidential client information or company secrets is obviously more important compared to a server which is hosting just a static website. Another important point to realize is that not all of the vulnerabilities are exploitable. You sometimes can have a vulnerability, but it is not exploitable. So basically, we need to also factor in the fact that sometimes some of the vulnerabilities are not exploitable, whereas some vulnerabilities which may appear not so high in severity, but they are easily exploitable. So there are a multitude of factors which you need to take into consideration, but perhaps the most important factor is the eventual business impact a vulnerability will have. So that will determine how much resources and time and how much priority you would assign to a vulnerability. So the last step is vulnerability mitigation. Now, based on the vulnerability assessment, you would have a list of vulnerabilities, let's say top X vulnerabilities that you need to definitely address. Now, vulnerability mitigation involves several different steps, and eventually it depends on the types of vulnerability discovered and the assets which host those vulnerabilities. But generally speaking, we harden the security posture through some standard techniques. So for example, one popular technique is to disable unused services on your servers, or in fact any system of your network. So the key point is that if you don't need a service, it should not be working, it should not be running, because that can eventually provide an attack vector to attackers and they can penetrate your system through that. So the best and the safest approach is to close down any unused ports as well as close down any unused services. Another important fact is to patch vulnerabilities. So most of the vulnerabilities are well known and they have patches available. So basically you apply those patches and you ensure that the vulnerability has been addressed. Or if the patch is not available, because sometimes we have vulnerabilities which are called zero-day exploits, which basically means that the vulnerability is so new that there isn't an existing patch for that. In that case, you need to find workarounds. So this is the complete cycle. But please keep in mind, this is an ongoing process. So basically after vulnerability mitigation, so once again, you'll start with asset discovery. So this is a periodic process and you need to keep track of which type of assets are newly added to your network or to your system. And then you do another vulnerability scan, vulnerability assessment and mitigation. So this is an ongoing process. It's kind of a cycle. So we're going to explore each of these steps individually. We'll start with asset discovery. So we first need to consider what are the different types of assets hosted by our organization. This may include software, mobile devices, servers, databases, and so on. Another important factor is what are the location of those assets. For example, we have key locations such as business offices, network infrastructure sites, backup sites. Another important factor is the software stack used. So basically you need to be aware of what are the operating systems, database systems, and web applications hosted by your organization. Because if you're familiar with these things, then you would be in a good position to quickly identify vulnerabilities, especially those that become public knowledge. The final factor is criticality. So you need to identify what are the key assets that you must prioritize. Usually these are web applications and databases, but this really depends on the context. So for some organizations, they may have a priority of protecting their data, whereas for others, it may be their web application because they're servicing a large number of clients. So next is vulnerability scanning. Now, in some ways, vulnerability scanning can be compared to penetration testing. However, there are some key differences. So for example, penetration testing is usually more vigorous and more invasive. Now, vulnerability scanning can be considered as a scaled down version of penetration testing. It is obviously less vigorous and less invasive. And another key difference is that penetration testing is often done from outside. So basically you sometimes hire third parties and they try to penetrate your network from the outside. In contrast, vulnerability scanning is a routine process which is done from inside your network. Now, vulnerability scanning involves some activities such as port scanning and vulnerability scanning, and we have tools available for both of those. Now, we have both open source products such as OpenWAS, Nexpose Community Edition, as well as commercial products for vulnerability scanning such as Qualys and CrowdStrike. Now, even though there are some differences between open source and commercial products in this arena, but generally speaking, all of these products, they rely on almost the same set of scripts and techniques. Now, obviously, commercial products such as Qualys, for example, they offer a better user experience. They offer better graphical user interface, and they're more user friendly. But the open source products can also be used to get the job done. The next step is vulnerability assessment. Now, all vulnerability scanners, they basically have a pre-built database of vulnerabilities, and they simply go and check those in your system. One big problem is the significant amount of noise that they generate. So even if you run a Qualys scan on a reasonably sized network, you will discover hundreds of thousands of vulnerabilities. Now there's just so much noise that you definitely need to prioritize. You cannot obviously address 10,000 different vulnerabilities, which is not uncommon, by the way. Now you need to prioritize based on the severity of the vulnerability and also the likelihood of occurrence. So for example, if you have a vulnerability, but there's no way that anyone can exploit it due to some external factor, then you don't need to worry about it. On the other hand, if there is a vulnerability with medium severity, but there's a very good chance of exploitability, which means that it is very easy to exploit this vulnerability given your network infrastructure and security posture, then perhaps you need to pay more attention to that. Another important factor for prioritization is the possible impact on business. So obviously this is the bottom line. So any vulnerability which can impact your business operations need to be considered seriously. Now we have a system which is widely used in the cybersecurity community, which is called CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure. So basically this contains definitions for publicly known vulnerabilities or exposures. The website is cve.mitre.org. Now all of the known vulnerabilities are assigned a unique ID. So for instance, CVE 2017-11882 is a vulnerability which affects MS Office versions 2007 to 16, which basically allows hackers to execute code remotely once a malicious document is opened. So this is a remote code execution vulnerability. Now CVE offers several interesting things. So first of all, it specifically identifies the products which are affected and the versions. And they also highlight the attack type which can be expected. And they also assign the possible impact based on a severity rating score. Sometimes the possible solutions are also listed. This usually includes links to patches, for instance. So the first item is the description. This basically provides an overview of the vulnerability. The second is the severity rating, which is 7.8, basically a high severity rating. And it also includes links to possible solutions sometimes. So we use CVSS, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, in order to score or rank vulnerabilities. This is a common framework for vulnerability severity rating, which basically assigns scores from 0 to 10. Now low is considered 0.1 to 3.9, and then from 4 to 6.9 we have medium rating, and then the high is considered 7 to 8.9, and finally we have the critical vulnerabilities in the range 9 to 10. So based on the assigned score, we can determine the severity of the vulnerability, and therefore appropriate resources can be assigned. The last step is vulnerability mitigation. So one of the most effective strategies to mitigate vulnerabilities is patching. So basically, whenever there is a well-known public vulnerability, so usually the company that developed the software, they release patches. So you should be vigilant. You should keep on checking if there are any known vulnerabilities, especially in the core components used by your web applications or your network, and you should keep them patched. An important point is you should always keep your systems up to date. Finally, you should always keep yourself updated. So you should be familiar with these resources, such as the CVE website and the National Vulnerability Database. And you should be vigilant about new vulnerabilities that become public and which might affect your network or your systems. So this is an ongoing process. You always discover new assets, then you do scanning, then you do prioritizing of the vulnerabilities based on the business impact, based on their severity rating, based on their exploitability potential. And then you mitigate them, and then you go back to the first step. So this is an ongoing process. This is a periodic process which every organization must ensure in order to have a decent security posture. So that concludes our domain. I'll see you in the next domain. Welcome to this domain of the course. Malware is an important domain because as a cybersecurity professional, you must be aware of the different types of malware that exist, what are their attack vectors, and what are appropriate mitigation techniques. So malware is malicious software that has been designed to cause damage or enable unauthorized access to systems or networks for the purposes of theft, espionage, or sabotage. Malware is basically simply software, but which is malicious. It is designed to either steal data or to sabotage systems. Now, there are several consequences of malware, which can range from just theft or espionage, which basically means spying, or sabotage, which basically means you actually go ahead and damage the destination networks or the victim systems. Now, malware is all around us, and as a cybersecurity professional, you should be aware of the different types of malware and how they attack. We're going to have a look at different types of malware throughout this domain. So, malware is an executable file or binary that is malicious in nature. It is often used by hackers for some of the following purposes. So, data exfiltration tops the list. Now we have data all around us, which ranges from personal health information such as patient records to personal identifiable information, for example, your social security numbers, and then we have financial data as well. So the small difference between data and information is that data is raw in nature, but once it has been processed and converted into something which provides actionable insights or actionable knowledge, then that is called information. So one of the most important targets of malware is data exfiltration, which basically means unauthorized transfer of data from your network or your system to some external entity. It can also be used for spying. So basically a malware can install rats on your system, which basically refer to remote access trojans. Now, the basic purpose of rats is to open backdoors in your system, which allow hackers which are located remotely to remotely access your system. Then we have keyloggers, which basically record everything that you type. So imagine you're typing your usernames, passwords, banking information, and all sorts of data, and that's all logged by the keylogger and then eventually sent to a remote hacker. And then we have spyware, which basically tracks which websites you visit, for instance. Malware can also lead to ransomware attacks. The basic idea of ransomware is that it is a type of malware which basically goes ahead and encrypts your confidential files and databases. Now, since your business relies on those files and you don't have the key to decrypt those files, so basically this impacts your business operations directly. And then the hackers, they usually demand some sort of ransom in order to provide you with the key or in order to provide you with the unencrypted copies of your data. Malware attacks can also lead you to become part of a botnet. So what happens is that a hacker remotely hacks different systems and installs malware. That malware installs backdoors and then they report back to the hacker. So he acts as sort of a command and control station. So whenever he issues some commands remotely, those commands would be executed by the malware on your system as if the hacker was actually sitting on your system. Now, these type of bot networks are usually used to launch distributed denial of service attacks onto a victim server. So the hacker basically issues a command and all the systems which are part of that botnet, they start sending traffic, for instance, to the victim server. Let's see how malware infiltrates your networks and systems. So one reason is software vulnerabilities. If you have any weakness or vulnerability in your operating system, for example, in Microsoft Windows or Android, or if there is a weakness in one of the applications that you've installed onto your system, then this may lead to malware infiltration because the malware would be able to bypass the security controls. And this is not only limited to operating systems and applications also. So for instance, Check Point, which is very famous for their firewalls, they indicated that they were able to discover hundreds of vulnerabilities into the hardware chips fabricated by Qualcomm for Android mobile phones. So any type of vulnerability, whether it is in the hardware, in the operating system, or the application, can lead to malware infiltration. And that's perhaps why it's very important to keep your operating system applications and firmware updated and patched. Perhaps the weakest link in the security chain are humans. You can have the best security controls in the world, but if one of your employees clicks on a phishing email, then that allows the hacker to bypass all the security controls at the perimeter and directly attack your corporate network. So the biggest attack vector is obviously malicious links in emails. Another reason is when you visit suspicious websites and then they download malware onto your systems. This is called a drive-by download. Malware can also be hidden in email attachments sent with the emails. So whenever a user clicks or opens that document, now the document often masquerades as something important. It could be your bank statement or a letter from your CEO, for instance, or HR. So it always masquerades as something important, baiting the user to click it or open it. Another big reason is installing untrusted software or installing software from untrusted sources. So even if you trust, let's say, Microsoft Office, but you should always install it from the official website, not from third parties, because that opens the door for malware infiltration. Now, malware usually doesn't attack directly. It's a two-step process. At the first step, they launch the droppers. So a dropper is a type of malware with a very small footprint. So the basic idea is that instead of going for the full-fledged malware installation directly at the first step, which may trigger alarms, you first try to get a foothold by dropping a small dropper. It's sort of a frontline soldier whose only purpose is to infiltrate your systems and networks. And this is typically done through phishing emails or by drive-by downloads. And once the dropper is in your system, in your network, it helps in downloading additional, more sophisticated malware. So what it does is that it opens a back door, creates a connection to a remote server, and then downloads more sophisticated malware, which then allows the hacker to penetrate further into your system. Droppers sometimes also employ keyloggers in order to capture user information. There are several different types of malware. We have viruses, worms, rootkits, trojans, logic bombs, keyloggers, spyware, and ransomware. As a cybersecurity professional, you must be aware about all of these different types of malware, their attack vectors, how to protect them, and how to mitigate or recover once your systems or networks are infected by any of these malware. We are going to discuss each of these in detail as we proceed throughout this domain. So here are some safety measures which you must implement as a responsible cybersecurity professional. So first is addressing software vulnerabilities. You should always keep your operating systems and applications patched and updated. And you should always install applications from trusted sources. Even if the application itself is trusted, you should still download it from the official website. Humans, which are the weakest link in the security chain, must be properly trained. So normally there should be security awareness workshops and training sessions which train users on how to detect phishing emails, on not to click on suspicious links or open suspicious email attachments. So if you implement all of these, this provides a safety baseline which can prevent or mitigate a lot of malware infiltrations in your organization. That concludes our lecture. Viruses and worms are perhaps the most popular types of malware that we know. So a virus basically infects applications and files by inserting itself in their code. An important point to remember is that viruses, they always require the infected application or the file to be executed, which means that they cannot run on their own. So they need the user to actually open the file or run an executable in order to trigger their action. Virus has two main functions. The first is replication. It basically reproduces itself exponentially. So if you open a, let's say, virus infected file, it is not going to create another virus infected file. It may create hundreds of them. So that expansion is exponential, not linear. Second function of a virus is to cause destruction, which can be through corruption of data, files, or applications. Now, viruses are used for multiple purposes. Sometimes they're used to steal your data. Sometimes they can lead to ransomware or denial of service attacks. So basically imagine if a virus infects your web application server and it causes it to shut down or become corrupt, then your application would no longer be able to service the clients around the world. So that would be a denial of service attack. Or a virus may lead to a ransomware attack in which your important files or databases are encrypted and then you have to pay a ransom to get them decrypted. In contrast to popular opinion, viruses are not always created with a malicious intent. Some viruses are created just for fun. They're just to annoy the end users. Let me share a small story. Back in the 1990s, when I was in high school, I had recently learned how to write batch programs. So basically, batch files are executable files. You just put a series of commands in them, and when you execute the file, those commands are executed. Seems pretty simple now, but it was something interesting back then. So basically, I shared the game Prince of Persia with one of my friends, and I replaced the prince.exe file with prince.batch file, which basically had some commands which made all the files hidden in the directory, and it displayed that your system has been hacked. It was a benign ploy, but it was really fun. So to reiterate, viruses are not always there to cause damage, and they're not always created with malicious intent. Sometimes the viruses are just there to annoy you. So viruses come in different types and flavors. So the first type is a boot sector virus, which basically infects the boot sector so that the virus is always loaded. Now remember, the boot sector is a special partition in your hard disk which manages the booting process. So whenever your system boots, it is this part of your hard disk which loads the operating system, including the kernel, firmware, and other applications. So if a virus infects this sector, it means that even if you remove it from your applications or other parts of your hard disk, it would always be loaded. The next is macro virus. Now this virus infects Microsoft Office documents and spreadsheets. Basically, Microsoft Excel sheets and Word documents, they have macros, which are basically automated scripts which automate some of your repetitive tasks, especially when you're working on spreadsheets, etc. So this virus infects those macros. We have a stealth virus as well, which basically operates in the stealth mode, which means hidden mode. It tries to hide itself from the antivirus software, and it does some really neat tricks. So for instance, sometimes when the antivirus tries to scan a file, it just temporarily removes itself from that file and then comes back later on. So the next are polymorphic viruses. Now these viruses change their form, and by form we mean their code. So interestingly, these are viruses which change their own code dynamically. So basically they change some segments of the code, obviously not all of the code. But the basic purpose is that if there is an antivirus system which is trying to catch this virus or detect this virus through some particular signatures, then the virus changes its code so that its signature changes so that it can evade detection. And then we have encrypted virus itself, which basically leverages the power of encryption to hide itself. So imagine if a virus is encrypted and you don't have the decryption key and you don't have the decryption algorithms, then how would you know if it is a virus or not? Because you won't be able to decode it, to decrypt it, so you won't be able to analyze it. So let's start with the boot sector virus. So the boot sector virus infects the MBR, which is the master boot record of the hard disk. It alters the boot sequence to ensure that whenever your system is booted, the virus always gets loaded. In contrast to their ominous sounding name, they're usually easier to detect and remove. Now let's see how the normal boot process works. So you always have a bootloader which basically loads the OS kernel. Now remember, kernel is a part of your operating system which is always loaded in the memory. You can consider it as the brain of your operating system because operating system is really huge. It contains a lot of stuff. It contains a lot of drivers, firmwares, and so on. But the core of the operating system, the brain of the operating system, is the kernel, which is always there in the memory. But if your system is infected, then it would be the virus which would load first, then it would load the bootloader, which would subsequently call the OS kernel. So basically it changes the boot sequence in order to ensure that it is always loaded. So next are macro viruses. So Microsoft Word and Excel, they use script functions for repetitive tasks. Whenever you work on a spreadsheet, there are several tasks that you need to be done automatically. For that, they use script functions. Now, script functions are typically implemented using Visual Basic, and the basic aim, as we discussed, is automating tasks. Now, macro viruses infect these script functions for malicious purposes. The damage potential, however, is a bit limited because whenever you need to run a macro, it requires explicit user permission. So whenever you're working on spreadsheets, for example, if you need to use a macro, the system pops up a dialog and explicitly asks you whether you want to run this macro or not. So that's why the damage potential is somewhat limited, because user permission is explicitly required. So next are stealth viruses. Stealth viruses always operate in stealth mode or the hidden mode. They use a number of techniques to evade detection. So for example, they continually rename themselves. So if there is an antivirus which is doing detection based on names, then they can evade them. Although very few antiviruses use just names, they use signatures or the patterns of code within the file. Another technique is to move around in the disk. So for example, by changing their location, they try to evade detection. Stealth virus techniques are not just limited to renaming themselves or moving around in the disk. They sometimes change operating processes to evade detection by the antivirus. So this is a more sophisticated technique that they sometimes employ. Let's see how this works. So whenever the antivirus is scanning your system, what it is doing in the background is that it sends a request to the operating system to access a certain file, and the operating system in turn requests the disk manager to actually fetch that file. So this is how normally things work. But when you have a stealth virus, what it does is that whenever the antivirus requests access to the infected file, instead of sending the infected file, the stealth virus sends the clean file. So instead of this infected file, the antivirus is going to receive this clean file. And that's how the stealth virus would be able to evade detection by modifying the operating system processes. So next are worms. Sometimes people confuse viruses and worms, but there are some key differences. So for example, unlike viruses, the worms, they do not attach themselves to a specific application. If you recall, we discussed that virus always infects specific files or executables, and it inserts itself into the code of that file, so that whenever that file is opened or executed, the virus gets triggered and comes into action. But unlike viruses, the worms are auto-triggered. They do not need the user to actually open or execute a file. Now worms, they replicate and propagate independently. Their main attack vector is network propagation. So basically the main aim of worms is to propagate exponentially, so much so that they choke networks, they choke bandwidth, and they bring down complete networks. A famous worm is the MyDoom worm, which was released in 2004. It holds the record for the fastest spreading email-based worm. It infected Microsoft operating systems. The basic purpose of this worm was to infect computers so that spammers could send spam emails through the infected computers. So this worm basically opened backdoors in the systems, which provided for further access to the remote hacker. An interesting thing about the MyDoom worm was that it even attacked IT giants like Microsoft and Google with distributed denial of service attacks. It caused a significant amount of damage all around the world, and it was estimated that it caused a total of $38 billion damage. Now that's a significant damage. So whenever you read a news about a famous computer virus wreaking havoc, usually what they're referring to are worms, because viruses are usually contained to the system that they have infected. They don't propagate that easily. On the other hand, worms are primarily designed to propagate extensively over the network. So typically, for example, in the case of the MyDoom worm, what it did was that once a system was infected, the virus would attach itself to emails and send itself to all the contacts of that person. So this way, the spread was exponential. It infected millions of systems around the world and caused significant damage. So that concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to discuss Trojans, a particularly dangerous type of malware. And there is a story associated with the name Trojan horse. So there was a war which was called Trojan War. And it happened when the Greeks, they laid siege to a city called Troy, and the people who lived in that city were called Trojans. Despite 10 years, the Greeks were not able to conquer the city. So they had laid a siege for 10 years, but they were not able to conquer the city. So after 10 years, what the Greeks did was that they built a huge wooden horse and then they simply left. So when the Trojans, they saw that the Greeks had left and they were nowhere to be seen, so they went out and brought the horse in as a victory trophy. At night, people climbed out of that wooden horse. So basically, the Greeks had hidden some of their soldiers inside that big wooden horse, and when night fell, the soldiers they simply climbed out of the horse, they opened the city gates, and hence the city was conquered. So the name Trojan horse comes from that war. The basic idea is to trick the users into installing something which they believe to be legitimate but which isn't. So Trojans are basically a kind of malware which masquerade as legitimate software. So a Trojan is a kind of malware that looks like legitimate software in order to trick the users. Most commonly, they are spread through either phishing or through email attachments. A particular type of Trojan is called RAT, which basically embeds itself into the operating system and installs backdoors on the system. Let's see how this works. So basically, the Trojan is hidden inside a legitimate software. Let's say there is a game and somebody sends you that game through email or through a link. And when you install that game on your system, in addition to the game being installed, the malware also infiltrates your system, installs itself, and opens a backdoor silently. Now, this allows a remote hacker to remotely access your system just as if he was sitting directly on your system. So the key point here being that you have to trick the users into installing legitimate software, whereas that software also includes a component of the malware. Trojans can perform a number of malicious actions on your system, which include keylogging, taking screenshots, or doing screen recordings. They can also copy, modify, or delete your data. They can also disrupt the performance of your computer system or network, sort of a denial of service attack. They can also use your system to launch distributed denial of service attacks on victims. There are some advanced Trojans which can even avoid or disable anti-malware software. A particularly dangerous type of a Trojan is called a RAT, which stands for Remote Access Trojan or Remote Administrative Tools. Now this type of a Trojan plugs itself into the operating system and then runs at a service. And since it has the backdoor open, this allows for the remote hacker to directly tap into that service and control your system remotely as if the attacker was directly sitting on your system. So RATs provide complete administrative control of your system. The screenshot shows the control panel for Dark Comet RAT. It is a remote access Trojan which was designed and developed by a French cybersecurity engineer. Now it provides complete administrative control of your system. So basically the remote hacker can copy or modify files. They can move files from your system onto theirs and vice versa. They can execute commands remotely. They can launch keyloggers so that whatever you type is captured and sent to them remotely. They can even access your registry. So summing up, they have complete administrative control of your system without you even being aware of it. Now this opens up several doors. They can even install further sophisticated malware. They can carry out ransomware attacks. They can leverage your system to do a distributed denial of service attack and many other malicious activities. So how to avoid or prevent Trojans? So some of the tips are similar to what we discussed previously in general for malware. So the first is never to install software from untrusted sources. Secondly, to avoid opening or executing suspicious attachments. And also to keep your antivirus and anti-malware updated and your applications patched. Now Trojans are particularly dangerous because they provide 24/7 unlimited access to your system, which can cause some serious consequences in terms of security, in terms of your confidentiality of your data, and several other problems. This concludes our lecture. I'll see you in the next lecture. We are now going to discuss some additional types of malware, including spyware, adware, and ransomware. Let's start with spyware. So spyware is malware that collects information from your PC without consent. So it hides inside your system and collects different types of information. Perhaps the type of information that they're more interested in are internet browsing habits. They want to know which websites you visit, what are the things that you buy online. They can also steal credentials. They can take screenshots. One of the primary beneficiaries of spyware are attackers who are interested in collecting this information and then either using it themselves or reselling it. We also sometimes have marketing companies who are interested in this information because if they know your browsing habits, your shopping patterns, they can do more customized, more targeted marketing campaigns. Spyware comes in different flavors. So for example, we have browser session hijackers, which basically modify user browser settings. They change your web page and they redirect you to advertisement pages when you try to browse the internet. We also have spyware which affects cookies. Now, cookies are small files which are stored on your system. Whenever you visit a website, that website generates a cookie with the specific ID and stores it on your system. Now, this cookie is used to remember what are the different preferences you had, what are your login information, and so on. Let's say, for example, you visit Amazon.com and then you browse different products. Now, this information would be stored in the cookie. So the next time when you go to Amazon.com, even if you haven't logged in, this cookie would be sent. Now, this contains that ID, and the database has a backend which contains all of your previous history, and the web server would be able to know that it's you based on the cookie, and then it can load the preferences, show you preferred pages, and so on. Now, this is again leveraged by spyware to steal information. We also have banking spyware, which targets banking applications specifically. They're interested in tracking your use of banking applications. They try to steal credit card information, bank account information, and so on. Then we have keyloggers, which basically log your keystrokes. And once this information has been captured, this information is exfiltrated to a remote malicious attacker. Next, we have adware. So adware is basically malware that bombards users with unwanted ads. So this is the malware which causes those pop-ups and banners on your system. Usually adware comes bundled with legitimate software. So whenever you install a software, sometimes it contains adware which also gets installed onto your system. Now there are some indicators that your system has adware. So for example, it changes the home page of your browser. It redirects users to different websites, and it exploits add-on plugins and installs new plugins, which is often a telltale sign that you have spyware or adware. The main purpose of adware is revenue generation. So basically, they just bombard you with so many ads with the hope that some of those users are going to click through or follow through those ads, and this results in revenue generation for the creator of the adware. It usually exploits add-on plugins in web browsers. So how to protect against spyware and adware? So the basic safety tip is one which we already discussed. You should always avoid installing unknown software, or even if you're installing known and trusted software, you should always do it from a trusted source, not from unknown or untrusted sources. But we also have a technique which can perhaps easily remove spyware and adware from your system, which is basically you should always disable your browser extensions and then just go ahead and reset your browser. This basically means deleting all the history, deleting all your cookies and your temporary internet files and everything. So if you disable the extensions and you reset your browser completely, you have a good chance of removing spyware and adware without taking more invasive steps on your system. You can also use some specialized software such as Malwarebytes, which has been specially designed for removing spyware or adware from your system. But as the old saying goes, better safe than sorry. It's always better not to install suspicious softwares rather than trying to remove spyware and adware later on. So next is ransomware. So ransomware is financially motivated malware. It infects systems and networks, and they try to encrypt your important files and databases using their own key. Now basically every business eventually it relies on the availability of information which it has stored in either files or databases. But if those things are encrypted and you don't have the decryption key, then this can seriously impact your business operations. So basically once your data has been encrypted, the attackers they demand money for unlocking the data or for providing you with the key. Now data loss can occur due to encryption because you don't have the key to decrypt it. This can result in serious financial loss. It can also result in obviously reputational loss because you won't be able to service your clients. How to prevent ransomware? So you should be vigilant about indicators of compromise. So what happens is that if there is a strain of ransomware which is active and it is going around the world encrypting files of different organizations, then most likely this would be covered in public news, or we have specific websites which discuss these issues. And you should always add those indicators of compromise, which can be, for example, some ransomware, they generate particular type of messages, some ransomware, they originate from certain IP addresses and so on. So you should add those indicators of compromise to your security tools. Then we also have some websites which are specifically focused on ransomware. What they do is that they collect and they publish keys for well-known ransomware strains. So for example, we have nomoreransom.org and noransom.kaspersky.com. So if your company is hit by a strain of ransomware which is publicly known, then you can sometimes find decryption keys on these websites. In this lecture, we are going to discuss logic bombs and rootkits, two particularly dangerous types of malware. So let us start with logic bombs. So logic bombs are bits of malicious code that disrupt programs, and it is usually triggered on specific event. So it is a malicious software which needs some sort of a trigger to come into action and then carry out the malicious activities. Now that event can be anything. It could be, for instance, time or date based. So say it comes into action when we are at 12 midnight on 1st January 2020, for instance. But it is not really limited to time or date. It could even be triggered on specific events. So say when the number of registered users, they pass the 1000 mark, or say the sales of the company, they exceed a certain threshold. So there is some sort of always an event which needs to trigger the logic bomb. So it's software which is just sitting there like a ticking bomb, and it is waiting for a particular event to happen. These type of attacks are particularly dangerous because they are launched usually by disgruntled ex-employees or current employees who have a grudge against the company. So these guys, they have complete insider knowledge about your network. Now this is different from an attacker or a hacker who's externally trying to penetrate your network, doing port scans and all sort of stuff and leaving a big footprint behind. Now these guys, they are already inside the system. Moreover, they are also aware about the vulnerabilities or weaknesses in the security posture of an organization because they are insiders. So naturally, they have much more visibility about your organization, about its assets and the weak points. Sometimes they can even include people, IT professionals or programmers who are actually working on the source code of your web applications. So it's very easy for these guys to plant these logic bombs. Another factor which makes it very dangerous is that it is also very difficult to detect logic bombs because there isn't a big footprint. Now these guys are already inside the system and they can silently insert a logic bomb, which is just there ticking and waiting for the event. So in contrast to external attacks which leave a footprint, attacks by insiders such as logic bombs are more difficult to detect. Next we have rootkits. Now this is a type of malware which embeds itself deep into your system, difficult to detect and very difficult to remove as well. Now rootkits are basically hidden software that allow privileged access to the system. So the keywords are hidden and privileged access. So they allow someone to remotely control the system in clandestine mode. They conceal other malware such as keyloggers, trojans, and viruses. It is very difficult to detect rootkits. Some of the techniques which could be used to detect rootkits are basically behavioral patterns or anomalies. So what you do is that you baseline your network or your system and you know that this network has this much traffic, or we have this much outbound traffic, this much inbound traffic, for example, the protocols used, and these are the ports which are usually used. So once you have a baseline for your system, and if you detect an abnormality or deviation from the baseline, then you are able to detect rootkits sometimes. You can also sometimes do memory dump analysis, which basically means dumping your memory into files and then, parsing through those files to detect patterns of abuse. Rootkits are particularly dangerous to remove because they hide themselves deep inside your operating system and usually their removal entails a complete rebuild of the system. Your best defense is to keep your operating system and applications patched and up to date. In order to understand how rootkits work, you first need to understand the ring structure. So basically what happens is that we have different rings and each ring has different level of privileges. So our operating system kernel, which is the brain of the operating system and which needs to be loaded always in the memory, it resides at ring 0. Now this represents the highest level of privileges on a system, so it has complete administrative control on your system. So as the ring numbers increase, we have decreasing privileges, which means that ring 1 has more privileges than ring 2, which has more privileges than ring 3. So we have device drivers and other firmware located at ring 1 and 2, but user applications are located in ring 3, which has the least level of privileges. Now this ring structure has been designed in order to ensure safety. We don't want to provide user applications with complete administrative control of our operating system. So now what happens is that the operating system kernel obviously has access to everything and it can perform any task on your system. However, a user application, it has limited privileges. So what happens when a user application needs to access a system file or do some functionality which requires elevated privileges? What it does is that it makes a system call to the operating system kernel located in ring 0, which then does that task if it is allowed. So for instance, it can be fetching a file or launching a service. So this is how the ring structure works. Now we have different type of rootkits which could be either located in ring 0, and these type of rootkits are called kernel rootkits. They run in the most privileged mode and they can modify parts of the operating system and even the kernel itself. So basically they have full security access and they're the most dangerous types of rootkits. Or rootkits could also reside in the user ring. So these are called user mode rootkits. They run in least privileged user ring and they have multiple sources to launch infections. However, generally speaking, their damage potential is quite limited compared to kernel rootkits because they're running in ring 3, which already has least privileges. We also have some other types of rootkits. So for example, we have hardware or firmware rootkits, which basically target device firmwares. For example, the device drivers. So they target devices such as network cards, hard drives, and usually it is very difficult to remove them. So once a device has been infected by a rootkit in their firmware, so replacement remains the only option. Then we also have boot kits, which basically infect the master boot record. They are sometimes used to advance other malware. And these type of boot kits are always loaded in memory whenever the system boots. So let's summarize the different types of malware that we have studied throughout this domain. So first we have viruses, which basically self-replicate and they cause damage to systems and data that they infect. However, viruses, they don't spread around very easily. So they're mainly targeted towards the systems that they infect. In contrast, we have worms, which basically self-replicate and propagate over the network. And these are much more dangerous in terms of bringing down networks because they can grow exponentially. They don't need user intervention to actually propagate. Then we have Trojans, which look like legitimate software in order to trick users into installing them. But once on the system, they can install backdoors and allow for remote hackers to access your system. Then we have spyware, whose sole purpose is to collect confidential data such as your internet browsing history, the kind of shopping that you do online, and so on. Then we have ransomware, which is financially motivated. And this type of malware basically encrypts your key files and databases using a private key which you don't have. So once the data is encrypted, your files are encrypted, they ask for ransom in order to decrypt those files. Then we have rootkits. These are basically hidden malware that hide deep inside your operating system and they infect privileged components such as the operating system kernel. Then we have logic bombs, who are typically deployed by disgruntled ex-employees or employees who have a grudge against the company, and they get triggered on a particular event or a date. So if you compare all of these different types of malware, you can notice that a lot of the themes are recurring. So a lot of them, they open backdoors. A lot of these different types of malware, they steal information in different types. So this concludes our lecture. We are now going to discuss anti-malware, which is software that has been designed to identify, detect, and remove malware. So the basic action of anti-malware and antivirus is to detect malware, protect from it, as well as remove it. We have two different types of scans available. So the first one is on-demand scanning. So this is when the user specifies the anti-malware or the antivirus to start. So this is user-triggered scan. And the user can specify whether the scan needs to be done for all the files on the system or just specific folders or even specific files. The second type of scanning is called real-time scanning. In this type of scanning, the anti-malware is always loaded in the background. It is running as a service in the background. And whenever you open files, you execute files, the anti-malware basically intercepts your request before executing or running that file. It quickly scans that file to identify if it is infected or not. And if it detects a problem, it immediately triggers an alert. So this is called real-time scanning. And in order to have effective protection on your systems, you should employ both on-demand scanning, which you should do periodically, as well as real-time scan, which should always be there in the background. There are two different types of malware detection techniques, signature-based and anomaly-based. In signature-based malware detection, what basically happens is that we have signatures or patterns of malware. This basically means that every malware performs some specific tasks. So for example, one particular malware, it may infect a particular segment of the memory, or it may access specific files in your operating system, or it may modify some registry entries. So based on those patterns, these signatures are defined, and we have online sources which have a listing or a database of these signatures. So what the anti-malware software does is that they periodically download these signatures, and then they compare the signatures against the scanned files on your local system. And if there is any match, and the match doesn't even have to be perfect, it can even be a partial match. So if there is a match, it basically triggers an alert. The second type of malware detection technique is called anomaly-based detection. Now this technique does not rely at all on signatures. What it does is that it creates a baseline of the normal behavior of your system. So what this means is that it creates a pattern of normal usage, which means that you know which are the operating system files which are normally loaded in memory, what are the services that are usually running, which segments of registries are basically modified as part of a routine process. Once it has that baseline, it then detects any behavior which deviates significantly from this normal baseline. So for example, if it observes a software which is opening unnecessary ports, or it's modifying parts of operating system which has nothing to do with its functioning, then this can be considered as an anomaly and may trigger an alert. You may be wondering, what is the difference between anti-malware and antivirus? Generally speaking, both are the same species of software. There is, however, a subtle difference. So antivirus usually addresses traditional or established threats. So basically, whenever you're addressing an established threat or a well-known threat which has been there for a number of years, then usually the software is called antivirus. So anti-malware generally refers to software that basically targets new and emerging threats. But generally speaking, they're both the same family of solutions. Let's start with the signature-based anti-malware. Now this type of a software, it basically downloads virus definitions and then matches file patterns against those virus definitions. So what happens is that we have several repositories on the internet which have some pre-built databases containing virus definitions, which are basically patterns or indicators of compromise of a virus. So they identify key actions or key code structures of the virus. So signature-based anti-malware, they simply fetch these new virus definitions periodically from the database, and then they match the locally scanned files against these virus signatures in order to detect the presence of malware. Now this type of anti-malware is pretty effective when you're dealing with malware that is publicly known or which has existing virus definitions available. But it cannot detect if the virus is polymorphic, which basically means that it changes its own source code, or if it is a modified form of an original virus. Because then the pattern or the functioning of the virus and the code segments of that virus would be different from the definition. Now, how different is a subjective thing. So basically, anti-malwares are designed to detect presence of even partial matches. So it doesn't have to be 100 exact match, but if there is significant deviation, then of course it will not be able to detect it. The problem with signature-based anti-malware is that it completely fails when we are dealing with unknown viruses. So these are the viruses which are completely new in the market and they don't have any signature files available. So basically, they can very easily bypass signature-based anti-malware software. The second category of anti-malware uses anomaly-based detection techniques. They're quite different from signature-based anti-malware because they don't rely on the detection of signatures in viruses. So what they do is that they first create a baseline of your system, which basically is the normal behavior of applications and other services on your system. So once they have this baseline, if they detect any anomaly or significant deviation, then they can trigger or flag that application as a virus. Now, examples of abnormal behavior include accessing or modifying operating system files or components. So any legitimate software, it should not be extensively modifying operating system files or components, especially those that are not directly related to the functioning of that application. Or sometimes the viruses open ports unnecessarily, which are not even required for their functionality. So these are two big telltale signs based on which anomaly-based detection works. So the anomaly-based anti-malware software, what it does is that it basically observes the actions of the malware and how they modify operating system files or if they're opening ports. And this observation is done for all the different applications and services running on your system. And if a significant deviation is found, then this triggers an alert. Now, anomaly-based anti-malware works very effective against unknown viruses. Of course, there would be some strains which would still escape detection, but eventually a good solution is a hybrid one. You should always combine signature-based as well as anomaly-based detection. And modern state-of-the-art anti-malware softwares, they always have both the components. They have a signature-based component, which basically relies on rich databases of known viruses and their variations. But they also create a baseline and they try to detect abnormal deviations or significant deviations in case there is a virus which does not have its signature in the virus definitions. So when you combine both the things, you have a pretty decent solution. Let's see how malware remediation works. So the first step that you need to do once you have detected the presence of malware on one of your systems on your network is to immediately isolate it from the rest of the network. There's no point in leaving an infected system connected to your backbone because this can cause secondary infections and the malware may spread throughout your network. So the first step is always to isolate the infected systems. So once the systems have been isolated, you may try to repair the infected files. Now this depends on a lot of factors: the significance of the damage, the type of malware that has affected it, and whether the file is repairable or not. Sometimes removing an infection is not possible. In this case, you may need to quarantine the file, which basically means putting it in a sandbox or a safe folder where it is not allowed to execute or be used on the operating system anymore. The next step is to determine the root cause. So you see, when you detect a malware infection, this may just be an indication or a symptom. It may not reveal the actual root cause, where the malware infiltrated your network from and how it infected different systems in your network. So you need to perform a detailed root cause analysis to identify how the malware infiltrated your network. This is also important because if you just treat the malware on some of the infected systems and you do not identify the root cause, this may lead to subsequent infections through the same route. Once malware has been removed and treated or quarantined, you need to patch and update your operating systems and applications. So usually malware is a consequence of a vulnerability or weakness in your operating system or one of the applications on your system. So you need to patch and update those. Also, you need to recover from reliable backups. So let's say there was a server or a system which was extensively infected. So even if you have treated and removed the malware from that server, you can still never be sure. It's always a good idea to recover it from a reliable backup. And the last step is follow-up. you may need to rescan the infected systems once again and other systems which may be in the vicinity of the infected systems, just to be sure that there is no further or subsequent infections occurring. So this is the complete life cycle of how to remediate infection. You start with isolating the system, then you treat the infection, then you determine the root cause, then you perform recovery, and finally you do a follow-up. So taking backups is still your best bet, because once a system has been infected, you would always have doubts about the reliability of that system or the integrity of the data on that system. So recovering from a trusted backup is always a 100% secure solution. You can also use firewalls. So firewalls are your first line of defense. So for example, in Windows, we have the Windows Defender, and in corporate settings, you obviously have commercial firewalls like Cisco and Juniper. Another important tool in the investigation for root cause analysis are firewall logs. So they're very useful in both detection as well as in the remediation activities, because they provide a detailed footprint of the different traffic sessions. They can give you insights into how the malware infiltrated your network, what are the IP addresses used, what were the ports used, or which website resulted in the drive-by download, and so on. And obviously, you should always employ state-of-the-art and very effective anti-malware and antivirus solutions. There are several commercial solutions available from McAfee, Kaspersky, and so on. So identifying, detecting, and treating malware requires a multifaceted approach. You need to employ multiple security tools and techniques in order to address this very serious problem.